And we're here after the absolute nightmare of an afternoon that we've had. But we're here. From people having their grandmothers being rushed to hospital, I'm sure, to people having to cancel their fights because of work drinks, to so on and so on and so on. But we're here, and we're here to watch some boxing. Of course, as you can tell from the wonderful animated UFC design I have, the boxing graphics aren't still not ready, but they will be ready for next week. I've had it pretty much confirmed they'll be ready for Friday of this week. So it's the last week of the UFC-esque graphics, fellas. With that, though, we are at 7:01, which means that it's time for fights. Of course, some big ones tonight, as we get to see the new IBF Championship of the world be contested between SB9 and Winter. Of course, used to be held by TreRobertsxn. TreRobertsxn, of course, just too busy with FIFA to want to be doing any other game. Good luck to him. I couldn't imagine spending 4 days a week, 6 hours a night on FIFA. Good luck. You're going to need it. You are going to be hating yourself. You very much will be. But listen, why is this guy sending me 4 lines? I don't care what you prefer. Send him that back, and good night. Sending me shit about fucking UFC in my DMs, Louis. I don't care. Fellas, of course, though, people are just getting home from work, I guess you could say. So there may be a slight rotation of the first fight and second fight. I know Trix is, again, just delayed by a couple of minutes. So if Sage and Theo B are happy to go first, then I'm more than happy to accommodate them. So, of course, as well tonight, if needs be as well, we will have backups on hand. So, yeah, one of those. Listen, with that, I'll just quickly DM Sage and Theo. Again, I don't know about some of these new guys. Some of these new guys coming in, like Sage, may know they have a fight. They may not know they have a fight. Same thing that I do with UFC. You know me, is I DM everyone reminding them, if you want to go early, toss link. So there we go. But yes.
Okay, that's the fucking seed. Okay,
Jesus Christ.
that's the fucking seed.
It smells like a zoo.
He's gonna look away.
2 seconds. Alright. So, we'll see. If Theo B and Sage want to go, then we'll be good to go. But, again, does Theo B know he's fighting? Oh, well, I mean, he ticked the message in the DMs. Again, I'm checking all my DMs to make sure that everyone knows that they're actually going through it tonight. So, again, seems like because bonfire night, firework night's on, you got a lot of people that are just kind of running around with their heads up their ass. I mean, it's one of them. Of course, as well, I had PB Tricks messaging me 30 minutes before the card started saying, who am I fighting and when am I fighting? People don't read anything I write, dude. So it's like, what can you really say? What can you really say? Theo B is live as well. Fantastic. Please use the stream section. It's there. I tagged you in it for a reason. Please use that in future. Don't maybe go on Twitch and scour through my DMs to find you. But okay. We're good. We're here. And we're set. Sage and Theo B then. Wonderful. Thank you as well to Kai for the tier 1 as well. That is fantastic. Theo B's Barmy Army. Well, he's going to need all the support you can possibly get here tonight. Is the volume good? I'm going to guess and say that the volume's going to be fine. We'll live it by ear. You let me know after the first fight if the volume needs turning up or down, but that's fine. Cool. 1.5 relative time is in. Of course, this one tonight in the bantamweight division, so therefore the fighters to pick from maybe a little bit less than ideal, but of course Theo B, or Unknown as he's now known as, 29 wins, 29 losses on ranked. Sage, 6 wins, 7 losses. Of course, for Theo and Sage, both of them making their debut tonight, so one of those where we're going to find out exactly what kind of star we've got. You know, We've seen all sorts of stars, haven't we? From power hook spammers to defensive maestros to road runners and movement experts. It's truly one of those. But I guess we're just sitting here and scrolling through all 6 fighters to see which ones we can go with. But yep. Alright. Again, as soon as you guys are good to go, you can load in as well. I can hear it in the background. So, one of them. But let's get moving ASAP, please, tonight, fellas. Again, we shouldn't be sat here 5-6 minutes in the menu thinking, oh, who am I going to pick? Who am I going to be? We need these fights going, all right? We're already 6 minutes behind. We need a little bit of forward movement here tonight. We do. Of course, in terms of what the overall limits are, heavyweight 88 highest or 88 max, cruiserweight 84 max, light heavyweight 89 max, middleweight 87 max, welterweight 86 max, lightweight 89 max, featherweight 88 max, and bantamweight all are legal. Carl Frampton and Jesse Rodriguez then. That's where we're going. Wilkie, good evening to you as well. Here we go. We're here, we're set, and we're ready. A lot of fights tonight. Exciting card tonight as we see who becomes the new PC champion of the IBF division, or we just call it the PC division, but the IBF division, that's the belt for it, of course, as well, isn't it? Well, here we go. A debut for both of them, but who's got the special sauce? Jesse Rodriguez has become a bantamweight favorite in these kind of rare fights that we've seen. Theo B, of course, comes in with UFC 5 experience. Once upon a time called himself the best boxer in the featherweight division. But inside the squared circle, it's a whole different story. Online ranked records, 29 wins, 29 losses for Carl Frampton in the black for Theo B. 6 wins, 7 losses for Jesse Rodriguez for Sage in the white, yellow, and black. You can already see those power shots are coming in quite dangerously. Theo B tonight, maybe a purist of boxing on his day, but he's going to need to maybe try and weather the storm here in terms of what Jesse Rodriguez can deliver. Of course, oh my goodness me, a double shot there. As big shots head towards the body. Theo B just staying on the outside, trying to find his angle and entry point. And look at that lightning fast 3-piece combination there from Theo B, who just gets himself starting. Of course, Theo not looking the most front-pouring, I would say. Probably the best way to describe it. Front-pouring fight inside round 1. I think Theo is definitely one of those where he'll come alive in those later rounds. Stuns the body, though. Beautiful body shot from Carl Frampton as now teased away on Jesse Rodriguez upstairs and making use of all of that kind of analysis in the opening 2 minutes to see exactly when he can make that strike. I think definitely if you're Jesse Rodriguez, you've got to kind of give up on these power shots a little bit and try and work off the jab. Again, when the update comes in December, and I think these power shots are nerfed almost, people are going to be in for a whole world of trouble. Oh, a big shot there, though, as Jesse Rodriguez now clips Theo B. 1 stun each. Theo B, they're eating body shots, and Theo B takes the first knee of this fight. The headshots are heavy. Theo B now needs to find his way to his feet as he finds ground here again. Again, it's one of those, you know, it's annoying to face one of those kind of power punches, is what we're seeing Sage is. But I say, yeah, it's annoying, but it's also a very, very easy strategy to kind of take heed of. You know he's going to be swinging for power. You know that he's going to be swinging with stamina. If you can just outwork your opponent in terms of making him miss, you can get a big stunner, a big knockdown pretty instantly. You can see already the wobbles are coming alive here for Jesse Rodriguez. The thing with Theo B is that he can't stay in the pocket for too long. And if he does, he's got to get those pull-back counter shots timed to perfection. Wonderful uppercuts here now from Theo B. Eats a big body shot. Avoids that right hook there. Another big shot there to the midsection as the uppercuts continue to pour in. Theo B has got to just make sure that his timing in the counter shot is lightning fast. That's all that Sage has, are those heavy lead-hitting power hooks. And again, Theo B has diced and sliced him up brilliantly. He's studied him, he's watched him, now he's walking him down and just peppering him. And this is what Sage needs to be careful of, is that he's becoming too readable because of this over-reliance on power shots. Theo B just needs to make sure now as well that he doesn't just dive in, unrelenting. Another big body shot there from Theo B. Pushes Jesse Rodriguez backwards. VOB's trying to get that knockdown, but great defense again from Sage to survive it. But how much more is he going to be able to take? It's 2 big stuns in round number 2. Clear as day, VOB taking this round, unless some craziness happens here. Avoid the pocket boxing and keep doing what you're doing. Counter boxing in the second round has been absolutely sublime. Tries to go low for a power shot, does Sage, but another big shot there comes on in. Left hook comes flying forward onto Carl Frampton again, and the hook there just about missing, just about whiffing. Low to the body, goes upstairs with the hook. Oh my goodness me. A big shot there as Frampton continues to eat big shots. Low to the midsection again, sends him stumbling now. VOB got involved in a bit more of a war in the final kind of 30 seconds of this round, and that's the result of it. A stun and a knockdown here that will cause him to get up once more. And I think VOB may be in trouble here. He started too late, and he's out of there. VOB, if he didn't hesitate on the first 2 seconds, maybe because he's so angry because about the power shots, could have got back up. It was a great round 2 for VOB, but he got baited into the power shot battle, and Jesse Rodriguez, Sage, comes out on top. Have to be honest, not impressed with Sage. It's a victory, yes, but I think it's a very beatable opponent there in Sage tonight, and I think VOB showed that in round number 2. I think Theo, inside round 1, didn't make the reads of what he was expected to do. He walked towards Sage. He walked towards Sage knowing it was going to be a power hook spam. You have to think. You've got to think. You've got to use your head. You've got to use your grey matter a little bit. Walk towards him when he was windmilling. Round 2, 90% of that round was perfect from VOB. It was absolutely perfect. Counter shots were wonderful. Final 30 seconds, he got baited in for some reason, and he gets knocked down. And then, to be fair, he could have got up from that. But it's the first 2 or 3 seconds where VOB hesitated, maybe kind of downed tools in his head, and decided, I don't know if it's worth getting back up or not. If he didn't hesitate at the beginning of that count, he would have got back up and he would have went into round 3. I think, knowing VOB, probably a fight tonight which has been caused by frustration. I think he gets angry very, very easily. I think he gets angry very, very quickly. And I think with the way that Sage was fighting tonight with those power shots and those power hooks, and VOB kind of taking so much damage, he probably just got in his own head and just imploded from there. So it is what it is. Stoosh, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate that. But yeah, yeah, I think honestly, to be completely honest, I feel like it's a beatable opponent. I never want to shit on someone that's making their debut, but I think I've seen 3 or 4 cards now where I understand exactly like how you would beat a power hook, a power shot spammer. Sage is beatable. You just have to kind of bait him, go into the pocket, lean back, get those counter shots off, and you'll school him like we saw Theo did in round 2. But took too much damage in round 1, got inside of his head in round 2, and Sage picks up the victory. The first of many, he will like to say, in that WBA division. So congratulations to him, a debut victory for him tonight. With that, we go over and we see exactly, again, Sage is just so lost, bro. He's DMing me saying, where do I put the result I won? People don't have a clue what's going on today, do they? Well, we'll leave it to him. George, all due respect, mate, I couldn't care less if your opponent hasn't responded to you yet. You're not the next fight up. So, again, I'm not in the mood for it today. I don't need people telling me 45 minutes in advance that their opponent isn't there yet. It's like, whatever, we'll deal with it when we get to it. All right, we're over and up to it then. Fish14 and PB Tricks up next. Thank you to Fish for being patient. Fish tonight coming in with an 0-2 record. PB Tricks 0-3. Someone's 0 has to go. The losing streaks for both of these two have to end tonight. Of course, a nice division as well in terms of weight class. The heavyweight division, always fun. Floyd Patterson tonight going up against Roy Jones Jr. Here we go, though. Fish14 says, you know, I've been putting in the hours, I've been putting in the time in terms of trying to kind of perfect my craft in the ring. 23 wins, 15 losses online now. 4 wins, 4 losses for PB Tricks. Will that practice come off is the big question. Thank you as well to Doltz Shermer for the Prime. 23 months. You're 1 month away from 2 years exactly. That is fantastic. Fantastic. All right, here we go, though. Fight number 2, which should have been fight number 1. Both of these two winless. Only one of them tonight walks away with their confidence high and the start of their journey on its way. Oh, another sub. Who's that then? Who's the sexy man in the back? PB Tricks, thank you so much. 2 month sub. 2 month streak. Thank you so much, Tricks. Good luck to you. So I love the Roy Jones Jr. pick as well. Big fan of it. Huge fan of it. I mean, he's got great speed for a heavyweight as well. Here we go, though. Who walks away victorious tonight? Floyd Patterson in the black for Fish 14. PB Tricks in the red and white for Roy Jones Jr. As I said, the thing that's difficult here for PB Tricks is how much really has he been grinding Undisputed since those first 2 losses in his career. We know Fish from the UFC side of things. He is someone that is very much stoked by the flames of improvement. He lost his first 2 fights, and that turns him into a dangerous person, a dangerous player, because he has been hitting the bag heavy in terms of wanting to improve quick time. He believes that there's absolutely no reason why in a couple of months from now he couldn't be challenging for the WBA Championship of the World. Maybe this fight tonight, this victory tonight, he will say, is the start of that journey. Big shot there to the ribs already. Thing as well with Roy Jones Jr., you've got a little bit of a height disadvantage, yes, but you do have some great power in your hands. But again, it's another one tonight where it's that constant pressure from Fish. We saw little kind of increments of it in his last couple of fights. Worked the jab beautifully while sticking inside against his opponent. I think that's one of the things that in Undisputed players get very, very kind of wobbly at. How can you deal with pressure? How can you deal when you're not able to kind of walk backwards and effectively just kind of outrun your opponent? Tonight, Fish will not be doing any running. Fish will be making PB Tricks understand that he's going to need to fight fire with fire. And again, had him in the corner there. Big left hand, though. Sweet heavens almighty. Roy Jones Jr. there. Nearly taking the head clean off of Floyd Patterson. Could have been dangerous. Could have been deadly. Body shot comes in again. Another good couple of shots. Back to the ribs we go. I think as well with Floyd Patterson, you got to be very understanding that it's going to take a couple more shots than usual to get the hit shots in, because the hit damage of Floyd Patterson not as heavy as Roy Jones Jr. Big stun there as PB Tricks is again down onto a knee. I thought maybe he just avoided that hook, but it's a big knockdown at the end of the round. And now PB Tricks is going to need to find a way to get up, similar to Sage is what we saw in the last round. It just feels like right now PB Tricks is just too reliant, too power hook happy in this one. He's got to work off his jab a little bit more. And that's definitely, I think, the leading factor of that round 1. Liked how Floyd Patterson worked off the jab. Liked how Floyd Patterson level changed. He went from low to high. He's working in those body shots. He's trying to make PB Tricks think about what to protect. And you need to create that thought process inside the ring. You absolutely do. Big shot again there with the left hand from Floyd Patterson. Roy Jones Jr., though, fighting right on backwards. He wants body shots now from Patterson. And this is the thing from Fish as well. Not a guy that wants to take the back step, but sometimes may well need to. You have no idea how much boost you'll give to yourself if you're low on stamina. Walk backwards a step or two and just let that damage recover. And now look at these two swinging for the fences. Right hand comes in from Roy Jones Jr. as that head held from Floyd Patterson continues to look dangerous, but a body shot there just stuns Roy Jones Jr. right back. Big straights, body uppercut, and now the straights barely even connecting. And he drops him, wow, with an absolute shocking punch to the ribs again. Didn't feel like that had anything. Felt like that was a body jab at one point. But down he goes onto a knee, and PB Tricks here could be in trouble. PB Tricks is out of there. The body shot sends Roy Jones to the canvas. And tonight, finally, Fish 14 has his first victory. Loved how he worked off the jab. Loved how he worked off that speedy pace of Floyd Patterson for PB Tricks tonight. Not enough in the tank. Again, a little bit too reliant on those power hook shots. The losing streak continues for him. At some point, something's got to give. But the hours of practice, it seems, and the commitment to wanting to get better, to improve, very much there and evident tonight from Floyd Patterson and Fish 14. A great performance from him and his first victory, hopefully the first of many, 2 round 2 victories to start off the card this evening. Congratulations to Fish. And again, for Floyd Patterson, a pick we don't see too often. He's not really a niche pick in that heavyweight division. Great to see a kind of an out there pick be used today. And he gets that one done in very, very smooth fashion. Congratulations to him. Okay, with that though, we're over to our next one. Everyone is getting ready and set. I love it. The fights are being lobbied up This is the kind of speed we need here. Here we go then. LJC tonight coming in against Danny98H. And look at this guy. He looks like a real professional. 63 wins, 26 losses online for his debut tonight. Both of these two stepping into the ring for the first time. Amir Khan for LJC. Danny98H going with the old familiar, the old reliable Josh Taylor. So, again, the lightweight division filled with icons. Maybe not too many viable picks for the prelims, but LJC will like his chances. A maestro on the FIFA pitch when it comes to his ball-playing ability. Can he control the pace inside the squared circle tonight, though, is the big underlying question. Thank you so much as well to T Stocky for the Tier 1 sub. Appreciate that one massively. Tuning in for the LJC Hate Watch. Well, let's see if your Hate Watch is successful or if it's going to be an absolute flop. Of course, gentlemen, whenever you're ready, we are good to go. There's no need to wait for us. If you have somewhere to be, places to be, then like I said, we are here and we are set to go whenever you are ready to go. And again, fellas, keep this pace going tonight. As your fight is going on, or as the fight before you is going on, make sure you're lobbied up with your opponent for the next fight. So, again, I know George is saying about BXC Records not being here yet. Again, let's see what happens. Be in, be ready, and be set to go. The quicker we kind of get the fights moving, then the more leeway we have later on in the night when we go those long rounds and maybe go to a decision or two. Here we go, though. Danny H with Josh Taylor, just based off the record tonight, even though he's making his debut, will be one of the favorites. How confident will LJC be seeing that mammoth record in front of him? Time will tell. Of course, as well, after tonight, there will be the first Undisputed cuts. What I mean by cuts is basically same as the UFC league. I really require everyone that plays in the league to do a fight a month. So if after tonight there's already people that haven't fought for 3 weeks or haven't asked to fight in 3 or 4 weeks, then they'll have their tags removed. Again, it's a league. It's not just somewhere where you can come in because you want to have the itch to box one night. It's a league for a reason. You've got to be actually active, not just do one fight and then uninstall the game. Because if that happens, then I'm going to tell you just to stick to the FIFA side and stay away from this side. So, yeah. How's the volume looking as well? Is the volume alright? Volume's okay. LJC is 0-3, but it's 0-0 because he dashboards while Stansfield absolutely throwing his fighter under the bus. I'm putting you in the corner tonight. Stansfield and Indian Caller in the corner for LJC. So I wonder what corner advice it would be. I'm sure Stansfield will probably say, my advice will be to throw the towel in. He shouldn't be in the octagon, in the ring, excuse me. Should be doing keepy-uppies in his garage with VFL and VPG on the horizon. Again, I have to keep saying, even though it's a kind of like a smaller, independent, like company, the people that make Undisputed, presentation and like the graphics of everything, world class. Love it.
Sensation from Scotland, a hard-hitting undisputed 140-pound champion of the world, Josh, the Tartan Tornado.
The Tartan Tornado. That is one hell of a name. Well, all right then. Here we go. Who gets their first win of their career? Amir King Khan or Josh the Tartan Tornado Taylor? Still, that is a mouthful of a nickname, I will say. Here we go. Amir Khan in the white for LJC. Josh Taylor in the black for Danny. And the big question is tonight, what kind of fight style are we set to see from Danny? Already a big right hand comes in and just sends Amir Khan a little bit wayward. The thing with Amir Khan, great speed, great pace, even kind of underrated power, but it's that glass chin of Amir Khan that will come back to haunt you. If you sit there and eat too many shots to the head, you are not going to last too long tonight. You can see already in the bottom left of your screens, that head health slowly recharging on Amir Khan. It was already in that yellow category. Again, tonight, it won't be about body shots, in my opinion. It'll be about how many shots to the dome you can get. Amir Khan already knocked off balance again. His equilibrium already all over the place. Good movement from LJC, but gets caught on the reach around there as another big right hand comes on forward. Josh Taylor, Danny so far, looking like a counter-punching menace. Great leans, great resistance to the pressure of Amir Khan, and great defensive attributes as well. Big shot there back to the ribs as LJC tries to get that straight in, but just out of reach there. And I think again tonight, if you are Josh Taylor, you don't need to go for broke so quickly. You know that Amir Khan's chin is made out of sandpaper. You can effectively kind of jab it into smithereens, and then when you get to rounds maybe 5, 6, or 7, the ability to kind of take the head off the shoulders will be absolutely there. Right hand comes on in brilliantly. Uppercut there attempted. And now there's that big left hand again. Amir Khan still walking forward. Big right hand. Amir Khan sends him towering. What a hit from Amir Khan. And Josh Taylor is in some serious trouble already. Underrated power from Amir Khan out of absolutely nowhere. LJC loads up the cannon, knocks him down onto the turf, and now gets back up at a count of 5. Huge hit. And Josh Taylor still hasn't fully recovered. Look at him. He is in dangerous, dangerous position. Big shot back to the body as Josh Taylor rotates around and now gets outside and into the middle of the ring. Great round 1 there if you're an LJC fan. Huge knockdown, 10-8 to Amir Khan. And that is what you want to see. I think especially as well when you go with Amir Khan, you have to always be so aware. How many shots can I truly take? How many big hits can I truly take before that chin starts to be a factor? We've seen it in previous weeks, previous kind of 3 cards before tonight. With Amir Khan, it's effectively you do the most amount of damage you possibly can inside those early rounds and try and get the fight done early. The longer this fight goes, the more confident Josh Taylor, Danny, will feel in getting this fight secured with a victory. You do not want to give him the opportunity to take the chin off of Amir Khan. It seems to be always the perfect counter for these two. When you see Josh Taylor, you often see Amir Khan in the other corner. When you see Amir Khan, you see Josh Taylor in the other corner. It's a great kind of yin-yang matchup. Big right hand that comes in from Josh Taylor, sends Amir Khan wobbling. And already, you can just see the knees of Amir Khan buckling. As LJC's got to just find his rhythm again. Trying to work off the jab there, floating like a butterfly and stinging like a Scottish bee in the summertime here is Josh Taylor at the minute. The Tartan Tornado continues to avoid punches and counters with a huge, huge right hand. We said that his counter punches in round 1 looked phenomenal, and he drops LJC to a knee, and then he also moonwalks on him. Wow, the disrespect. You've just been Michael Jackson. Incredible. Count of 5, and he's back up to his feet. Both men suffering a knockdown, both men getting back up at the count of 5. Big hit, big moment. And now for LJC, how does he find a way to recover? Oh, body shot again. It's one shot that drops him. And Amir Khan, we talked about his chin tonight. It's his ribs, it's his liver, it's his kidneys, which are on the verge of giving up on him. LJC again back up. 2 knockdowns in quick succession. And that is not what you want to see with Amir Khan. 20 seconds left of round number 2. And you got to be thinking Danny in the black here with Josh Taylor is going to be thinking one more will do it. The longest fight that we're going to see so far as we go into round number 3. Oh my goodness me. Big shots coming forward. LJC just rolling the shoulder back in time. But round 3 is where we go. Huge round for Josh Taylor. 10-7 in my books there. Amir Khan takes 1. Josh Taylor takes 2. Amir Khan, though, will not be thinking about the scorecards. He'll be thinking about the durability of his body. Be thinking about the durability of his midsection. Big shot low and high. And now Amir Khan going right into the war zone with Josh Taylor. This is not where you want to be. He's eating obscene amounts of damage. He knows he's got to retreat there, get that head health correct. Big right hand comes in again. Josh Taylor just trying to find the exact distance for that straight, perhaps. Big right hand now from Amir Khan. Avoids the uppercut. And now the right hand swinging in onto Amir Khan as well. LJC kind of pivoting, rotating around. Back into the middle of the ring. Big shots here. It's either of these two can knock the other out with how they're throwing. Of course, it was a kind of flash stun, a flash knockdown from Amir Khan in round number 1. And it was brutal body work in round number 2 from Josh Taylor. Continues, though, just to be an elusive figure. Josh Taylor, hard to hit. And hitting hard against Amir Khan. LJC almost seems to have frozen in this 3rd round. Isn't really getting a lot of shots off other than maybe the jab. A big straight there, though, knocks him off balance. Big double shot to the body, followed by the right hook. The right hook to the head. Another big kind of counter punch there down low. Josh Taylor eating a big shot, though, right back to him. Good level change there from Amir Khan, but LJC just needs to get out of there. It's a good sway. Just out of pocket he goes. I do like what maybe LJC is thinking about in this round. Just kind of get yourself back to working off that jab. use this as a recovery round almost where you're going to take limited damage and try and frustrate Josh Taylor. Try and frustrate Danny. Works off the jab, goes back low to the body here. Huge, huge shots. Big one upstairs, goes low. Big body shot again. I'll tell you. Amir Khan, I would probably say winning that round 10-9. I like that round from LJC. Certainly do. Felt like he was in control there. Josh Taylor getting that round in the AI's scorecards, though. I don't know about that. 10-8 for Khan and 1. 10-7 for Taylor and 2. I've got it the other way in round 3. I'm going to stick to my guns here and say that, for me, Amir Khan won that round 3. 10-9. Either or you could maybe give it either way. Avoiding each other's heavy hits, though, so far. Right hand continues to swing on through. Goes low to the body, but nothing there again. Oh, big body shot. Definitely a round in which Amir Khan needed. He got that stability back, didn't he? But if he goes and tries to kind of have a war inside of the pocket with Danny again in the black, then he may not live to tell the tale. He's got to be very smart here. Big shots down the center. Just need to see if Amir Khan can just find his bearings, because right now the head health and the swelling, especially on Amir Khan, is really, really bad. Big stun, and it's a light jab to the body that drops Amir Khan. It's not his chin today that's letting him down. It's the body durability. And we said 3 knockdowns could be enough tonight. It seems like it could well be. LJC is out of there. Around 10, well, not around 10, around 3, not, or around 4 knockdown with a 10 count there, just failing to be answered. He was micro centimeters away from getting that one done. I did like Josh Taylor, Danny's counter punching today, though, especially in that second round. It was sublime, but a debut victory for him, a round 4 knockout today for the Josh Taylor pick. And for Danny H, listen, I think this guy's going to be something special in that division. I really do. I think you often judge fighters based on their style. I like that counter punching style. I like that kind of whole essence of being hard to hit and being incredibly aggressive on the front step. Love that from Danny tonight. And I think for Danny, probably going to go for performance of the night so far. So again, that may change. He may lose that, but I like that. Just the leans, the way he handled the stun knockdown in round 1. I've seen many people in the last 3 cards eat a stun knockdown like that, and then their head will just fly off their shoulders, and they just will not be able to recover. Recovered well from it, gave some devastating body shots to LJC in round number 2, and then picks up the win in round number 4. A good fight there. And for LJC, moments in the fight, yes. Round 1 was a phenomenal round in terms of just using that speed of Amir Khan, but as he's learned today, Amir Khan, is he really the ideal pick in lightweight because of the durability, the health stats on his chin and body? I guess only he knows how he felt in there. But thank you so much again to Stoosh as well for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. We're 16 away now from 200 subs. So appreciate all of you. Appreciate all of you. And the corner's not happy. Indian corner saying, LJC, that is pathetic. What are you playing at? Just cost me a score at the bookies. Well, there you go. Costing his corner valuable pennies tonight. Unfortunate indeed. Up next, though, we go over to George and the American QXC, as I like to call him. Or I think it's QXC, BXC. I always get the first letter wrong. Of course, another interesting one because BXC Records was on the back of the biggest robbery we've ever seen. Lost that last fight out there to TreRobertsxn, who we all had watching up on the scorecards. He's 0-2. He'll be saying to himself, I may be 0-2, but I'm 1-1. I know I won that fight last time out. Tonight, though, similar stories what we saw earlier on. Both fighters winless, but one of these two tonight get themselves up and underway. Who gets their first win in this stacked and talented WBA division? George, of course, has had incredible opening rounds in his recent fights. I mean, when you go back to his debut in particular, I think he had an incredible fight where he was leading the charge, but effectively then in round 2 was knocked out by Charlie just because of his over-aggressiveness inside the ring. He's going to need to be careful here tonight. Please make sure as well that the record, or the the overalls are being respected. Cruiserweight tonight, the maximum here is 84 overall. I have no idea what overall Alexander Usyk is, but I doubt he's going to be 84. I don't know if he is or not, but again, George, if he isn't, then just go and tell him to flip to an 84, but there you go. Ain't at the required level. Unlucky matchup. We go again. Hey, listen, I'm sure LJC will be winning in no time, man. I'm sure. But, yeah. Of course, the fights, though, are on good haste so far. This fight not supposed to be until 7:45, so we're 10 minutes in time. Love that. Let's keep this going tonight. Let's keep this this flow of fights going, because again, we need that extra time for when eventually we go into the later periods of the card and we start to have those 20-25 minute wars which go the distance in decision. So there you go. It's going to be Lawrence Oakley. I can never say this guy's name still. Johnny Nelson we've seen. Lawrence Oakley we have seen once or twice before. So again, interested to see if that's maybe going to be the pick that Records finally brings the first win of his career back with. Of course, as well, for Records, appreciate you being here as always. We know he's from the United States, so again, early hours for the US guys to be here. Only about 2:45 p.m. local time on Eastern. For George as well, I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Up for work early tomorrow, so usually in bed and tucked in by 9 p.m. at night. So he'll be happy that he'll be able to get this one done and dusted here this evening. And it goes to show you, George, never ever panic. You were thinking this guy wasn't going to be here. He's here. I had people messaging me 2 hours ago saying that their opponent at 10 p.m. weren't responding to them. I don't care if your opponent is airing you 5 hours before your fights, gentlemen. We'll deal with it as it comes. No one has to reply to you 5 hours before the fight, especially when people are working. All right? Just remember that. Remember that. Well, listen. For George, it's all about how he carries himself in this fight tonight. Realistically, he usually has great opening rounds, but it's when he starts to get maybe overconfident, you could say. Maybe that's not the word. Not overconfident, but overcomplacent. He will lose grip. However, with Lawrence Oakley, BXC Records is a man that's dangerous. This is a guy that very much knows in his mind that he was robbed by the judges last week against TreRobertsxn. He is chasing for that rematch with TreRobertsxn. He absolutely demanded it after last time out. However, he's got to earn it. He's got to get back into the books of contendership. TreRobertsxn tonight involved in his own contendership battle. But for Oakley, for BXC Records tonight, it's all about getting your first win on the boards. There's Oakley there getting the little bit of warm-up he needs, a little bit of shaking here and there on the way.
Fighting out of the red corner from Sheffield, England. Here is the longest reigning world cruiserweight champion of all time, Johnny.
Did not know he's the longest reigning cruiserweight champion of all time. Didn't know. My boxing history, boxing history, historical knowledge is not good. It really isn't. It's terrible. So boxing purists watching this, I can only apologize. Alright, well, here we go then. Johnny Nelson against Oakley. Johnny Nelson in the white for George tonight. Oakley in the black and gold for the American BXC Records. And already a big shot there eaten by Records. He's got to be careful tonight. Again, Johnny Nelson, another one of those great fighters that we see often that has just got this kind of, I think, underappreciated speed for such a big man. You know what I mean? Cruiserweight is one under heavy in the sense of, you know, weight. When you're kind of floating around and zipping and zooming around the squared circle, you can often forget that these two are just absolute behemoths. Big right hand sends Nelson wobbling. No official rock or stun though. George Harnby on that block, almost kind of perplexed at what just hit him. Was it a human hand or an airplane? Big shot comes in again, as you can just see. Oakley is trying to find that reach, trying to get those power shots or those uppercuts in. I think definitely tonight we're going to see what Records has learned from that TreRobertsxn fight. It was such an intriguing fight in the sense that he controlled TreRobertsxn for so much of it, or so we thought. I think tonight he needs to make sure he doesn't fall into the trap of just going for huge power shots, because right now George is doing a fantastic job of getting in there, lighting him up with a couple of jabs, getting maybe the odd hook in there, and then just retreating. I like that from George tonight. He is fighting a boxer's fight. He does not want to get involved in a war and does not want to get involved in a slugfest here. Almost kind of confusing himself there as George is. He's just kind of backed away, looked at Oakley, looked at BXC Records and said, are you going to throw a punch? What are you doing here? Big shot comes in again, but again, with Johnny Nelson, just needs to keep his cool and calm. Big right hand comes in from Oakley. But, oh my goodness me, huge bombs, nuclear bombs from Oakley at the end of the round. And that has opened up light swelling on Johnny Nelson. I like the round from George. It's just he got a little bit close to the piranha there at the end. That's what it was. You go swimming in deep waters, and if you get too close to a shark, you're going to lose a leg. Nearly lost a leg there. That was dangerous from George after a very, very clean and I would say defensive round. But again, that's what George needs to do. He needs to get back in there and keep doing that. He needs to frustrate BXC Records. He needs to make BXC Records chase him. Because right now, Records with Okoli is happy to stand his ground, plant, and just kind of bait George towards him. And then that's when the power shots come out there. A good round for George. A great ending for BXC Records. George will take that round, in my opinion. But, again, it's a long way away from conclusion. 8 rounds tonight, don't forget this bout. Round number 2, up and underway. Round 2, of course, is the dreaded round in which George usually tastes defeat in. He needs to make sure tonight that he doesn't kind of overexert himself here after such a, again, composed and calm round number 1. Big left hands coming forward from Okoli. And that's what I'm talking about. Is Okoli now is getting more and more confidence. George eating a couple of big shots there. 3-piece combination again from Johnny Nelson, however. Off the jabs, and there you go. Big left hand swings on through again. Right hand sends the knees buckling of Johnny Nelson. Huge, huge, huge. Still comes forward. Johnny Nelson. Oh, throws that uppercut, does Okoli. Big, big one comes in there as well. Huge ones coming in here now. Body shot comes forward. Okoli just needs to kind of keep his calm here again. Just throwing a little bit too many power shots for me. Would like to see Records work off that jab and almost confuse George. George has set up tonight for those power shots. He's set up knowing what the fight style is going to be. And he knows tonight if he can just avoid getting hit, the accuracy of Okoli will not be enough to win this fight on the scorecards. Just again, continuing to back away, pokes that shoulder up nice and high. The Philly shell there, very much giving him protection. As Records tonight just looks like he can't even get a single bit of accuracy going if his life depended on it. Swing and a miss there with that right hand. And that's going to be the end of round number 2 in imminent moments. Again, a good round for George where he's avoided damage. And a round for George in which he's kind of got in. He's made that front 2-step mark onto Okoli. And he's just kind of gone out before anything could even leave him. A really, really nice round of boxing for George. And I think for me that puts him 2 rounds up to 0. For I don't know, they're saying as well on the in-game commentary that George there just got saved by the bell. I don't know what fight you're watching, Todd Grisham. I liked it. I liked it a lot there from George. I think that was, again, smooth. He's fighting defensive, which, again, some people may not like. Some people want guys to just walk in with their hands down and just have a power hook off. It's just not going to happen. George aware of the kind of fighter that he's going up against tonight and is handling himself well. And so far, he's 2 rounds up as well. So, has to be aware that the game plan is coming off brilliantly so far. For Okoli, listen, only 2 rounds down, yes, but you are approaching the territory now where you need to start maybe putting points on the board here in terms of confirmed round victories. How does he get round George? Does he need to try and find the movement of George and match it? Because again, this is the thing, if George moves into one of those power hooks, he will get stunned quite heavily. I thought that was an elbow there for a minute. I thought that was an illegal elbow thrown in by Okoli. Gave him a forearm, it felt like. George again staying on the outside, trying to work with that jab straight. But there's those body shots again. And so far, George happy to just sit there and tell the American, I'll sit on the outside all night if needs be. You're going to be the one that needs to come and get the points at some point. Great 4-piece combination there from George. Right hand is protected. Great movement again. George continuing just to be an obstacle in terms of being hard to be hit. He can't find consistent joy. George, though, oh my goodness me, eating 4 or 5 huge ones there. Commentator's curse. You talk about how he's so hard to be hit, and then he eats 3 or 4 lightning bolt uppercuts from Okoli. Still now, George has got to be careful and wary in case those power shots continue to come forward. Big shot again from Okoli, just being lined up, but just not in the range of that heavy strike. Tries to go low to the body himself. Once more does Okoli. Works off the jab now. This is the thing. The first time tonight we're seeing Okoli. We're seeing Records almost kind of work off that jab, but then goes right back to 3 or 4 huge body hooks, doesn't he? Still got to find a way, does Okoli. Still got to find consistency, does Okoli. It's been a better start to this round, but I'd be lying and saying if I think that's not a George round again. Maybe you could give him the round because of the 3 or 4 huge uppercuts, those power shots, maybe scoring a little bit more. But I hope again, Todd Grisham said that this fight needs to turn the tables in the next round. I really don't think George is losing the fight. I really don't think he is. I feel like maybe he lost that one because of the 3 or 4 uppercuts, but even then I wouldn't say that power shots landing equals round being won. We're going to get the first kind of AI scorecard update, and I'll tell you this much, I would be very, very shocked if they've given the majority of those 3 rounds to Okoli. I think 3-0 in my head, but I wouldn't be surprised at 2-1. Okoli is winning 2. Wow, Okoli's up 2-1. I just don't agree with that. I just don't agree with how the second round in particular, that was all George. Well, listen, if you're Records, you're going to be saying to yourself, well, the judges have me up at the minute. Does that spook George? Does that make George fight in a way almost where now he's got to pick up the ante a little bit himself? He won round 1 quite clearly. But since then, the judges say he hasn't done enough. Maybe it's the lack of power shots and too much of the jab. Who knows? But again, still plenty of time in this fight for him to come up with something magical. No stuns or knockdowns yet for either of these two men. However, that could come at any moment. Big shots coming again. The uppercut there just being teased. Okoli eats another big 1-2 down the pipe. Again, the counters from George tonight have been quite delightful. They have. Works off that jab once more. Off that left hand from Okoli. And now Okoli trying to match George's style. You see Okoli now just walking around, letting off those kind of simplistic 1-1-2, 1-1-2 kind of combinations. Just trying to kind of keep it short and sharp. Right hand there, though, sends George slightly tumbling again. As Johnny Nelson pokes up that shoulder once more and says the Philly show will continue to work as long as I see fit. Works off the 1-2 still. Johnny Nelson looking for that left hand. Sends Okoli into a little bit of a retreat. Right hand is good as well. I'm telling you, from George. Oh my goodness me. It's artillery shell strikes from Okoli at the end of the round again. Doesn't knock or drop Nelson, but it's that short burst of fury from Okoli that is absolutely helping BXC Records there. That's a great 3-piece once again. Do they think that he's taken the round once more? I think they probably would. I think those 3 huge shots may well give George something to think about. George has not got really any sort of visible damage onto the dome of Okoli yet, but I don't know. I still feel like he's won at least 2 rounds. I wouldn't be opposed to this being a 2-2 fight at the minute going into round 5. I think he's talking 3-1 or whatever. I just don't believe that. We have seen the judges can be deceptive before. We've seen the scorecards, you know, give Charlie the lead, and then by the time the fight ends, 2 out of 3 judges have given him the lead, and BXC Records is somehow losing the fight. It's such a dangerous game to go by these AI judges. Undisputed and the studio that have made Undisputed have absolutely coded in the judges being a fucking liability excellently. You never want to let this one go to the scorecards. Round 5 of a potential 8 here on the prelims tonight. George in his longest fight to date since his debut. Oi, big uppercut there onto Okoli. That's more like it. Big right hand, though. Right back from Okoli. And now you're sitting there and saying, Is George going to come out and be a little bit more aggressive this round because of those impending scorecards? Nelson does have decent power. O'Coley, though, will have more. Got to make use of that Nelson speed, in my opinion, to which George has been doing in and outside of the pocket for those opening kind of 4 rounds prior. Think as well, you know, for George, it's not so much about maybe getting the knockout tonight. It's about having a performance which signals improvement. I think you can definitely see that. Go back to George's first ever fight about a month ago. You're already seeing how well drilled he is looking compared to that first fateful night where we got that loss. Not against Charlie, but I think it was against... was it Savage? I can't remember who it was, but it's on the document somewhere. Big right hand comes in. Uppercuts again from O'Coley, continuing to suffer and cause distress onto Nelson. Off the jab straight here again. Big right hand comes on in. The jab continuing to fire on through. Rib shot there is wonderful. Big lefts and rights. That's probably the best flurry from George all night tonight. Huge, huge sequence. I think George knows here he's won this round. He just doesn't want to kind of eat too much damage to the point where he gets himself knocked down. A great round from George. Mixed in that kind of pitter-patter striking with some heavy shots. No doubts about that one for me. Johnny Nelson has to have got that round. Well, they're indicating that they gave that round to Johnny Nelson. About damn time, George would be saying. O'Coley, records for the first time in this fight tonight. Maybe feeling a little bit kind of privy to the knockout. Needed to be careful in the final 60 seconds of that round there. But it's a tight fight. It's a tight bout. It's, again, I would be interested to see what people watching this as well that are more boxing purists would score this. I really, really don't feel like we're in a position where I'm saying that George is being outclassed and outdone. I like what George has done in terms of staying outside of the pocket, but does that equate to points on a boxing scorecard? That's the ultimate question. Well, here we go then. A new round. A new objective once again for George and Records. Round 6 of a possible 8 here. As both of these two maybe about to experience another decision between them. Big right hand. Wow. Puts Johnny Nelson's head health into real danger and orbit. George allowing himself to recover though. Gets off that 1-2. Now goes back low to the body as well. Wow. Works off the double jab. Absolutely nothing there. 1-2 again. Beautiful hook that comes in. 1-2. Right hand still swinging forward. And now again the uppercut swings on in as well. I'll tell you this much. For absolute damn sure. I feel like George needs another round like we just saw in round 5. Where he kind of gets those power shots going. Doesn't need to be immediately. Maybe he saves that for round 7. Again, it's a durability round, as I like to call it, for George. Where he's just kind of keeping O'Coley modest. He's keeping on the back foot. Maybe kind of try and cause a little bit of anger, a little bit of frustration on O'Coley. Before then unloading the cannon in round number 7. O'Coley is well now responding with his own stiff couple of jabs. Kind of bobs and weaves underneath. Left hand is a dangerous weapon still for Nelson if he can time it. You can see as well, because O'Coley is moving to the right, the left hook would absolutely send him into orbit. Should he be able to get that? Big uppercuts there, whiffing and missing. Off the jab once again. Oi, right hand from O'Coley. Oh, big uppercut now from O'Coley. And that's the kind of shot that can win you the round in the dying embers. Round 6 goes to round 7. And Johnny Nelson, who has got that right swelling to deal with down here. That's going to be a target that if you're O'Coley, you're thinking about. The right eye swelling. the left hand, if your BXC Records, now needs to be loaded up on. And how is he going to be feeling? He was robbed on a decision last week. Is he going to be a little bit anxious going into another decision 10 days later? The first ever kind of Tuesday night boxing cards. He does not want to see himself be in a position where he's robbed on that kind of historic moment. But I tell you, right now he's got to get the momentum back in his favor. I feel like does Okoli. I feel like it could whoever wins this fight, it could honestly come down to who has the next kind of power punch heavy successful round. 58-56 to Johnny Nelson now. The judges have all given George the last 3 rounds in a row. So 2 points separate them going into this final 2 rounds. How will George now be feeling with that latest scorecard update? Oh, the uppercut sends him towering to the canvas. Absolutely out of nowhere. And I tell you this much, BXC Records could be in a huge bit of trouble now. A knockdown, if it's not responded back to, would be a 10-8 round. That is huge from George. The uppercut maybe in as a bit of a hit and hope. And now if you're George, you just go back to that defensive style that you've been based off of for the past 6 rounds. George doesn't need to chase this round anymore because he knows he's 10-8 up on the cards here. It is Okoli now that's got to be aggressive, and because Okoli has to be aggressive and he has to be a bit more power heavy, he's going to open himself up to some great counter opportunities which George can stun him with. A real shocking moment in the fight. The first knockdown here in round number 7. Huge uppercut, huge moment. Big lefts and rights here coming forward as we head to sub 60 seconds in this 7th round. George is staying deep with the spacing between the two of them. I don't blame him. Overhand comes in. Big right hands. The head health of Johnny Nelson, though, is really starting to feel it. Oh, the block going as well. Body shots here. Head health starting to have that exclamation point. Okoli not too far away from getting a knockdown himself, but round 7's going to end. George is going to take that 10-8 round. Huge round for Johnny Nelson. And there's only 1 round left. If you're Okoli, I've got to be honest with you. If you're BXC Records, you have to go for the knockdown. You have to go for the knockdown here. You've got to go for the knockout. You have to finish your opponent. I mean, this is now where you just leave it all in there. You're either going to lose in round 8 or lose by decision. Does he believe he's leading on the scorecards? That could be another factor. Intriguing. 8th and final round. Both of these two tonight, 0-2. And it could come down to maybe who gets the first knockdown of this round or who plays this round the smartest. George already kind of going into retreat mode. Oh, left hand from Okoli! And this is now not what George wants to see. Can BXC Records get the knockdown here? George, great defensive prowess. Overhand swings on in, survives. The heavy hits from Okoli. BXC Records not able to answer back with his own knockdown here in round number 8. That is big from George. Stays on his feet, stays conscious, and stays in the lead on the cards. Oh, big bop there from Okoli as well again. Just poking his shoulder up is George. He wants that Floyd Mayweather performance tonight. The Philly show has been alive all night long. He knows that there's absolutely every possibility that he can go forward tonight and win this fight for the first time in his career. Oh, right hand comes in again. Okoli now has to swing for the fences. The block of George, by the way, probably at 50%, if not less. That is absolutely torn to shreds. And Okoli just probably regaining stamina as he gets ready for the final charge. The final kind of bit of boxing for his night here tonight on an incredibly stacked prelim card. It's one of the great fights that these two have put on, I must say. And it's looking likely to be 2 decision losses in a row here tonight for BXC Records. A great defensive performance from George, but the fight here is over. And now it's down to the judges. And it's Johnny Nelson who takes it. Can't disagree with that one. I loved how George used his defensive prowess tonight to get that first victory. Avoided the power punches. And I think he knew. The jackpot lottery noises went off in his brain tonight when he heard and saw that knockdown happen in round number 7. 77-74 from all the judges here tonight. George wins it to get his first victory for BXC Records again. I would say it wasn't as good of a performance of what we saw from BXC Records as last week against Charlie, but I do think it's probably the best performance so far that we've seen from George. And I think George tonight is going to get my performance bonus taken away from Danny there. I'll just put J. Nelson. I don't know who that is. But yeah, loved it. Real kind of vibes of Floyd Mayweather there in that one. Loved how he kind of controlled the space and worked his defense. Top tier. Really nice from George, and a great first win, to say the least. Up next then, we're going to go over to another one, a big one between Daichi and Dat Boy CJ. Daichi coming in today with a 1-1 record. Dat Boy CJ equally as well with a 1-1 record. Both of them winning on their debut and then losing last time out tonight. The 14th and the 15th best fighter in the WBC rankings will face off to see who can make a break for that top 10 placement. Let's go over and up to it. Daichi and Dat Boy CJ. What a fight this one is set to be, if they're ready and if they're set to go. That's the big thing. So Daichi and CJ, just let me know. Let me know. 2 seconds. Cool. Alright, where are we? Are we good? Okay, no worries. Hey, you're all good. You're all good, fellas. You're all good. Yeah, I got the link. Again, you're all good. So we're pretty much in perfect time anyway. No, Daichi, you're all good. He's just dropped me it now. Absolutely. We're here. We're set and we're ready. Okay. Oh, good. Dimitri Bivol. I'm still... Dude, the jury's out for Bivol. I can't lie. I'm not a Bivol fan. Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Calzaghe, we've seen look phenomenal. Bivol. I don't know, dude. I don't know about Bivol. I really don't. Well done, George. You put everyone to sleep. There you go. Well... Blaze not happy with that one. I'd hurt you on tennis, by the way. Wow. Linear footwork. Incredible. Absolutely. Well, hey, listen. It works for Floyd. Ignore them, George. Use your footwork and use your evasive behavior to get the job done. That's boxing at the end of the day. You can't win, man. You're either getting mocked for being a crotch sniffer on UFC or mocked for running around in boxing. Here we go. Calzaghe in the black trunks with the Welsh flag for Daichi. Bivol, of course, in the black and red for the American. Dat Boy CJ. Both of them disappointingly in their last time out getting a loss, but both of them tonight feeling like this is the perfect springboard opportunity back to get a victory and to, again, ascend into those top 10 of the rankings. Right hand comes on it. Oh, look at this. 2 big shots there to the temple of Bivol. Works off the jab as well. But so far, Calzaghe sponging both big shots. This is the thing. It's a complete contrast to the fight we just saw, because right now, Calzaghe is walking into danger every single time. CJ just letting those kind of power hooks fly at the minute. And that's what you got to do. When you see that power hook come in, just work off that stiff jab of Calzaghe and knock him off balance. You have to kind of look for the animation effectively. That's what you're noticing now. Whenever the power shot comes in and you jab, it sends him stammering. I think that's definitely what he's looking for. Big shot to the body as the right hand comes on in from CJ once more. Head health of Bivol already not looking in a great place. Calzaghe just out of reach there with that power hook. The jab continues to swing on through as well. Just have to think, if you are CJ, you've seen how Bivol has kind of underperformed in these recent cards. What is his main strength for you? Especially against Calzaghe, who's heavy, who's speedy, who can be lightning fast on his day. But so far, I think definitely you look at that round and you say both of them will be happy. I think you'll be happy if you're Calzaghe in terms of how you've responded to those power hits. I think if you're CJ, you're probably more than happy with how the first kind of 60 seconds of the round began. It all just depends on what the scorecards say more than anything. Of course, as well, when you think about Bivol in real life, this guy has got laser focus in terms of how he performs and how he fights in those championship kind of Grand Slams. But I mean, he just needs to find his rhythm against Calzaghe here. Calzaghe is so much more dominantly taller, so much more wider than Bivol. Bivol looking like he should be in the weight class lower. Oh, big shots. Look at this. 4 or 5 right hands in a row. That boy CJ saying, I'm going to absolutely load the right hand over and over and over and over and over. And it's continuing to clock and hit Joe Calzaghe here. And again, that boy CJ may not get too many plaudits from the boxing purists with how he's fighting tonight. Will only care about getting results and victories. But so far, his boxing has resorted to just power hooking with the right hand. Calzaghe's got to be a little bit more smarter. He's got to let that durability and that head health come back, and then he has to fight back against Calzaghe. Or against Bivol with Calzaghe, should I say. Again, it's annoying, granted. But when you see what he's doing, it's easy to counteract it. Stay on the outside, work off that jab, throw that jab in when the power hook comes in. Make him miss. Use that head movement to get around the hook and then go over an uppercut. Go for that flash KO if you really need to be. Still walking down. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, Jesus. Hell almighty. It's the right hand from Bivol again. The head health of Bivol, though, is in a little bit of trouble. That's how much damage and power Calzaghe can bring. And Bivol, again, just trying to maybe circle round and survive the end of this round number 2, especially when he's seeing how much damage is being done here to him. I tell you, right now, a little bit too linear, a little bit too one-dimensional from CJ. It's definitely not a boxing purist's dream. Bivol and CJ saying to themselves, if the right hand ain't broke, then why stray away from it? It's 4 or 5 just huge hooks every single time. But Calzaghe needs to keep working off that jab and do what he did to Bivol at the end of round number 2, which is to force him into the corner and get that head health nice and red. You could see CJ was aware of how much damage was incoming because he was just effectively shelling up and just running backwards to get to the corner at the end of the round. Again, that stamina. Look how low the stamina gets for Bivol when he throws those power hooks in as well. Whenever that power hook comes in for Bivol, he's of course letting 33% of his stamina off. That's why Bivol's retreating backwards. Because after he throws these 4, 5, 6 heavy right hands, he's completely out of juice. Goes back low to the body as well. Brilliant and beautiful work. Hey, little jab there sends him. Once again, more right hands. Avoids that one. Tries to go low. Once more avoids the right hook. And now, oi, continues to go with the right hand as well. Joe Calzaghe just can't get sucked into the Bivol style of this fight. We've seen it before. Oh, well, out of effectively an anticlimactic move. I felt like Calzaghe was just about to shake that one off. It was just going to be a slight wobble, but the first drop here tonight. And it's Daichi who has hit the canvas and tasted the canvas first. How pissed off will he be with what he's having to fight against here? It is effectively a power hook right hand fest from the Bivol pick here tonight. But it has given him the round at least 10-8 to Bivol. The block of Bivol is low though. Calzaghe and Bivol 28-28. Calzaghe winning the first 2 rounds according to the judges. That should give you confidence if you're Calzaghe. Don't get sucked into his game. Just keep on doing what you did in the first 2 rounds. For CJ, how long and how often can this right hand fest go? And you can see Calzaghe trying to lean backwards and stay out of the way, but isn't completely out of the way. Was eating some big shots there. Continues to go low to the midsection of Bivol. Right hands coming in again. Now they're just throwing. And like I said, I think Daichi has just lost his composure and lost his head a little bit. He is just having a storm slugfest with his opponent here tonight. And Bivol, who is just quicker with those power shots, is getting the better of Daichi and Calzaghe. He cannot continue to sit in the pocket with Bivol for too much longer. He can't do it. He can't. A minute and 23 left of round number 4. As Daichi will have to try and find a way to avoid another knockdown. One more knockdown, you're probably going to be saying to yourself, it's a CJ fight here tonight. Goes low to the midsection. Little jab upstairs there. Tries to hook the body. Bivol sent staggering backwards again. Head health of Bivol is currently on. Oh, orange, and that's a big left hand from Calzaghe. And now here comes the chase from Daichi. Daichi swinging for the fences here. Can he find success? The answer is no, he can't. Bivol's durability there coming clutch. Right hand now coming in from Bivol. And it's another big one from Calzaghe, which slumps Bivol into the corner. And that is huge. He answers back with his own knockdown. And that's going to feel like justice, vindication. Vindication? Vindication. Can't even speak. Vindication. Christ, I'm having a stroke for Daichi. I tell you who else is having a stroke. Joe Calzaghe. How many fucking hits to the head he's taken. He's going to be seeing fucking ice cream vans and unicorns in the crowd here tonight. Big right hands again. More and more. He's got to get out of there. Does Daichi. 5 or 6. And he's just gone in too quickly again. Needs to let that head health recover. If I'm him. Take a leaf out of George's book there. Swings on round into the center of the ring once more. And just plants himself there correctly. Big right hand again. Bivol continuing just to let those hands go. Just can't get in range. Can Calzaghe. Big left hand though. Comes in. It's about whose power shot would connect first when those two came in. Body shot is great. Uppercuts now coming in from Calzaghe. And again, Daichi is just needing to kind of get that shift away from Bivol's right hand. The block there doing its job. Daichi with 1 minute and 20 seconds left knows he needs a kind of big sequence here. Good shimmy and shift there. Avoids all that pressure from Bivol. Another big right hand comes on in. Swings forward with that. Followed by that left jab. And again, more. Oh, does the net code. Hello? I don't know who's connected with what there. It's just a camera flash. That could have been the right hand of Bivol or maybe one of the counter shots of Calzaghe, but Bivol's stamina, of course, down to around about 65% because of how many power shots he's launched in. Good news for him is that there's only 3 rounds left after this one. Right hand again. Bivol not able to continue now to get that frequency of the right hand in. Big shots to the body here from Calzaghe. That's huge. But round number 5 comes to an end. The right hand still being serviced. How will Daichi feel on that one? He is itching to get going. He's itching to get back in there. Round 6 of a potential 8 here. And Daichi continuing to just eat that big right hand. He's got to be aware that after the second right hand, Bivol's stamina is effectively at 0. When he throws that second right in a row, he's there for the taking. It's just about if you have the confidence to avoid it and get in there with your own shot. You get that perfect counter shot, you can knock him down. Big right hand comes in again on Calzaghe. Head health and swelling on Bivol now is a concern. Great little move there. Just on the inside, gets the hook off. It's fantastic. Right hands, body shots, but Calzaghe has eaten a big hit here from Bivol. And now Bivol's on the chase. Can Calzaghe's block continue to survive this? And the answer is yes, it can. Fantastic defense there from Daichi, from Calzaghe. Goes low to the body again. Right hands. Oh, Calzaghe is down. And is he going to be down for the count, though? Round 6. It's the 3rd knockdown of his night. And usually 3 knockdowns is where you start to say it's going to get a little bit too hard to get up. 7 count, though, is what he gets back up at. Big moment. Big moment. Calzaghe here. Stuck already inside that corner. 30 seconds left of round number 6. Just got to think if Bivol wants to kind of go super aggressive here in the final 15 seconds or not. I think he's happy with this. Oh my goodness me, never mind. I thought he was going to be happy with it. Here they go, slugging here in the middle of the ring. Are we going to see one more knockdown? No, we're not. Round number 6. Hey, after the bell, Bivol. After the bell. Holy shit. Cricket back to the dome there. Round number 7. And so far, Bivol is up 57-55. 2 rounds left for Calzaghe to rescue this one from the clutches of defeat. It only takes 1 knockdown. And the card starts to swing back in your favor. Right hand again. Oh, my goodness me. Bivol, again, just out of stamina massively there. Right hand comes in again. And now we're at 50% or even lower for stamina on Bivol's side of things. Calzaghe, though, eats another big couple of hits. He's got to try and survive this one. Daichi eating another big 2 hands, but just gets out of dodge quick enough. Still not fully recovered, and now has his wits back about him. Right hand still comes on in, but nothing really there to write home about. Calzaghe continuing just to sit and lean backwards to the side here. Right hand again comes on through. Another big one, Calzaghe. Oh my goodness me, the damage that he's absorbing. Bivol teeing off here. The Welshman could be in big trouble. Works off the double jab. The right hand still whiffing. Those power strikes have been lethal, but they have not been accurate. They are hit and hope artillery strikes for Bivol tonight. Another stun. Daichi is just eating shot after shot here. Incredibly, he's still staying up on his feet. Again, eats a big shot. Daichi, is he going to go down here? No, he's not. Bivol, though, is being instructed to move away because there's been a problem with Calzaghe's eye. Can he continue? Yes, he can, but it's onto that left eye of Calzaghe, which of course comes from that right hand of Bivol. And again, right into him. The right hook spam has been unrelenting, but we're going to go into a new round, a new set of scorecards to potentially look at. But again, for Bivol tonight, for that boy CJ, it's not been a boxing performance to look back on. Oh, with pride, but it's a big body shot instead. Bivol down. And is CJ in trouble here in round number 8? The body shot's finally coming off. It's a 6 count. And now how aggressive does Daichi take this one? Great timing. As the stamina was low, Bivol's body was targeted. And now here we go again, swinging for the fences. The body health of Bivol is in the trenches. Bright red, that is there. And I think if you're CJ, you're probably going to try and play this one defensive now. Just take this one by the scorecards. That knockdown would have panicked you, would have worried you. He is absolutely on his bike here. He isn't even interested in boxing. Look at him. Holding the block and just getting himself going. Shots here upstairs again. Daichi, couple of big body shots himself. The block has survived quite well for Daichi. Oh, but he's knocked him down. Oh, my goodness me. That's huge. And now that boy CJ could be in huge trouble. Could it be a round 8 victory? Yes, it is. It's a huge, huge body knockout victory for the man tonight that was down, I think probably at least by about 4 or 5 points. Joe Calzaghe with an eye that looks like a fresh tomato. Look at that. His eye is completely out of action, out of commission. And I think that's one of those types of victories tonight. If you're Daichi, you are roaring at the top of your lungs at in your room because you have had to deal with one of the most annoying styles in Undisputed. It is a huge body shot victory that wins it 68-63, 67-64, 67-64. Joe Calzaghe, Daichi needed it after those last 3 rounds. And for that boy CJ tonight, he's going to be devastated with that one. Was on the verge of winning the fight, but just ate too many body shots in the end. And Daichi gets that one over the line. I tell you, you're going to be proud of that one tonight. You're going to be proud of that one, especially with how you've had to deal with the adversity of those body shots and the adversity of that kind of fight style. Congratulations to him indeed. What a moment for Daichi there. Big. Thank you, Gaz, as well, for the tier 1 resub as well. God bless. Well, listen, up next then, we're going over to Rossetti and Lewis 19. Both of these two making their debuts tonight again as well. Excited to see what they can do. Both of them in the UFC Octagon, more grapple heavy. But tonight, this should be good. This should be good because effectively, we've seen Rossetti improve his boxing inside the Octagon. We need to see Lewis improve his boxing inside the Octagon. Is the Undisputed Boxing Ring the perfect place to do it? That's the big question. Of course, records online, Lewis 0-1. Rossetti's record online, a perfect 7-0. He has been sparring with some great names as well. The Doctor, for example, for all you UFC veterans, will know his sparring partners there. But listen, Rossetti tonight, going with Jorge Linares, Carl Frampton for Lewis 19. Can Lewis get his boxing career, his undisputed career, off to a roaring start? That is the big question that we have waiting for us. Of course, for Rossetti as well, he too will have some high aspirations of potentially going for the top prizes in the boxing ring, in the boxing world. But you start tonight against Lewis 19. What can you do against Lewis 19? Here we go, up and underway. Jorge Linares, Carl Frampton. Black and, well, I mean, they're both in black and gold, aren't they? I mean, yeah, you can see it. Linares on the trunks for Rossetti. Frampton on the trunks for Lewis 19. Rossetti with Linares will absolutely be the favourite here tonight. But as we've seen in Undisputed, there is no such thing as a confirmed victor. There's always going to be twists and turns in each bout. And that's going to be definitely something tonight that maybe if you're Lewis 19, you rely on. Toasty, Rossetti, whatever you know him as, so war ready with how kind of many spars he's been doing. He took his time before entering in for this card. Wanted to make sure he was absolutely at peak performance for Lewis 19. Listen, he's got a great kind of corner behind him in the UFC world of things, the likes of RNG Mellon and co. Reese 170 as well, be another great boxer. But again, one of those tonight where you just have to think and say to yourself, if you're Carl Frampton, if you're Lewis, what kind of style do you take on against Rossetti? Do you try and go for frustration and power hook him into oblivion? Do you try and go for a defensive style like George? What kind of way do you want to establish yourself as a undisputed boxer? Of course, as well, when you think of Linares, as we've seen in recent weeks, again, very speedy, and especially for this weight class as well, incredibly powerful. People often forget that Linares packs a wild hit, and you can already see that. Well, I can see that. I don't have my cameras in the way, but the head health of Carl Frampton inside round number 1 is not in a good way. That is going to be something that Rossetti is going to be happy with, and I think Rossetti there has taken that first round quite categorically. 10-9 to the Linares pick, to the Rossetti pick. So, the question now, if you are Carl Frampton, is what the hell do we do? What kind of direction are you going to take this fight in? Do you just meet aggression with aggression? Do you just try and have this kind of round 2 as a fact-finding round, an analysis round, where effectively you limit your damage and you just live to fight another day? Carl Frampton is in huge trouble. Head health is low. Block is effectively gone. But somehow, some way, Lewis 19, I thought he survived, but he takes a knee. It is a crucial left hand from Jorge Linares, which drops down Lewis 19. A 5 count there is answered, but for Lewis, he just looks lost in the trenches tonight, man. He is swimming with sharks. He does not know how to answer the call of Rossetti. There's points in time where he's just walking backwards and blocking. He is lost out there. He needs guidance. He needs someone telling him when to make that forward step, when to make that initial kind of entry shot, when to create the angle. Because right now, he is just hitting and hoping. That's what I can really tell you. Big body shot comes in from Linares. Big shots again now as Carl Frampton answering back. Big uppercut comes in from Lewis, which is nice. 55 seconds. Does he feel like he needs to chase this knockdown back? If he does, he lives in a dangerous world because it just takes one counter shot from Rossetti to put you on your ass. 35 seconds left of round number 2. And Lewis, for the majority of proceedings here, has been chasing shadows. He really has. Oi. Bops him there with a jab. Rossetti still comes forward as well. Big shots. Oh, Rossetti goes down with 5 seconds to go. A counter shot there. Brilliantly timed by Lewis. That is exactly what he needed. He won't know how, why, or where that's come from. All he'll care about is that it's happened. What a round. And of course, because of the knockdown being equalized, it'll probably be a 10-9. I still think it'll be a 10-9 to Rossetti, though. Still coming forward again. For Rossetti, does he just have to go counter? Definitely Lewis with Frampton at the minute being the more of the aggressive. How does that work for him with that head health being so low? I don't know why he's done it. Low shots to the body now. Frampton in big trouble. Can he survive this stun? It seems that he will. Rossetti not able to get the chase down activated. And in response, now it's Carl Frampton that has the position of power here to sit there and just bop away if he wishes to. The damage, though, to Frampton's face is quite something. The block is gone on Frampton. The head health is gone on Carl Frampton. Lewis 19 is only in round 3. He has got to survive another 5 rounds in there tonight if he wants to be able to kind of get out there with a victory by decision. Right hook clips him again. Linares still chasing him down. Uppercuts coming in, lefts and rights. Rossetti wants a knockdown. Will he get one? Is the answer. The answer, though, is no. Great resistance and resiliency once more from Lewis 19. No issues there whatsoever. But he is stuck again. He's defending. He has got no real source of attack and output. Left hand now as the head health continues to be worked. The block here is low. Rossetti can't get close enough without the push being activated. The rights and the left and the stun and the knockdown there. If you're in his corner, you got to throw the towel in because this man's face is almost kind of just smashed in to into mashed potato. He is not looking like he is going to look like a normal human being after this one. And get up at 9 for Rossetti. It is a dominant round, and it's a round that he'll win on the scorecards. And Linares looking fresh as can be. Slight cut above the bridge of the nose. But it's Carl Frampton on the right of your screen, who just looks like he's been run over by a car at this point. Look at it. He's got a bruise all over his face. His face is just one big bruise at this point. Completely in disarray as the swelling on Frampton as well is now up to bright orange. The doctor may come in here and stop this one. He really may well do. Linares still chasing him on down. Frampton almost firing cannons from distance and hoping. Lefts and rights coming again. The block is in such a bad way as well. The block is at about 20%. He's going to break that block with one jab hook effectively is Rossetti.
Nice counter punch right up the middle.
Still moves forward the left hand as well. Big one goes over. Clips him again. The right hand's big. Body shots coming in. Rossetti thinking about a round 4 victory tonight. But again, the determination from Lewis to kind of survive the stun and retreat is big. Continues to throw that right hand in, and this would be one of the comebacks of the century tonight if Lewis 19 could get a counter shot in which knocks and drops Rossetti. Imagine. Right hand again comes forward. Oh, and Linares, for what feels like his 15th stun of the fight, has finally again knocked down Carl Frampton. This has got to be it here. It's going to be so difficult to get up. His face, look at his face for Christ's sake. It's just one big large bruise. And tonight it has ended before the judges need to get involved, before the doctor needs to get involved. That is a man that needs just a huge ice pack on his face at this point. Look at that. It's just one big bruise. That is the most disgusting shit I've ever seen. The swelling was in bright orange as well. But for Rossetti tonight, in control, took charge of not only the tempo, but of the power in this matchup, and looked pretty damn good tonight. It's probably one of the best kind of boxing performances you'll see from Rossetti across both Undisputed and UFC 5. A round 4 victory for him here this evening.
One time for the gringos.
Big. Congratulations to him. Thank you as well for the follow to J Dime. Wow, it's J Dime. Wow, I'm a big fan, Jay. Big fan. Oh, well, you forget something, Winner. You need measurers. What are you measuring at this hour? You never stop. Wow. 17 power punches out of a total of 252 landed. Well, there you go. Welcome to Undisputed Boxing. Up next, listen, everyone's favourite Welshman steps into the ring again. TreRobertsxn against the new coming 1-2 God. I mean, listen, if you're a man of patterns, I mean, so far, 6 fights tonight, 5 red corner victories. If you're 1-2 gods, I mean, you're going to be rubbing your hands and saying this is where the blue corner dominance starts. Of course, 0-0 is 1-2 God as he makes his debut today. TreRobertsxn, of course, coming in tonight as a 1-0 competitor. Big question marks about whether TreRobertsxn should be 1-0 or not after that kind of controversial robbery by the judges last week when he effectively beat BXE records. But listen, once it's logged and once it's there, it's there. Boxing as a sport, absolutely one of those where you never want to go near in terms of having it go the distance. TreRobertsxn risked it all with that and got rewarded in the highway robbery type fashion. Wins today, he'll be 2-0 in the WBA and will be able to maybe make that move towards Lucky's WBA Championship of the World. 1-2 God, however, will be saying that tonight he will be putting the division on notice and letting people know that he is absolutely one of the dangerous names to look out for in this division. Of course, records for ranked, if you want to take anything from that, 9-0, perfect for 1-2 God, is 6-2 online record for TreRobertsxn. Thank you so much as well to Crazy Sticks for the follow as well. Welcome in here, fellas. Welcome in. Didn't want to be a power punch band when I got this, so I'll limit the amount I use. Well, I mean, you're training with guys like Doc, so I mean, if there's ever a good person in terms of Doc or Winter or guys like that to spar with to get you out of those habits, it's those two. So, yeah, I mean, a good performance, man. I said the way that you controlled it was decent. But for now, listen, enough about you. All focus turns to TreRobertsxn and 1-2 gods. Let's see. I still think that's the most horrendous. The Tartan Tornado. You couldn't think of anything just cooler than the Tartan Tornado, could you? No? Brilliant. Sergio Martinez, who's been used on that main card so often in the last couple of cards on Undisputed for TreRobertsxn in the black and red. Josh Taylor, though, in that checkered green and purple. Again, 1-2 God said tonight that he would be putting the division on notice. He wanted to make his debut next week. The opportunity arose to make his debut this week, and he took it with both hands. after CharJ's original opponent, JM, or the man that we know as Monkey, pulls out due to various circumstances. Of course, the opponent may change for CharJ in the red and black, but the objective does not. You need to win today. You need to go to 2-0 today in this division to make a move towards that WBA Championship of the World. Again, 2 divisions on Xbox, a expert division, the WBC, and the intermediate/beginner division of the WBA. And I tell you what, so far, 1-2 God may well be putting CharJ on notice. Maybe putting CharJ on a bit of fraud watch here as the body shot snatched the life and oxygen away from Sergio Martinez. Down goes Martinez in round number 1. And CharJ already having to answer the count of the referee. He'll be saying, I'm up, ref, but your bow tie is still shit. Let me fight, let me bang. Here we go. 51 seconds left of round number 1. But so far, Josh Taylor, 1-2 God, is very much living up to the promise that he gave before the card began here tonight. CharJ is on the back foot with 7 more rounds to effectively fight here. He's going to need to pull something out of his behind, because right now it is a one-way show, courtesy of Josh Taylor. Or should I say, the Tartan Tornado. Big shot again. CharJ pushing it backwards, looking to survive the round here, the Welshman. Big shots again. Can he get him down? Yes, he can. CharJ takes the knee, punches the canvas in fury, and now he's got to get up again. CharJ is in a world of confusion and a world of hurt. 2 knockdowns in 1 round. That's a 10-7 round. It's a 1-2 God making his debut here tonight. A whirlwind performance, a whirlwind start from 1-2 God. Josh Taylor looking like he is the real deal against Sergio Martinez. We said he's a fan favorite. Him, Amir Khan. To be fair, Sergio Martinez has got a lot of fan usage as well. So people have used him quite often in that main card in recent weeks. Don't forget as well, tonight's main card, including a couple title fights. Main event, SB9 versus WinterxJ for the IBF Championship of the World. That's our PC division. Lucky 13 defended the WBA Championship of the World against Stanex. That should be a great fight as well. A slugfest indeed. Right hand onto CharJ's dome again. Sergio Martinez. How much more can he take? This has been a breathtaking performance tonight. Only 2 rounds, but it's been 2 rounds of sheer class from 1-2 God. CharJ, though, is going to get up. He refuses to quit. He's got the heart of a champion, the resilience of a champion. But at some point, he's going to need to start thinking about whether or not he can actually win this fight. He's eaten so many shots, he's going to be thinking that he's on the bike aisle of Toys R Us. He doesn't even know there's a boxing fight going on right now. He's ordering a Big Mac at McDonald's somewhere in his head. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Big shots again to the left and right of Josh Taylor. First time he's taken some subsequential damage from his aggressive style. The block of CharJ has coped well, but it's the head health and the swelling that is absolutely giving him concern. Josh Taylor continues just to circle round, goes back into the middle of the squared circle here. Tries to go low. Nothing there as of yet. Just needs to think, does CharJ. I would say go into round 3, take that recovery in the corner for a little bit and just go again, because right now, at the start of each round in particular, Josh Taylor is lighting you on fire. Big kind of wobble of the legs there, though, for Josh Taylor at the end of round 2. For now, you'd have to say still Josh Taylor leading the way quite considerably, quite comfortably. CharJ, though, will have to take his small victories. The small victories include the wobble of the legs at the end of round number 2. Third round of a potential 8, as the Welshman CharJ looks to mastermind one of the greatest comebacks in boxing history, let alone VFL history. If the man in red and black here wins tonight, you'd be asking yourself, how the hell did Josh Taylor let this one go and let this one slip? Steven Gerrard-esque if he loses this one here. Continues, though, to fire in a big left and right. Josh Taylor just getting his hands moving nicely, but then again, a little wobble of the ankles here and there for Josh Taylor. Goes low to the midsection again. Big left hand comes in. Oi! I tell you what, Sergio Martinez. I said he looks like an Argentine plumber, but he hits like a brick shit house. He's going to need to try and find a way to considerably get the respect of Josh Taylor, because right now Josh Taylor, 1-2 God, is not afraid of just walking Martinez down and just letting his hands do the business. It's probably been the least active round for Josh Taylor in terms of strikes connected, but he's done so much damage already. Does he really need to be uber aggressive as we saw in those opening 2 rounds as well? Big right hand coming in from TreRobertsxn again, who now continues to lever him backwards with that big right hook. Uppercut there, whiffing into the sky as well. Just need to see tonight if TreRobertsxn can really meet that criteria. If he could win here, with how this fight started, he'd be right up there as the next contender for Lucky's championship gold. But for 1-2 God, first 2 rounds, very impressive. Does he now turn the ante up again going into round number 4? TreRobertsxn there nearly having his legs wobbled at the end of round 3. But again, that's a TreRobertsxn round for the first time this evening. More dominant that we can remember. However, the Josh Taylor pick on the AI scorecards, getting that one 10-9. I don't know about 10-9 for that one. I like TreRobertsxn in that round. I felt like TreRobertsxn was more in control, more forward moving. But, I mean, hey, to each their own. Judges saying this one was a 10-7, 10-8, and 10-9 round in order of round 3 backwards to Josh Taylor, 2-1-2 God. Big shot there to the midsection again. Sergio Martinez has got to watch out for those body shots. The block as well starting to really take a little bit of damage. Another slight wobble here as Josh Taylor now has a fight on his hands. Seems like TreRobertsxn took 2 rounds to wake himself up. Has he conceded too much damage, though, in terms of durability and health to survive this frenzy? Josh Taylor right back in with a right hand of his own. Definitely seems to have alternated his style. Definitely seems to have earned the respect of Josh Taylor as well. On 1-2 God. Big right hand. No stun there. Would have loved a flash, wouldn't he? But again, the right hand comes on in again. Big shot to the body. Just would like to see Josh Taylor go back to that kind of working off the jab, almost like we saw in the first round for periods as well. Just kind of jab, jab, power hook to probably get him of that. Again, Martinez showing the signs of battle here on his face as well. Blood now splurting from every orifice on his body. Well, hopefully not every orifice, but you know what I'm trying to say. On his face, at least. Goes low to the midsection again as Josh Taylor just needs to try and find a way to get himself that knockdown. I think he'll be saying to himself, well, 1-2 gone with Josh Taylor. One more knockdown is all it's going to take. A good round again from TreRobertsxn, who has found his feet. I don't care what anyone says. Definitely, the last 2 rounds have been an improvement from the first 2 rounds. However, he may well still feel like he is low down on the scorecards because of those early dominant rounds. Big shots coming in again from Josh Taylor here in round number 5. Continues to pepper the left and right hands. Oh, there's some big shots from Sergio Martinez. That's more like it. TreRobertsxn getting himself involved in the action now. Throwing shots to the body. Look at this second wind that Sergio Martinez has there. Swinging but unable to get the knockdown on Josh Taylor. The Tartan Tornado clearly showing signs of kind of resiliency that we've never seen before. An incredible flurry of strikes from Martinez, but no dice from TreRobertsxn to get that knockdown. But it will be a huge, huge moment in the fight as he again gets another victory in the points column for me in this one. Big shots in. Josh Taylor stunned again. Pushes him backwards. TreRobertsxn, who was woken up since the end of round 2, is now trying to come forward and get that knockdown for the first time tonight. Big shots upstairs. And again, Josh Taylor, 1-2 God's defense just proving too good. Sergio Martinez now eating a big body shot into the headshot upstairs. The level change is magnificent. Just got to think here, does Josh Taylor find a stun in the final 26 seconds, or does he go back to his corner into round number 6 with maybe a little bit of concern on the mind. 10 seconds left of round number 5. TreRobertsxn has done well to cope with this compromised block and head damage for 3 rounds in a row now. But will he feel like he's making edgeways back into this fight? End of round 5. Round 6 on its way. No update on the judges' scorecards as of yet, much to the disdain of both fighters. Will absolutely kind of alternate how you fight when you see those judges' scorecards. For TreRobertsxn, I can't help but still feel like he needs a knockdown to really get his confidence soaring here. Great body shots from TreRobertsxn there to start the round up again. It's a really fast-paced fight as we've gone into these kind of final 2 or 3 rounds here. TreRobertsxn sends him wobbling again. Hang on a minute. Uppercut there is just sent forward again. TreRobertsxn not able to kind of get that one landed in though. Josh Taylor swinging from distance now with that left hook and right hook. Alternatively, it just does feel now like Josh Taylor doesn't feel like he's completely free to go back into the pocket against the Welshman. Definitely a danger zone. Body shot there comes in once more from TreRobertsxn. Big right hand swings on forward. Still alive as well. Big 1-2s. Kind of ducking underneath here. Round number 6 with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining on the clock. As Josh Taylor continues to eat more and more big heavy shots. No signs of a stun though, unlike the previous round for TreRobertsxn. Will that be a factor of concern for him? Oh my goodness me, Josh Taylor there. Whoa, just as we said that, he's wobbled again. And Josh Taylor now starting to have that same kind of facial shade as what we saw in the last fight, where his face is just evolving into one big bruised object. Uppercut there, just whiffing. Lefts and rights, 3-piece combination from the Welshman. 10 seconds left of round number 6 here. TreRobertsxn one more time looking for the knockdown, but not able to get it. It's a great bit of survivalist instinct again from Josh Taylor, but for TreRobertsxn now, 2 rounds in a row, he's feeling good about that. 57-54, Josh Taylor still leading the way due to the incredible amount of dominance he had in the opening 3 rounds. A 10-7 in round 1 with those 2 knockdowns absolutely giving him license. But with the way that things are going, TreRobertsxn could very much still leave this fight victorious in the next 2 rounds. He needs to keep doing what he's doing. He has come alive in rounds 4, 5, and 6. Absolutely. Goes back low to the belt line there. You can just see as well, Josh Taylor here now just not wanting to really go too supersonic. Lefts and rights again. Tries to go with the jab straight hook, I believe it was. Just sways round again. Josh Taylor continues to just back himself into a bit of a corner, both mentally and figuratively. Look at this though. TreRobertsxn, is he going to get the first knockdown for his night tonight? He needs it for the scorecard's sake. But again, Josh Taylor, defensively astute, finds a way to stay on his 2 feet. It's another big round for TreRobertsxn with a minute left to go, but there's still no signs of a knockdown. And that could be the difference between this fight being a win and a loss. It really could. Lefts and rights still coming in. Sergio Martinez for TreRobertsxn in the black and red if you've just joined us. Losing the first 3 rounds quite considerably, but has been alive in the last 4 now. Big lefts and rights, but hang on a minute. Sergio Martinez being sent away because look at the eye. Josh Taylor's right eye here is completely swollen shut. Referee says that this fight will continue, but that right eye of Josh Taylor is not in a good way. That is a serious concern now for 1-2 God. End of round 7. And how has this fight gone this way? I have no idea. What a fight. Fight of the night contender, absolutely positively, for the first time here this evening. 8th and final round between these 2 juggernauts in the WBA division. Will TreRobertsxn be looking at this and saying that it's still achievable that he can win this fight? Not ever seen a draw before in the VFL leagues for Undisputed. Maybe we see the first one of those tonight. Historical night it would be if that's the case. Avoids that one. TreRobertsxn. Just continuing to sit on the outside here. If Josh Taylor can get one knockdown, if anyone can get one knockdown here, I think they're going to win the fight. How dangerous do you want to get? Big body shot there coming forward. The head held for Sergio Martinez is being lit on fire, however. Hey, good movement, by the way, from Josh Taylor. Just ducks up and underneath from the corner there. Really, really nice. Really love that from 1-2 God. But I think for 1-2 God tonight, I'd be a little bit concerned. You put on one of the greatest boxing clinics in the first 3 rounds, and you were faded in rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's going to be the concern tonight, is what happened after those first 3 rounds. Almost like he passed the controller off to his dad. You know what I mean? Here you go, father. Do the good thing for me. Do the good fight for me. And from there, he's kind of sold this fight down the river. To win the first 3 rounds, 10-7, 10-8, and 10-9, and potentially still lose, is wild. Avoids that one. Big left hand comes in. TreRobertsxn, can he find a stun? Yes, he can. Josh Taylor, will he stay on his feet again? Big shots here from TreRobertsxn, and he still can't find the knockdown. This is the unknockable man, is Josh Taylor. And I can't even tell you who's won that fight. What a war between those two. Fight of the night has its first home tonight, but who's won it on decision? And it's Josh Taylor who wins it 75-74. It is 5 straight rounds of TreRobertsxn dominance, but the opening 3 rounds where he got a 10-7, a 10-8, and a 10-9 is ultimately enough. It was pure brilliance from 1-2 God in the first 3 rounds. And I think although 1-2 God's won that fight, I don't think he's going to be too happy with his own performance, especially since you dominate in the first 3 rounds, but then you completely fall off the wayside in rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I think he's lucky to get away with that one tonight. He needs to finish his food in future. That's the big thing I have to tell him. Up next, though, we're going to go over to McLovin and Collier. So here we go then. McLovin, of course, coming in tonight in the PC division, the IBF division, with a 1-0 record. Collier, of course, 1-1. Both of them, of course, fending off of that previous win last time out. Tonight, only one of them can go 2 victories deep. If it's McLovin, he'll take the position of a top 3 contender. Likewise with Collier, both of them wanting to be in the top 3 by the time tonight ends. We are up and over to it. Let's go and see exactly what the link is going to be. So let's see. Do we have a link for Collier and our good pal McLovin? So let's see. Let's wait. Of course, if you can use the stream section as well first, I ain't got to look around. That'd be great. But yeah, great fights though. Incredible fights so far. Never used Josh Taylor in my life. Good fight, hey. Good sportsmanship, man. Love that. Love that. But High Blaze Mater is back. Oh dear. Are we good, Collier? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alright, here we go. Up and over to it. We are. Oh, that's me. Hello, me. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we're in sort of good time. We're only 8 minutes late so far. It's not bad. Alright, here we go then. Oh, Canelo Alvarez. You're tickling my pickle here, Collier. I'm a big fan. Of course, McLovin going in with Joe Calzaghe. Whereas Penguin, a.k.a. Collier, going in with Canelo Alvarez. So, who extends their record to 2 wins tonight? Who gets one step closer to that IBF title shot? McLovin looked damn impressive in his last fight out. Collier, though, a man that very much prides himself on being able to pick up pieces of information and kind of learn from them quickly. Someone that you often see improve after each performance, whether it be a win or a loss. So excited to see what you can do here tonight in this one. Here we go. Up and overweight, or up and underweight, overweight. Can't even speak, bro. Sal Canelo Alvarez in the blue for Collier against Joe Calzaghe in the black for McLovin. These 2 PC contenders tonight know that a victory, especially in stunning circumstance, may well put them forward for a future IBF title shot. I'm sure Wilkie will have some words to say about that as well after his impressive victory against Luggy on the unstreamed early prelims this week. But one of those, you know, there is a line beginning to be made in the PC division. Great to see as well so many PC players involved. Didn't think we'd get more than 10 people in the PC division, but we've done actually quite well there. Again, don't forget tonight there will be the first wave of cuts in the Undisputed division. If you are quote-unquote inactive or you've done one fight and then not asked to fight again for the last 3 or 4 weeks, you will be removed off the rankings and de-tagged, as we do with the UFC. Fighters that come into the league owe me at least 1 fight per month. I don't ask for much. 1 fight, streamed or unstreamed, that's all I ask for. If not, and you just fought because you got the itch to play Undisputed, that's not what a league is, fellas. You got to go into online and scratch that itch in future. Canelo Alvarez so far just struggling to kind of maybe pin down and kind of get the security on Joe Calzaghe. Feel like definitely McLovin at the minute in the black, where Calzaghe is just able to kind of fend off Sal Canelo Alvarez and just say, hey, listen, you Mexican ginger man, you kind of work off my jab and I'll dictate the pace of the fight. However, big shot there is... Oh, talk about big shots. Canelo gave a big one to Calzaghe. Calzaghe says, that's cute, watch this. And then just dropped the nuclear bomb right on his dome. Huge knockdown. Canelo Alvarez going to be down 10-8 in that round there. McLovin, what a start with Calzaghe that is. For Collier, never nice to take that kind of flash knockdown, but hey, it'll be what it will be. Of course, the big question mark now is what kind of thought process is Collier in? Is Collier going to be startled? Is he going to be almost kind of out of sorts, out of kind of his confidence with how that's happened? That's the big one for me, is does he have the ability to bounce back? Works off the jab though. Calzaghe just goes low to the midsection and again comes up high. The left hand comes in beautifully well, but swings and misses. Oh, yeah, tell you what, nearly a huge bit of damage, but off the jab, he still goes. And again, Canelo Alvarez is sitting there and just dancing dirty, and you don't want to dance dirty against Calzaghe. Calzaghe and his shot selection, his accuracy. McLovin is chefing up a masterclass here himself here. He cannot get the dominant hit can Collier right now. He is eating lightning bolts from Joe Calzaghe. Swings and connects onto the block. It felt like that one was there, but again for McLovin, just those micro movements of the lean back just to work off that jab. You can just definitely see it. He's looking for the jab hook, and even threw in an uppercut there. He knows that he can lift Canelo's chin to orbit if timed correctly. Swings and again lightly connects to Canelo Alvarez. Whoa, big shots now from Canelo. Final 29 seconds of round number 2. McLovin continuing though to stand firm, to stand tall, and just remind Canelo that he can't touch him even if he wanted to. Loving what I'm seeing so far from McLovin. Absolutely am. But I'll tell you this to be certain, I still don't know what Collier is going to be able to do here to get this one over the line. I just feel like McLovin is such a perfect user for Calzaghe because of how he uses distance, because how he uses accuracy. He's probably one of the most accurate fighters I've seen so far across the last 3 cards, McLovin. Maybe that's a placebo effect, and when we see the stats, he'll come out with like 16% hit accuracy. But it just feels like he's always got that range nailed down to a T. I say that as he's now whiffing jabs from range. Again, commentator's curse, man. That's what's going to happen. Right hand comes in from Canelo. Tries to get the uppercut going as well. Off the jab still. Comes forward. Oh, right hands now from both of these two. The power hooks continuing to sail on down. Of course, as well, wishing Collier best of luck tonight. The VFL F1 season beginning. Qualification tonight before the first race on Thursday. So if you're in qualifying tonight, then best of luck. Great bit of action there from our F1 counterparts. Go make sure you go give them support. And if you are an F1 junkie, you like a good bit of grid racing, then hey, hop in the F1 Discord. They've got playable roles and non-playable roles. You can be like the chairman of Ferrari, for example. There's a transfer window. You can buy drivers for your team. Proper management experience over there. You don't even need the game to do that. Get involved. It's fun. It's good fun. Trophies and stuff awarded for all of it as well. So, yeah, really proud of what they're doing over there. Canelo so far, though, not going to be too proud of what he's doing inside the ring. It's really a round in which Canelo has not been able to get any sort of front step in, and just seems again like he's a moving punching bag tonight for Joe Calzaghe. Round number 3, done and dusted, and that is another Calzaghe round. I've got this one again, probably all 3 rounds. Yep, 10-8, 10-9, 10-9. Makes sense. It was that knockdown that got the 10-8, and then it's been pure control from Calzaghe since then. Can Collier find a way to maybe get the kind of surprise knockdown, the surprise stun, the flash KO? So far, Calzaghe just looking to work off that jab again and really make life difficult for Collier. Continues, though, just to try and bob and weave and box the head off. Uppercut there comes in brilliantly. Body shot now comes in. Little jabs, the hook there, symmetrical from both of these two. Whoa, the ankles there wobbling of Joe Calzaghe. That's going to be maybe a good little sign for Alvarez Canelo that he's maybe caught him at the right time in the right place. Just continues to throw in that power right. Still works off that stance with Canelo, but Canelo just now still trying to find the opportunity to knock with that right hand. It seems that's Canelo's weapon of choice here tonight. Is he wants to lead with the left jab and then go with the right hook. Sometimes he's doubling up as well. Now you can see the double hooks there, the right and the left back to back. And similarly to the last fight we saw, Joe Calzaghe, who was doing so well, McLovin, in the first 2 rounds, now is back involved in a bit of a boxing fight. Oi.
One time for the gringos.
Definitely a better couple of rounds for Collier. But it's the same thing we said about the TreRobertsxn fight, isn't it? I mean, has he absorbed too much damage in the first 2 rounds? Has he absorbed too many strikes in the first 2 rounds? As a big shot comes in again, as Canelo Alvarez is just going to go into round number 5 with his head still intact. Thank you as well during the rounds to Mark Buddy 143 for the follow as well. Appreciate you being here today, Mark. Hope you're good, mate. Welcome in. Welcome to the boxing card. We do it every Tuesday. And get involved if you like. ! Discord.
Okay, that's the fucking scene.
Oh, thank you so much for the sub as well.
That's the fucking scene.
Right hand again, just wobbling the legs here. Big shots. Canelo Alvarez ducks. Does Joe Calzaghe. Joe Calzaghe. Oh, someone gift this up. Hang on, we gotta go see what's happened here. I don't want to miss the fight, but oh, sweet Jesus, hey, Poisey, 5 gifted. What a guy, man. Thank you so much, fellas. If anyone in here got a gifted from Poisey, please make sure you say thank you. One of the top guys that we're going to be seeing in the main card tonight in the Undisputed card. Massively appreciate you, Poisey. Very kind of you. Didn't need to do that, my friend. The head health of Canelo, though, is really starting to plummet at this point. And you can see why Collier is starting to maybe slow down and kind of make the fight a little bit more long-lasting. He does not want to be in a position where he's picking up his teeth from the canvas. Absolutely not. Does Calzaghe need to push the pace a little bit? Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. You be the judge. But again, similar to what we said before. First 2 rounds, 10 out of 10 boxing masterclass from Calzaghe. And then since then, rounds 3, 4, and 5, he's been in more of a battle, more of a war. And I don't know if that's maybe more complimentary of Collier or more critical of someone like McLovin, who just seems to have faded after those first 2 rounds. Is he someone that needs to get a victory in the first 2 rounds, or he begins to struggle
with a game plan? It's all valid questions. It's all questions you have to ask with these two, since again, the winner tonight will move into the top 3 contendership bracket of the IBF Championship. Listen, for Collier, I think you've got to be feeling good. I think with how the first 2 rounds went, you have got to be feeling good. Going into round 6, probably didn't expect that to happen, and you've still got a credible reason here, potentially winning this fight overall. However, if you're Joe Calzaghe, sure, you can say to yourself, it's not been great since the second round, but we've always got that power of Calzaghe to get us over the line. It just takes one perfectly timed bit of head movement, one big hit, and there you go. It's almost like we've telegraphed that one. It just takes one, and Joe Calzaghe sends Canelo Alvarez towering to the canvas, but it's going to be a get-up. But that there is a stern reminder indeed that Joe Calzaghe has got power in his hands that you do not want to play with. For the first time in 4 rounds, Canelo Alvarez has to get up and off the canvas again. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But now you need to earn that stun back. You need to make sure that this doesn't go to a 10-8 card for Calzaghe, or a 10-8 round for Calzaghe. Well, that's when you start to absolutely get in your own head about if you're going to win or lose the fight. Avoids that left hand from Calzaghe as well. Big uppercut there, whiffing. Big shot there now as Canelo Alvarez starts to suffer more and more damage. Uppercuts in the... Oh my God. I tell you what, now these two are scrapping. 45 seconds remaining. And these two are just maybe saying to each other, all right then, point to the ground and let's just scrap. Who's going to give who's CTE? Who's going to feel like they're on the verge of collapsing? Who's going to feel like they're actually in a Burger King placing an order rather than in a boxing ring? Who's going to feel like their head's going to detach from their shoulders? So many questions. So many power shots being thrown in. As Canelo Alvarez looks like he's been hit by a snowplow. I tell you, his face is absolutely in pieces. And that's going to be the end of round number 6. As we go to round 7. Once again this evening. A lot of deep fights tonight. Gotta love it. 60-52. Joe Calzaghe leading the way in every single round. Bit harsh to Canelo as well. Definitely feel like he could have been maybe in contendership for at least 1 or 2 of those rounds. I mean, I had Calzaghe still winning. But, I mean, not all 6 rounds. I don't think that's completely accurate or fair. But hey, the judges are the judges. You can't argue with them, can you? You can just spit at them and threaten them with war crimes. Uppercuts there coming in from Joe Calzaghe again as Canelo Alvarez. Collier is just eating some big shots. The head health of Collier now again is in real trouble. You can maybe not be able to see it because my camera being in the way, but we're talking about 10%, if that, left of the head health durability bar. Double jab there attempted, but not really too much coming from it. Big left hand again. Avoids that one. The right hand counter. Oh yes, that is what Joe Calzaghe needed. And it's body shots galore. Followed by, I think, a right hand that drops Canelo. And now Collier has to use all of his understanding of this movement bar to get up. But it's not going to happen. It's a round 7 victory tonight for McLovin. First 2 rounds were world class. He faded ever so slightly in rounds 3, 4, 5, and 6, but then comes out roaring in round number 7. Are we looking at the next contender for the IBF Championship of the World? McLovin will say you absolutely damn well are. A round 7 victory tonight, and what a victory it was indeed. Congratulations to him. For Collier, not the way that he wanted to start his charge towards the belt. He will have to rebuild and go again. And again, you want to talk about superstition. Only 2 blue corner victories tonight. 1-2 God and George. And both of them, of course, have been the performance bonuses. Forgot about that as well. I completely forgot who 1-2 God used, but I'll get that information later. But yeah, the fight of the night for 1-2 God and Charjo so far. The performances of the night, George against BXC Records. The blue corner prized in performance bonuses, you could say. Next up, then, we're going to go over to the PC division once more. Cowles Malley, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, against Craig R here tonight. Craig R 0-1. A disappointing outing in his debut, he would admit. But he believes tonight is the perfect opportunity to get back on the horse and show the division exactly what he's made of. For Cowles Malley, we don't know anything everything about this young man. He makes his debut tonight, but what kind of fight style will he bring to the beloved squared circle? We go over and up to it and see what exactly we've got lined up ready for us. It's going to be Johnny Nelson and Lawrence Okolie once again. Online records, if you care about that kind of stuff, 20-4 for Craig, 31-5 for Callum. So there you go. Callum as well, welcome to the league, of course. Excited to see what you've got here tonight for us. And as well, thank you so much again, Poisey, one more time for those 5 gifted. We're now 11 away from 200, so we're looking good, man. We're looking good. Nap coming for the strap. I'm glad that you've made that rhyme. That's incredible. Come on, Craig. Friday boy. Hey, listen, there you go. I tell you as well, my favorite fights tonight on the main card, going to be incredible. Wait until you see that Ken Muir-Fran fight. That is a bit of booking genius from yours truly. But for now, listen, for Craig, let's see if he can get back on that horse. He said he wanted to show the PC division that there's a new sheriff in town on his debut. Maybe he was surprised a little bit by how good the division was, how good the opponent was. Tonight, though, he says there will be no 0-2. It will be 1-1. Right hand already coming in. Okolie, of course, tonight for Craig are Johnny Nelson, the man on the right of your screen with the red gloves, for the newcomer, Callum. And of course, as well, this PC division continues to grow and grow. I think by the end of tonight, we'll have something like about 15 competitors in the IBF division for PC. So again, really, really great to see so many of our PC pals coming over. Of course, the Xbox side of things and the PS side of things is going to be more stacked in terms of contenders because, I mean, we're a console league at the end of the day, aren't we? You don't really get too many PC guys coming in for UFC and whatnot, but I mean, again, it's really promising to see that those 4 divisions, the WBC, the WBA, the IBF, and the WBO, are all growing brilliantly. Big right hand comes in, though. Okolie is putting on a show here as Craig R is just trying to get that knockdown, but just whiffing left and right. Couldn't get that range committed to as maybe he wanted, but I tell you, that could have been huge. Johnny Nelson, for the first time in this fight, for the first time in his newfound career, Callum rocked and nearly dropped. Big moment as the right hand continues to come in there. The left and right again from Okolie on to Johnny Nelson. And just got to see here and figure out maybe if tonight Okolie can just get the kind of control, that kind of power domination as we saw earlier on in the previous early bounce through and found. I feel like when you go with Okolie, you're a bit slower compared to a Johnny Nelson, but you've got so much power in your hands, you just have to make use of it. I think the worst case that could happen for you with Okolie is your opponent targets the body shots, tries to zap your stamina out and away very quickly, but I mean, so far Johnny Nelson is not doing that. Round 1, that is an Okolie round, 10-9. If I've ever seen something. So, there you go. Of course, when you talk about Johnny Nelson, as we said earlier on, speedy. It's kind of a speed that you don't expect. And I think, oh my goodness me, but Okolie has the power, not of a human being, but of a double-decker bus. The right hand then nearly detaching Johnny Nelson's jaw from his face. Think as well tonight, it's always difficult with Johnny Nelson because it's like if you get hit 2 or 3 times heavy, as he is doing, how do you respond? Do you retreat? Do you sit and talk about maybe living to fight another day? So far, Craigar again not able to get that confirmed knockdown, but hang on a minute because it's a stun once more. And Johnny Nelson, is he going to survive? No, he isn't. It's a big, big 2-piece. With 1 extra on the way down, and Callum for the first time is tasting the canvas. A count of 5 is answered, but sweet mother molasses, how much more punishment can this young boy take? An unreal sequence of strikes there from Craig, but now just has to find a way to double up on that, compile and compound the pressure. And will we maybe be talking about that blue corner curse all night tonight? Of course, Callum, the man in the red corner today. This would be only the 3rd blue corner victory of the night should Okolie win. Said what a way it would be as well to get your first victory tonight if you are Craig R, with how well you performed here. Look at this, a big stun again as we're almost kind of lagging into the final sequence. Manages to get a couple of shots off there, but I know what's happened with Craig's stream there a little bit, but there we go, we're right back into it. We've paused and unpaused, and it seems like we're sort of good. We're stammering, so again, it's like looking for a totally legal link on Fight Night here. So Lord knows what's happened to Craig's kind of connection here. We're watching the fight in pretty much slow motion at this point, but more combinations coming in as the sweat kind of ricochets off of Johnny Nelson's face. And I think we may be in the clear here. It seems like we've sped up again. Okay, I think we're okay now. So apologies about that. Nothing that I could do or you could do, but there you go. Okolie as well, maybe been impacted by that kind of slight concern about his stream, because again, look at that head health. Eating big shots here. Johnny Nelson, for the first time, in with some big shots, some big hits. Tell you this much, couldn't compile the answers to get a knockdown though. Could Johnny Nelson continues to go forward. Okolie, almost those alley-oop type shots, the jab into the hook. Looking to absolutely put himself on the map. And now Callum, who had that great flurry, seems to have kind of just decided, that's enough for me in round number 3. Let me go and get my recovery back and see what more I can do from there onwards. And swing and a miss again from Okolie. Left hands. Got to watch out for Johnny Nelson's quick snappiness, definitely. Right hand, big shot. Oh my good God. It is an absolute rollicking of the finest order that Johnny Nelson has just took there. Big shot again, and there can still be one more knockdown coming in this fight. Johnny Nelson, can he survive it? The question and the answer is yes, he can. Wow. I mean, sweet Christ, he took 6, 7, 8, even 9 uncontested shots there. Johnny Nelson lucky to be walking and breathing, let alone coming out for this 4th round here. Incredible. The power of Okolie, but the durability of Johnny Nelson. Of course, as well, we've talked about the fights tonight. They've all been intriguing in the sense that they've all kind of gone longer than the usual kind of
One time for the Gringos.
couple of fights that we've seen in the opening bouts of the previous cards. Indicates that people are getting more comfortable with those longer periods of fighting, which is always nice to see. But of course, it's not about how well you're doing in the present. It's about getting your arm lifted. And right now, Johnny Nelson is still believing that he can get his arm lifted, especially with the damage that he's doing to Okolie. Okolie, of course, as well, having Nelson almost walk backwards away from him because he was just kind of hoping that maybe his stamina will recover before he could go in there and get a couple of big shots off again. But a bit of a slowdown, to say the least, for Okolie. Craig R, who looked like he was about to just take the soul from Johnny Nelson at the end of round number 3, hasn't really got to grips with round 4 so far. 60 seconds remaining as vicious stabs to the body from Johnny Nelson continue to give Okolie a little bit of trouble. Needs to find the exclamation point, you could say, this Johnny Nelson. He needs that kind of one flurry where he just kind of peekaboos around the kind of the power shot of Okolie and then lands heavy. Big lefts and rights coming in again. Still, the concern is about how much more damage can Nelson take. However, fair play to Callum, fair play to Johnny Nelson. He's done a great job in surviving from those earlier 2 rounds. Here we go, though. Round number 5. Johnny Nelson will have no idea on the scorecards as of yet, but we'll be looking and seeking an update maybe in round number 6 to maybe adapt his fight plan, adapt his fight style. Big right hand comes on through again, Johnny Nelson. Lefts and rights once more. I think if you're Okolie, this is what you need to do. You start the round heavy. Okolie and Craig in general starts the round so brilliantly and then fades as Okolie gets tired. And that's a big knockdown. And it may be a knockdown that Callum cannot answer the count of. Okolie's sheer brute force power is nothing to be played with. He gets up at the count of 6 though. Callum's showing with his movements there in terms of getting up so quickly that he will not be put to sleep so easily here this evening. Oh, wow, I say that, and he's just had a stroke in front of us. He's melted into a puddle as Johnny Nelson doesn't know where he is and will now need to get up in quick succession 2 times in a row in this round, and it's not going to be doable. It's 2 very, very fast knockdowns. He gets up from 1, but he can't survive the second, and tonight, finally, Craig R shows us through Lawrence Okolie exactly what he wanted to show us last week. A 1-1 record for him tonight. A round 5 knockout for him tonight. And for Callum, not too much to be disappointed in. I felt again like Callum maybe performed a little bit slowly in the first 2 rounds. But in rounds 3 and 4 really kind of came back into his own feeling there, into his own being there. For Craig though, it's a great way to get your first victory. I think Lawrence Okolie is a man for him that's going to do wonders, but again tonight, will there be maybe more questions about his defense? I felt like at times his defense is a little bit lackluster, but don't really need defense when you've got kind of dynamite in your hands, do you? So one of those. Thank you as well earlier on during that fight to Quinn CZR for the follow. How do you get in the Undisputed cards? Just do !Discord. You'll see our Discord. Join that. Go into tag request, ask for Undisputed tags, and then you'll get pinged every time we put up the sign-up sheet. So yeah, and apologies about my voice. My shit is going. Thank you as well, Mark. Very, very kind of you. I'm telling you, my voice. I don't know how it survives it, because we do UFC cards on Thursdays, and then it's Undisputed cards on Tuesdays. I'm gonna need to get like a professional throat massager at this point, eh? Fucking Jesus, but. There you go. Fellas, up next, I'm going to go to Dan F and Kieran Crow. Again, apologies to these two for about being 7 minutes late, but hey, it's not bad for us usually. Dan F tonight coming in, of course, with a 2-1 record. It's the master of the knockdown is Dan F. This guy survived 7 knockdowns. Not 1, not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 knockdowns 2 fights ago. Of course, he's done it twice. He survived an onslaught in his win, survived an onslaught in his loss before eventually being stopped, and then of course came back to life last week in the unstreamed early fight prelims with a victory. Tonight though, his opponent, someone brand new, Kieran Crow on the UFC side of things, a UFC bantamweight flyweight. We talk about that in terms of VFL. It means he's at the very tippy top of his game. Kieran Crow tonight will come in as a man known for his boxing talent in the octagon, but can he do it against Dan F, a man that believes that he should be one of the next rightful heirs to the WBC Championship of the World? Let's go over and see what he can do against Kieran Crow here tonight. Of course, as well, he's saying that Dan F has not responded to him. He's on Xbox, he's just not responding. Well, we'll see if Dan F is going to be here or not tonight, I suppose. It's one of those. So we'll go and check. Chilling with his nan on FM. Well, there you go. The guy that pulled out because his nan was going to hospital is now apparently a Football Manager. What a big surprise that is. What a big surprise that is. Well, let's go and see if Dan F is arriving here or not then. Again, if he's not, then he can't complain when his contendership opportunity evaporates into thin air. Again, you sign up, you know when your fight is, you can respond to me in DMs and tick that you know when your fight is, but if you're not here, then how can you complain? How can you complain? You have 15 to 20 minutes to appear, or you're being replaced on the card tonight, and your number 1 contendership is gone. There you go. Again, I don't give a single shit if you're asleep, if you're watching football. Don't sign up to the cards if you don't know when it is. So for now, Kieran, just sit tight. we'll go over to Haywood and Perp. If Haywood and Perp are good to go 6 minutes early, we'll flip the order there and go with that. So, of course, Haywood tonight coming in with a 1-0 record in the PlayStation division of the WBO. Perp, of course, coming in with an incredible record as well of, not just an incredible record of 1-1, because 1-1 doesn't really sound incredible, but it's the style of the fights that Perp is having, a constant entertainer in this WBO division. But tonight, one of these two will get 2 victories in their win column. You go to 2-0 as Haywood, you move into the top 3. You go to 2-1 as Perp, you move into the top 3. And when you get into that top 3, you have to know that title shots are very, very close to following. So let's go over to that one. Haywood and Perp. Who gets this one done? Perp is live and ready and set for us. Here we go. Julia Cesar Chavez. Love that from Perp. And Haywood tonight, what will he come out with? I wonder. Let's see. Fellas, you are good to go whenever, by the way. While you're loading in, I'll quickly check the football scores, since I am interested in knowing. PSV beat Girona, Zagreb. Celtic are beating Leipzig. Wow, Barcelona's going to be happy. Juventus in a little drawing. Liverpool beating Leverkusen 2-0. And Sporting have got a penalty, but 3-1 to City in a minute. Real Madrid are losing to AC Milan. Wow. Milan suck. Madrid are some bums, dude. Wowee. Wait, Sporting are winning 3-1. I misread that. Holy Christ. Ruben Amorim is Gyökeresing quite violently. Wow. Man City, eh? So it's Man City with the penalty. All right, here we go then. The picks still being in. Jesus. What a way for Amorim to leave Sporting. What a way for United fans to celebrate him coming in. If you can do that with Sporting, imagine what you can do with United. Luis Diaz and Gakpo as well for Liverpool. 2 goals in 4 minutes. Wow. All right, Sugar Ray Robinson. Listen, I was looking forward to the Chavez pick. I can't lie. I thought, Cesar Chavez, big fan. Terence Crawford against Sugar Ray Robinson, though, are the confirmed picks in this PlayStation bout tonight. One of these two goes into the top 3 of the division. Big question mark, though, is who will it be? Let's see. Crawford, I liked in, I think, the second boxing card we did, because, again, although Crawford maybe doesn't have that kind of speediness, he hits like a fucking atom bomb, man. He is disgusting. I don't know what weight class we saw that Crawford did. I think it was the Crawford that had the kind of green and black trunks. So I don't know what weight class that was in. But, I mean, Crawford's everywhere in terms of being a selectable fighter here tonight. But here we go. Terence Crawford in the black and gold for Haywood. Perp, the man representing the United States tonight, with Sugar Ray Robinson in the black and white. Of course, you've got that length of Sugar Ray Robinson. People have called him Inspector Gadget because his arms could extend about 65 yards north. You've got to make sure that you find a way tonight to just get that kind of range extender found. I think if you can definitely work off the jab against Crawford, you've got a great chance. The big thing that Perp will not want to do is get involved in a power off against Crawford. Crawford will turn his lights off within not 1 but maybe 2 strikes. That's the thing that you always know about Crawford, that his power is lurking, his power is looming. Of course, as well, when you think about body shots as well, that could be one way to stop Crawford tonight. Make him gas out, take away that substantial power. For Sugar Ray Robinson, of course, it's a case of hit and do not get hit. You've got to be the Muhammad Ali of this fight tonight and take it very smart and maybe even very slow at points. Cannot rush in is the big advice that I would give. For Haywood as well, not really too surprising that he's starting off slow. In his debut last week, didn't look the most speedy inside round 1. Definitely a fighter that comes alive in those later rounds, whereas Perp is just constantly a live wire that's pressing forward. He wants to have that reputation of a fighter that always takes the front step. That can come back to haunt him with devastating losses like he took in his debut, but it can also lead to incredible moments in the fights that he's had leading up to his appearance here tonight. Round 1 in the books, and again, a pretty difficult round to judge based on what we're seeing. But maybe, again, for the forward pressure, for the control, you'd say Sugar Ray. But again, it could go either way. There's reasons for both, isn't there? Round number 2, up and underway. Of course, the PlayStation division is currently littered with options for the next title contendership. Coxie, the man that rules over the division, the man that says that he will be the longest reigning PlayStation champion, has got a whole list of people to keep an eye on, from these two to King Boobus. So many fun fighters in that PlayStation division at the minute. Again, what can either of these two do against Coxie? Someone's got to have the answer to Coxie's Tyson Fury. Shots there to the body as Crawford continues just to try and wait out his opponent to try and get that big right hand in. That's the thing that he's trying to do. You can see he's just almost going low to the body to then try and go up high. And that's what he's doing. He's using that jab to the midsection as almost a setup, a lead body jab to then that kind of baseball bat cracking the dome of Sugar Ray. And that's something that, if you're Perp, you've got to make the read on, and you've got to anticipate it. When you see the body shot coming, you've got to make sure that you step out the way and avoid that heavy hit to the dome. Right now, you can see there's a pattern. You can see there is a strategy for the Terence Crawford pick. But Sugar Ray Robinson in particular has got to use his length a little bit more. I'm disappointed that Perp went from using the length so well in round 1 to now effectively not using it all and being sucked into this kind of power frenzy that Crawford wants. He just needs to kind of get back to that in round 3, I think. But it's a good recovery round for Crawford. If you put a gun to my head, I'll probably say 1-1. I don't think either of these two have really done enough to dominate the round, so to speak. But I've been wrong before. I have. I've been wrong before. Big right hand comes up there. As again, goes low to the body. Nothing there as things stand. Well, I think if you're Hayward, you're maybe not thrilled with the opening 2 rounds, but you're not disappointed either. It's not like you've been just getting absolutely pied by Sugar Ray Robinson. You, are maybe down 2 rounds, worst case scenario. I still think it's 1-1, but maybe you saying to yourself, I'm down 2 rounds, but he's not absorbed any sort of significant damage. At some point, Hayward's going to need to turn the afterburners on. At some point, he's going to need to kind of dial up that aggression ever so slightly for Crawford and start marching forward. But he's still got time. Only round 3 of a potential 8. There's no need to rush. There's no need to kind of put yourself in a position now where the fight evades you because you make a terrible, terrible mistake of going too aggressive too soon. Of course, for Perp, I think the complete opposite. I think the way that he's executed distance has been good, although inconsistent. I think if he can just keep that jab modest, if he can just keep Terence Crawford at bay, he absolutely has every single possibility tonight of walking away with his arm raised and going to 2-1 in this stacked WBO division. Of course, as well, I think when you think about Terence Crawford, not really seeing too much of his kind of heavy-hitting attributes tonight. Almost feels like maybe the pick wasn't totally correct for Hayward. Because although he's kind of got a style of using that body jab to do that lead hook upstairs, it just feels like maybe he could have been better off with a taller fighter, a lengthier fighter to match that kind of extreme reach of Sugar Ray. Right hand comes in though as the body stabs again. A double body stab comes in from Perp. Round 3 on its way to turning into round 4. Again, tonight as well, to all the fighters, thank you to all of you who have been on time, and apologies to some of you that are facing delays, obviously, because of how long the fights are going. It's one of those, but we will get there. The main card tonight, of course, involving a couple of big title fights as well, so stick around for those. Lucky 13, for example, defending his WBA Championship against Stanex, and a new IBF Champion of the World on the PC division will be crowned between either SB9 or WinterxJ. Should be a great main event, to say the very least. So far, can't disagree with the scorecards. Perp, I thought maybe 1-1. I thought 2-1 after that last round, but 3-0, I'm not completely too surprised at either. The Americans so far leading by the AI judges. 3 rounds to 0. As again goes low to the midsection, does Terence Crawford. And again, in round 4 of 8, we're now approaching crunch time. I think when, you know, you've got this round that you can maybe kind of fight conservatively in. You can fight slow in. But when it goes to round 5 and onwards, I think the switch has to go in Haywood's head, that he's got to push the boat out. He's got to go kind of a little bit more kind of power heavy. It's where you can just tell the slight swelling on the on the dome of Sugar Ray Robinson, and as well the head health is now coming down at a faster rate. You can see orange head health the majority of the time. When Crawford gets that hook in, that right hook is a bomb that Sugar Ray Robinson has to keep defending. Look at that, he's bright red now, bright red head health, and that's why he's walking backwards. That's when Haywood's got to kind of step into him. When he starts to see Perp walking backwards, especially after he lands a hook, you have to chase him. You have to be aggressive. You can't fear what Sugar Ray Robinson packs. Overhand comes in. Oh, wobbles the ankles here. Sugar Ray Robinson now. Oh, again, a slight wobble. And Perp now starting to eat huge power shots here. Oh, and there's the stun. And now Sugar Ray Robinson is in huge, huge trouble. Can this one be a knockdown here in round number 4? Perp hoping that the stall will come, and I think it will, but that is a reminder to Perp of the dangers of Terence Crawford. Huge round, and we may have had our first break of the night. Gutting. It looks like maybe we will have to go again, as the game has crashed. Smooth. Well, fellas, you know the drill. It's not a undisputed card without one of these fights crashing. I mean, I didn't want to jinx it. We had such a great streak of the fights kind of not crashing, but you would have to lobby up and go again, it seems. So, we will have to lobby up and go again. Bum, 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 bum. Bum. Oh. It sucks because it was such a good fight as well. But it's no one's fault. It's Undisputed. It's a new game. It's a smaller company. So you're going to have these crashes happen. So it sucks, but you got to deal with it. Man City have missed the penalty. Man City missed the penalty from Haaland in the 69th minute. Haaland is shit. Pass it on. That's great. Milan are 3-1 up against Madrid as well. That is smashing. Real Madrid suck, bro. Suck. Mbappe, who? Get out of there. Bums. Madrid is 17th in the Champions League table now. That is something, eh? Juve also suck as well, bro. Celtic are 3-1 up. Bass Inferno is having a party, man. Bass Inferno is having a party. Juve in 11th. Wow. Can you two dashboard and go again? Like, why are we waiting here for? We're just killing daylight. We're burning daylight. We're burning. I don't care if you're ready, Dan. We're on this fight now. We'll come back to you when we're ready. I'm not gonna just stop this because now you're here. You're late, bro. We'll do you afterwards. It's not my concern if you're here now. So we got a fight that we're in the middle of watching. It sucks as well because it delays the card a little bit more. But what can you do? Undisputed, doing undisputed things. Reminder, of course, on the main card tonight, SB versus Winter, Lucky versus Stanek, Stoosh against King Boobus for that contendership position, Tomato versus It's Rapids, Neve versus Higger, Fran versus Ken Muir, and Cynic versus Poisey. So should be some great fights tonight, but still 3 more to go in this prelim card, including one of the greatest PlayStation UFC champions of all time, the Spooky Ghost. So there you go. Right, well, we go again. It will be a sporting 4-1. I tell you what, Man City smell as Matthias Nunes gives away a penalty, and that is a Gyökeres brace. The Gyökeres hat trick, excuse me, against Manchester City. Wow. There you go. He's the real. Edison's on a 5.8. Smash it. I don't know who Simpson, whoever this guy is. They're playing some sort of youth kid, but hey, Haaland blows, man. 4-1. Anyway, we're here. take 2 of this matchup. If you missed it, we were 3 rounds deep. And then Undisputed did Undisputed things where the game got stuck on the in-between round loading screen. So, it is what it is. It always happens at least once on a card. We will go again here. Perp will need to kind of forget all of what just happened. It was a great performance in the opening 3 rounds from Perp. But now he's got to kind of bite down and say again, I've got to enact a game plan here. Haywood will have an opportunity once more to get himself in rhythm. But this is the thing, it's a good test for your mentals. How many times have we seen situations like this where the game effectively can freeze, and then from there, you know, your opponent is given a new lease of life, and you as the man that was winning sits down and effectively maybe kind of throws the fight away because mentally you just cannot recover from the fact that the game has screwed you. It's not about what happens in that first fight, it's about what happens now. It's about what happens in terms of what you've learned in those opening 3 rounds. And Haywood is going to need to show us that he has downloaded some data about Perp and he knows what to do against Perp now. Thing for Perp as well is I don't think he can complain too much either, because although he was up 3 rounds on the scorecards, his head health was in a critical position in round number 3. The kind of position where you're not going to look at and say he's going to survive 5 more rounds. So he's learned a little bit more about Terence Crawford's power here this evening. Of course as well. Oh, there you go, Terence Crawford. Welcome to the show. The first stun across 2 fights. And this is what I'm saying, Terence Crawford's power. I said it before. His head health, in terms of Robinson, in terms of Perp, was starting to look exactly like this inside of round number 3. Which indicates that maybe Terence Crawford was going to come to life. But finally, Terence Crawford has shown us his heavy-handedness upstairs. Big stun. However, the news that Perp will need to kind of accept is that it's far from over. Only 1 round in. Only a stun, not even a knockdown. But there's that reminder. Terence Crawford's power not to be slept on. Round number 2. The big thing here for Terence Crawford is just about finding that exact angle, that exact entry shot again. If you can find that, you can push the pace on that. Just like he did there. That is the kind of, that's exactly the shot he wants. And you can see it sends Perp all the way backwards. He doesn't want to be anywhere near that. He knows how damaging that is. But it's about consistently finding that angle. Consistently finding that shot. If you can't find it and it's happening every now and then, it ain't going to make a single lick of difference. Big right hand comes in. Tries to work the double tap to the body. Nothing really there though, as again, continues to just tap aside. Swings onto the belt line there. Swing and a miss, but tries to go overhand. Big shot there again, but still nothing to see. Crawford. Lovely. Oi! Overhand comes in. As now again, Robinson just trying to find his bearings once more. Swing and a miss, goes low to the body. Think as well, if you think about what Perp did so well in that first fight, was exactly this. The evasiveness, the use of reach, and those body shots. That's going to be what bothers Crawford, what bothers Haywood here going into these penultimate rounds. I think the middle rounds are definitely where you as a fighter can either make or break your fight. Big shot there, goes low, but absolutely nothing there again, as again Crawford just trying to find a way to end the round on top. I think he may well. Good round from both. Like the body shots from Perp, but what do the judges value? Did they value those body shots, or did they value those power shots that came on from Terence Crawford? Again, right into the pocket. Perp has got to stay outside of the pocket as soon as the round starts. Again, I think when the round starts, Crawford at his most dangerous, his most peak. I think when you go about that kind of 1.5 minute and under mark, that's when you can start to get a little bit more adventurous and mark yourself as a forward front runner. But I think for now, this is perfect from Perp. Just stand the outside, kind of move laterally and find your entrance point. It's the thing with Sugar Ray is that you've got this great reach and you've got this incredible kind of movement, but it's just about the lack of power against Crawford. I think that's the place where he falters at the absolute most. But just need to see if Terence Crawford as well is brave enough to kind of go forward, because this is the thing, when you are a heavy puncher and you work off of pocket presence, you can often put yourself in a dangerous position if you oversell and overstate your welcome. Terence Crawford there though, big shots up top, goes low to the midsection. 1 minute and 10 seconds left of round number 3, and good defense and good rotation out once more from Perp. Swings onto the body, right hand upstairs now, and Perp is starting to get his hands dirty. Didn't get a stun or a real kind of considerable moment of dominance in the first fight. More so worked off of his movement excellently. I just worry, I really do worry if Sugar Ray Robinson even has the strength in his hands to get a knockdown here. Because that can be the difference. Knockdowns secure you rounds categorically. Movement and speed may look nice, but it takes 5 times the amount of connectivity if you want to knock your opponent down than compared to what Crawford is doing right now. A good round as we go into round number 4 for the second time here this evening. And again, you can just see the... Well, you can't really, but I can. You can just see on the damage meter, there's a little bit of left swelling on Crawford as well, but nothing too dangerous. Ironically as well, the judge is giving the first 2 rounds to Perp. I don't know about that. I did 2-1 the other way. I did 2-1 to Crawford, to Haywood, but hey, there you go. Shows you how much I know. Big right hand comes in. And another one. Well, again, now if you're Perp, you're looking at the scorecards and you're looking at that. You know, you can feel a little bit relieved. Judges have you 2-1 up going into the 4th, so you don't need to be in your own head about how much the game breaking is going to screw you over. Of course, though, it always depends on what comes next. Big shots, again, being looked for. Sugar Ray Robinson gonna just need to just find his bearings again. Lefts and rights from Sugar Ray, it's more like it. Works off that jab as well. Still, the jab, very minimalistic. Low to the body. Hey, 1-2's up there. Fantastic work. I think for purpose... Whoa! There you go. There's the little wobble with the legs. I was going to say, you want to see maybe a little bit of sneaky uppercut launched in there. Especially since Crawford likes to come in so close. You can get the uppercut going. Maybe Sugar Ray's got a secret weapon of his own. Lefts and rights here is now body jabs coming in from Haywood. Swings upstairs as well. Continues just to march forward. Lefts and rights again. Right hand is good onto Crawford. As we go into round number 5 of a potential 8 here tonight. A lot of long range distance rounds here tonight. And I've got to say, that means the matchmaker, whoever he is, I wonder who, has done a wonderful, wonderful job. But again, is that 4-1? Is that a good comeback for Terence Crawford? It really does depend on what you're scoring it on. I'm still trying to maybe make the kind of correlation. Because you know in UFC, it's about knockdowns and insignificant strikes. Is it based on power hits or is it based on jabs? I don't know. It's one of those. But round 5 hit, as Sugar Ray Robinson continues to kind of Michael Jackson moonwalk around the ring tonight. We'll need to make sure that he thinks more about the finish rather than the style of his movement. As a showman is Perp, absolutely is. Let's go for that left and right here. Crawford continuing just to contain himself. Big right hand comes on through, but again covers himself nicely. Big swing there from Crawford. 1-2 again down the center line. If he can just find those lethal body jabs, those lethal strikes to the midsection consistently, find a home for those, then maybe Crawford can get a body knockout of his own. However, when you've got that damage on Sugar Ray in the opening 2 rounds from those stuns, you'd think maybe headshots have to be the way forward. And how is he not connected with these headshots here? Just evading them right now is Perp. Swing and a miss there, but the 1-2 down the center line again. Goes back low to the midsection. Right hand through that net code. Connects again, not once but twice. Sugar Ray here. Whoa, sending Crawford backwards ever so slightly. Swing and a miss there on the right hand side. Still coming forward. Terence Crawford. Just got to get himself moving a little bit more. Crawford still not really in the driving seat, I'd say. Again, it's just a moment. It's a moment's performance from Haywood at the minute. There's moments. There's little minutes where he's looking like he's going to get the knockdown, and he doesn't. There's minutes where he's looking like he's going to pressure Sugar Ray, and then it falls to pieces. It's moments. He's got to convert those moments into rounds, and so far he's not doing that. I've still got Perp leading. By how much, I don't really know anymore, but again, going into round 6, I don't think Perp's in a position where he's going to need to worry about losing on the scorecards tonight if he wants to take it there, but again, easier said than done, because when Sugar Ray is in the ring, he's not really going to have that power to kind of take the dome off of people quite like Terence Crawford can. I think as well, with something I want to see from Haywood a little bit more is I want to see him try and cut off the angle. Oh, well, there you go. It's one bang power from Crawford. Again, we've not seen too much of anything since the first 2 rounds in terms of power from Crawford. There's a reminder to Perp to be careful. Terence Crawford, very, very much a big hitter. As a big buffer a lag there coming from Perp's stream. If his internet disconnects, then we could be in some big trouble. But again, the first sign of maybe a comeback hit in round number 6 for Terence Crawford. Needed that one, did Haywood. Because, again, the fight was starting to kind of sail away from him. That knockdown may well give him the 10-8, and that may well put him back in a position where he's competing for the victory again. Big swing and a miss coming in, though. Haywood needs to just make sure that those hits are coming in. Even if it's on the block, just damage that block of Sugar Ray. You hitting nothing is going to come back to bite you, especially because of stamina implications as well. Works off the jab. Right hand comes in again. And I think if you're Perp, you're quite happy to see the back of that round. Probably the worst round that he's had in all 6 due to that knockdown. But still alive, still active, and still cognitive. That's the only way you can look at that in a positive way. Should we be getting a score update at this minute in time? Yes, we will. 57-56 to Crawford. That 10-8 has put him in the lead. First 2 rounds to Sugar Ray. Rounds 3 and 4 to Crawford. Now with 2 rounds left to go, Perp is going to need to just make sure that he can take control again. Doesn't really necessarily need to get a knockdown. A knockdown would be absolutely critical and would be so helpful right now for Perp. It would. But he doesn't need the knockdown to win this fight. You can still win this fight by control, by superior hits. Oh, I'll tell you this much, those superior hits involves, not getting hit, takes the knee and drops him with those body shots. And, well, for these two, I don't know if it's internet connection or what, but this one may be ruled a no contest. Undisputed encountered a network error. Well, it's going to go down as a no contest then. We tried it twice, and that's that. Doesn't matter. Haywood, what can we do? You can see it's not his fault. can't really blame him when it's undisputed, bro. I mean, he had you 3-0 in the first. You had him knocked down in there. I mean, what can you do? It's the first or second knockdown? It's not like he would not get up, so it'll be a no contest. I can't do much else. We've given it 2 attempts. We got it stuck on a menu screen in the first, and then, you know what I mean? What can you do? A no contest. They'll have to be run back at a future date. But, yeah, and we've got other fights to do, man. The thing that I'm concerned on, I don't want to kind of point fingers, is that's the second fight in a row that Perp has had this kind of freeze or whatever. I don't know if it's UK to US connection or it's Perp's connection because he was lagging on stream a little bit. I don't know, but network error, we'll put that down as. But a shame because it was a good fight, and I think both will feel like they had license to win it. But yeah, this guy was standing AFK for me. I mean, you saw it on his stream. You can watch it back on mine. He just kind of stopped. I don't think there's any other way to say it. Anyway, we're going back over then to Dan F and Kieran Crow. Dan F, of course, coming into tonight with a 2-1 record. Kieran Crow 0-0. Does he get a victory here tonight, though, is the big question. So let's go over and see for ourselves. Here we are. Kieran Crow. We're here. We're set. And we are ready to go. Roy Jones Jr. against Floyd Patterson. Dan F, 60 wins, 21 losses. Kieran Crow known for his ability to box in the octagon, but inside the boxing ring is a different story. And just saying, by the way, you're a Man City fan. I don't think there's many. Absolutely hold. If you're a Real Madrid fan, absolutely hold. Real Madrid holding corn to the worst AC Milan team we've seen in quite possibly ever. Incredible. Milan are back. We're back. We're back and better than ever. All right, here we go. The second to last fight of the prelim fights tonight. Again, we're a little bit behind because of the crashes and stuff, but what can you do? All the fights tonight have been long distance as well. I've only had a couple of fights finish under round 3. Everything else has been round 6, 7, 8 decisions. So, one of those. People are adapting and getting ready for more longer fights. For Dan F, of course, he knows he wins today. The momentum continues, and they'll go to 3-1. But what happens tonight for Floyd Patterson in the black and Roy Jones Jr. in the blue? We've not seen this variation of Roy Jones Jr. before, I don't think. So see him in all these different trunks, but apart from this, of course, for Floyd Patterson, similar to what you said in the last fight, you know, he's got good reach, he's got good length, but maybe that power is going to be what hampers him. Roy Jones, of course, today for Kieran Crow. In his debut, he'll be thinking about counter shots. He'll be thinking about power shots. That's what he has to be thinking about. Of course, as well, with Floyd Patterson, use that reach. Use that reach and use that ability to kind of get that distance fighting going. If you can do that against Kieran Crow, he's a very, very dangerous boxer, a very dangerous pressure fighter. You may well find yourself in good stead. However, Dan F does have superhuman abilities. He's like an undead zombie in the ring. He's got up from 7 knockdowns before. He is quite a difficult man to put down. So, there is that too.
Nice exchanges from both men in this round. A straight right just misses. Perfectly matched.
And again, disappointed to not see the end of that Dan F and Dan F at the Perp and Haywood fight, but again, boys, you know, like I said, it's frustrating, but we're on a game made by a smaller studio. We're on a game that does not have even a fraction of the budget of Fight Night or any EA product. Probably not even got a fraction of the product of the funding that UFC did. So you're gonna have to expect that at times there's gonna be errors, there's gonna be crashes. It's just part and parcel of the game, boys. It is. Body shot that comes in as the hits continue. Left and rights here from Floyd Patterson as Roy Jones Jr. is hit by a big counter shot. And Kieran Crow here now is on wobbly legs. At the end of round 1, though, Floyd Patterson can't get the knockdown. That is a big moment for Dan F as Kieran Crow is going to hobble back to his stall and try and figure out what the hell just hit him, because I don't think he has a single clue. It was quick, it was flashy, it was unrelenting. I think as well, when you talk about these two different stages in terms of what they're looking for, I think Kieran Crow would very much like to put himself in that immediate contendership bracket if he can beat Dan F tonight. But for Dan F, it's a case of building up your resume, building up the record, building up the win tally to eventually kind of go up there and contest against Jack Hanna for that WBC Championship of the World. The thing that Kieran Crow's struggling with right now is his timing. The timing with Roy Jones Jr. is not there. He is effectively just trying his hardest to match what Floyd Patterson is doing. But Floyd Patterson is so speedy. That's the difference. You can't play for a match of speed. You can't.
You'd like to see more jabs.
It seems like Roy Jones Jr. is as well, like a little bit. The way that Roy Jones Jr. throws his kind of overhand almost is so tiring. It's crazy.
Not a lot of punch output. Thought there might be more action here.
Think as well, this is the position that Roy Jones Jr., Kieran Crow wants Floyd Patterson in. He's got to get him trapped in a corner and then death hook his lights out. Has to. Head health of RJJ, though, is absolutely in the bin. Big shot there, though, from Kieran Crow. Oh. I thought he was going to do the animation where he flashes him there. Well, round number 2 coming to its conclusion. Kieran Crow still looking for those overhand power shots. Floyd Patterson still looking for his pressure. But it's another fight where maybe the two conflicting styles tonight result in fireworks. Round 2 in the books. Kieran Crow's head health continues to be a main concern. I think that's Dan F 2 rounds to 0. I don't know about you guys. Of course, as well, the final prelim fight of the evening after this one. Spooky Ghost back in action, of course, before our main card begins. Here we go. Round number 3 of a potential 8. Tries to go for that body uppercut immediately, doesn't he? Wow, that was being searched for, but not able to really find the connection there as big straight goes down the center again. Oi, Roy Jones Jr. eating a big one. I thought that was an illegal blow to the balls there. I thought he absolutely uppercutted his cock and nuts there. That would have been something. I miss it on finding out the illegal blows, dude. I love just getting the sneaky headbutt in there. Cheeky, illegal shot to the nads. You know what I mean? Oh. And Floyd Patterson in a rock state. He's going to look to try and take out Roy Jones Jr. Kieran Crow knocked to the canvas. Again, I found it very interesting that Kieran Crow wasn't even going to try and retreat when stunned there. Just wanted to stand his ground and swing. Testament to his character in the UFC octagon. But first knockdown of the night here. And it comes by way of Dan F and Floyd Patterson. That is what you need. That is what you absolutely demand. And with a minute left on the clock, you'd have to say Floyd Patterson has the potential. He's dancing in front of him. He's taunting in front of him. I'll tell you, it's going to be a dangerous game if Kieran Crow gets Roy Jones Jr. purring. Right now, Dan F is resting on his laurels that effectively Kieran Crow can't touch him. And I mean, after that knockdown, I mean, is he wrong totally? Maybe not. But you know that he's got one shot power on him. And he's taunting him now. They're both taunting each other. They're both getting their taunts off here. We're having a dance off almost. Oh, big shot there. Floyd Patterson. Nearly feeling the power of Roy Jones Jr. So there you go. It's a big round for Dan F, who gets the knockdown, yes, but it's a reminder again at the end of the round that Roy Jones Jr. still has power. 30-26 on the scorecards here as things stand. Lefts and rights again. Roy Jones Jr. just sent backwards, tumbling. Right hand sends the legs on Floyd Patterson into jelly. Continues to get those uppercuts and shots off there, though. Lefts and rights again. More damage coming forward. Big shot there comes on in again. Floyd Patterson getting his head movement moving. And I think that's the thing. He just wants to kind of outclass Kieran Crow today. He wants to send a message maybe to the division that he should be next, no matter who the number one is. He's saying it should be me. Damn it. Big right hand comes in as again Floyd Patterson continuing to feel the power of RJJ. There's still plenty of time left. It's only round 4 of 8, remember. You know, he's got 4 more rounds after this to really get himself moving. Little jab there from Floyd Patterson. Oi. Sends him backwards again. And then, I tell you this much. I don't know if Floyd Patterson can continue over the next 4 rounds to continue taking these kind of occasional big shots. He may be dancing. His feet may be moving. But I tell you this much. It doesn't take much from Roy Jones Jr. Just ask Blaze, who's been practicing and sparring with him. It just takes one good flurry. It really does. Floyd Patterson. Body shot there, comes on in. Upstairs again. The uppercut there, though. Floyd Patterson cracks him. Kieran Crow at the end of the round suffering another big stun, and it could have been another big moment for Dan F. Walks back to his stall, and he is going to be the most confident he's felt in ages. Kieran Crow putting up a good fight, but he just cannot get a confirmed knockdown on this man whatsoever. Round 5 of a potential 8. And so far, so good for Floyd Patterson. Oh, well. And now he dances on the corpse of Roy Jones Jr. as well. And that could be it for Kieran Crow. Well, no, it won't be. An 8 count. One shot power from Floyd Patterson. Wow. And he's still got the majority of this round to go. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Kieran Crow almost baiting Floyd Patterson in. Maybe trying to make him think he's not there. Makes him walk towards him and then tries to get a shot off on his ones. But again, Floyd Patterson probably saying to himself, you just got up at an 8 count. One more knockdown and I've got your number here tonight. Oh, wow, it's got to be. Just beautiful timing from Dan F. And maybe Kieran Crow there just kind of felt like defeat was imminent. So that was very wild from Kieran Crow, and that's going to be the game, set, and match moment there. Kieran Crow unable to beat the count. Dan F, better late than never, you could say. And he means business in this WBC division. He will be clamoring for the next title shot. 3 wins and 1 loss now. Maybe he'll be asking for that rematch against Z Kill Z, avenge that loss down the line. A huge victory tonight for Floyd Patterson. Again, a man against Roy Jones Jr. expect to maybe not be as powerful, but nevertheless, he looked dominant in there. A round 5 KO tonight, courtesy of Floyd Patterson. Big moment for Dan F. as he continues his hunt for the WBC Championship of the World. Congratulations. Up next, then, we're going over to our final prelim fight of the evening. 20 minutes late. I can only apologise, but it's Spooky Ghost against No Love Fred. So we're going to go straight into that one as well. I don't want to kind of make these guys wait any longer than we've already made them wait. So apologies again to Spooky and co. But we're here, we're ready, and we are set for action. Spooky Ghost tonight coming in with an 0-1 record. The former PlayStation UFC champion of the world takes on No Love Freds, who also comes in tonight with an 0-1 record. Maybe these two will meet in the UFC Octagon not so soon in the future. So, listen, should be good. Should be a massive one. One of them tonight get their first win in the boxing ring. And it's going to be Daniel Jacobs tonight against Nigel Benn. Love the picks. Nigel Benn we've seen once before, but wasn't really overly impressive. Thanks to Fury for the raid of 19 as well. Hope you're enjoying your night tonight, man. But there we go. Here we are. Let's see who comes away with a big, big victory tonight before we immediately move on to our main card. I need to get a drink after this fight as well. My voice is going. I am feeling it.
One time for the gringos.
Jesus Christ, that fucking completely sent me backwards. Thank you so much for the follow. Kieran Sage, that's you from earlier on in the card. Congratulations, good win. Here we go then. Round number 1. For these two 0-1 fighters, someone's O has to go. Someone's career takes off tonight. Daniel Jacobs today in the camouflage trunks for Spooky Ghost, whereas Nigel Benn in the black trunks for No Love Freds. Of course, Freds will be not only focused on this fight today, but focused on Thursday, has a PlayStation Championship opportunity inside the octagon in UFC 5. So if you're a fan of Fred, make sure you catch him on Thursday night where he looks to compete for gold in a different combat sport. Of course, for Spooky Ghost, always great to see how he formulates an offense in the boxing ring, because again, when you look at his UFC 5 credentials, he's one of the best wrestlers in the league. There's no takedowns, there's no submissions, there's no ground and pound in the boxing ring tonight. So how will he fare when he's resorted just to his hands? Of course, for Nigel Benn, he's got the ability to stop you in one go, as the net code there is absolutely horrendous. I don't know how he's managed to connect with that whatsoever, but again, body shot there comes on in as Daniel Jacobs just looking to kind of stay on the outside and ducks underneath as well, as left and right hands immediately kind of causing trouble for Nigel Benn. I think this is the thing tonight. It's going to be more of a fight where you look at Spooky Ghost and you say he's going to look to be the more fluid fighter, the more moving fighter. I think Nigel Benn in Freds is going to want to get into the pocket and just get his hands moving, get that power shot kind of loading. But if you're Daniel Jacobs for Spooky, you're going to be hovering around the ring. You're going to be hovering around the center island. You're going to be saying to yourself, listen, let's just get that kind of forward momentum and forward pressure there. And I think if you can do that, both fighters have an opportunity to win this one. So with Jacobs, be on your feet, but stick and move like we saw in those fights earlier on. There you go. Great shot there to the body. And now, exactly, out of the pocket and swing on round. Great end to the round. And I like the game plan from Spooky here tonight. I think if you're Nigel Benn, if you're Freds here, I think you've got to make it a little bit dirty. You've got to make it a little bit uncomfortable. You've got to kind of close him down and work your shots. Absolutely have to. There you go. Takes the knee. One body shot sends Daniel Jacobs into a quivering mess on the floor. That is the power of Nigel Benn. Ladies and gentlemen, that there is exactly the kind of response and the exact kind of start to the round that Freds would want. And that's what I'm saying. He's got to be aggressive. He's got to be brave. Step into the pocket and take away all this movement of Daniel Jacobs and Spooky Ghost. If he can, the power can defeat Jacobs. It certainly can. Right hand there attempted, but still thinking about maybe the combination artistry instead. Left hand goes low to the midsection, still nothing. Uppercut comes on in as well. As needs to find the body shots. Need to see tonight if Nigel Benn, Freds, is confident enough to consistently move and take the pressure to Spooky. When you're going up against a guy that loves to kind of retreat, we'll call it, or defensively box, you have to be able to make sure that you can consistently take that pressure to him. So we talk about themes. It's a bonfire Tuesday. You're going to need to have a firework of a right hand if you're Nigel Benn to put Daniel Jacobs out of here. We already saw it once with those lethal body shots, but need to see it consistently. Certainly do. It's a great round back, though, for the Nigel Benn pick. That's going to be a 10-8 to Nigel Benn. Round 1 to Jacobs. Round 2 to Benn. And it's difficult because I feel like you can't really criticize Spooky Ghost either. I feel like that flash knockdown was so out of nowhere that you can't even say it's a defensive deficiency. It's just Undisputed doing Undisputed things. Swings on round, but the right hand again just meeting the dome of Nigel Benn. Continues just to kind of keep himself calm and present in the fight. I think as well, if you are Daniel Jacobs, you have to kind of set traps. Spooky has done a lot of kind of defensive shelling tonight, but he's not set the trap, and I think he's got to believe in himself as well. You know, it's not like Daniel Jacobs has got the power of a 4-year-old girl. You know, he can knock you out categorically, but you have to be smart and make that pressure from Nigel Benn from Fred appear. And when he pressures you, you get that counter, that pullback, be game, set, and match. Works the body again. Now a bit of a Mexican standoff. No, neither of these two wanted to propel towards one another. Works the body again. Hook upstairs is good. Big power shot there. Hitting and whiffing. Little kind of free piece again from Spooky Ghost. There you go. 4 points. That's more like it from Spooky as well. Spooky adapting, getting in 4 hit combinations. I like that. I like that. As the fireworks in the background of my area continue to go off. The fireworks in this middle of the ring are just beginning. Ducks and dip. Good movement as well. I got to say that. For Nigel Benn, for Fred's, big fan of his movement tonight as well. Same with Spooky. Movement maestros, eh? As this one goes into round number 4. I think tonight's card as well going to break the record for most amount of rounds of boxing we've seen. A lot of fights tonight. Rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 so far. Don't forget, main card, 10 rounds is where we're off to. I think as well, for me, is when you play this style, especially if you're Spooky, talked about earlier on, you know, you can do this and you can win rounds on points, but there are going to be I told you, this Nigel Benn power ain't no joke. That came out of nowhere again. It's the second, like, kind of flash knockdown that Spooky's had to deal with. And he could be in trouble here. Up at 7. It was a flash stun knockdown in round 1 or 2 with a body shot. And now we're here again in round 4. And it's a headshot that drops him. This is what I'm saying. With Jacobs, you cannot allow those power shots to creep through. Nigel Benn will punish you. And I think now, we're going to talk about confidence soaring. It's going to be absolutely in abundance for No Love Freds, for Nigel Benn in the black. So to get your first win against one another tonight, huge, and it would dampen the confidence certainly of the losing fighter as well. To go 0-2 is never a nice thing. But you've got to try and keep figuring out what your opponents can do, what your opponents can't do. And I mean, this is the thing as well. It's just such a great chess match in matches like this. I love them. They may be a little bit quote-unquote boring to the casual eye, but it's always great to see who adapts quickest, who finds the fix to a certain pattern of strikes quickest. It's a great round though for the Nigel Benn pick. No update on the scorecards as we travel into round number 5. Maybe you would argue though that Daniel Jacobs, having struggled to get up at 7, just needs to eat one more knockdown. One more knockdown for Nigel Benn. And this one could be all she wrote. Could be. Right hand comes in. Daniel Jacobs, if he ever needed a favour right now, it'd be a favour of getting a knockdown. He would love to be in that conversation, but continues just to swing up onto the dome here, and Nigel Benn uppercut there, just whiffing again for Benn. Jacobs now going for body shots. You can see just trying to take that stamina away from Nigel Benn, which in turn means that less power shots can come in, and in turn less damage can be done. There's more shots coming in onto the belt line. Would like to see Spooky get back round to that lateral movement he was doing in the first 2 rounds as well. That was definitely helping him. It seems like he's much more linear in his entry and exit. It's walk forward, walk backwards. Got to move out from the side, curve a little bit. Make it more difficult to hit you on the exit. Uppercut there, whiffing, of course, 65 miles away from the opponent, so that's always going to happen, but right hand comes in again as the 28-second mark of round 5 is upon us. 1-2s flying forward again onto the belt line once more. Goes down low, but this one here tonight is going to go into round number 6. And for Nigel Benn, you know it's going to take one more knockdown. The questions now on Spooky will be, was the pick correct? Because Daniel Jacobs has not got, unless my memory is completely hazy, not got a single knockdown in this fight. And doesn't have the damage to generate a knockdown, I don't think, either. Good evasion. I do feel sorry for Spooky in some points as well, because the net code is not helping him, where he's just kind of throwing a strike in mid-air is Nigel Benn, and it's connecting somehow, but you're going to have to cope with it. Continues just to work the belt line again. There's more and more hits coming through. Big shot to the ribs. Goes right back with his own counter shot. Nice from Daniel Jacobs. The most aggression we've seen from Spooky in the last few rounds. Absolutely. I think he knows he has to kind of pick up the tempo here, because he is low on the scorecards. Big shot to the ribs again. Big right hand. Left some right. Whoa, 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 whoa. Out of what? Jesus Christ. Okay. A stun out of a jab? I can't lie to you. If I was Fred's hit, I'd be a little bit annoyed, but fair play to him. He has survived it. Maybe the block is low for Nigel Benn. I don't know what's caused that. Continues just to try and stalk his opponent, does Dan Jacobs. Probably the first bit of kind of significant damage we saw Dan Jacobs do in this fight, but it does not lead to a knockdown. It does in fact lead us to round number 7 here of our final prelim fight of the evening. Tricky because, again, I just don't know what caught him. Again, the swelling as well. The swelling on Daniel Jacobs into the yellow quadrant now, which means he's a little bit more busted up. Nigel Benn though, 58-54 up the first 4 rounds going to Benn. The last 2 rounds in a row though going to Daniel Jacobs. So of course it would not be enough if he won the next 2 rounds on points. Daniel Jacobs needs something, needs a bit of a boost in terms of maybe a knockdown or a knockout. Continues to circle round as Fred. Right hands and left hands swinging in the center of the ring. Tries to go low for the uppercut. Big left hand comes in on Daniel Jacobs. Right hand comes in now on Benn. Uppercut there attempted in his own right also. Lovely 3-piece combination now from Jacobs. And for Nigel Benn, I can understand why he's kind of taking his foot off the gas a little bit. He's seen that judge's scorecard. He knows he's 4 points up. He doesn't really need to kind of push dangerously. He knows he can win this fight if he just takes it calm. He'll absolutely secure this fight if he get a knockdown, though. It's what way he wants to do. How aggressive does he want to be? Over to the money then again, whiffing from Spooky. Swing and a miss. I think, oh, I thought he was going to get stunned there again, just as I opened my mouth. It's a mesmerizing fight. You just can't tell who's going to walk the tightrope the more secure. Big shots to the body again. As he peels out and gets ready for round number 8. So, another potential of a decision here tonight. In a card where we've seen the most rounds of boxing in one night that we've ever seen. Set to be on record, probably the longest delay we've ever had for fights in our life. Going to need a couple of first round knockouts on the main card here tonight, fellas. Big shot comes on forward. Low to the body. Oh, and this could be it here. It may not go to decision. Daniel Jacobs is down. That's the 3rd knockdown, and I don't think he's going to get up. It was a 7 count last time. And Spooky Ghost may have felt the full power of Nigel Benn here tonight. Is he going to make the count? Yes, he is. He does not give up. Spooky Ghost is moving like a ghost. He's moving like a deathly object here tonight. It will feel for Daniel Jacobs maybe like a moral victory that he will end up losing by decision rather than having to be carried out on a stretcher. But for No Love Freds, oh, hang on. Hang the fuck on. Oh my god. And he's windmilling, you sick bastard. Well, the bad news is it's only purely a consolation knockdown. I think if you're Spooky, you need a couple more of those in 50 seconds. You may not get that. You've got to put it all out here. Can you get one more? And you can see Nigel Benn Freds is not wanting to risk it whatsoever. He is immediately out of there. He's blocking, he's sticking and moving. And he says, thank you very much, but there'll be no risk here tonight. I want my victory, whether that be by decision or not, I will take it. He wanted to win tonight. Oh, big hit there. Will he go for one more big shot? Yes, he does, and he may well get the victory still. The final time, will Spooky beat the count? He says, I'm not even going to try. It's going to be a round 8 victory for No Love Freds, for Nigel Benn tonight. That is the power that you wanted to see for Spooky. He's such a lovable character in the PlayStation side. But tonight, No Love Freds was superior, 67-64 for all 3 scorecards, despite Daniel Jacobs, Spooky Ghost, winning the last 3 rounds in a row. Freds tonight, though, gets it done in a round 8 brutality. Congratulations to him, his first win in that PlayStation division. With that, though, listen, we have to keep this one going. There's going to be no intro, no kind of special circumstance. We're going right into our main card fight. Sick Nick is up next, of course. Apologies to these guys that were 30 minutes behind nearly. Sick Nick tonight goes against Poisey. Sick Nick 0-1. Poisey 0-1. These two tonight will be looking to avenge their own terrible starts to life. But in the lightweight division, with all fighters legal, who will they pick? Of course, there's no limit to these fights, of course. You can go with whoever the hell you want. The only banned fighter, of course, is Deontay Wilder. So let's go right over into it and see what we've got ready for us. And again, a big apology to all the fighters that are a little bit pissed off that we are behind. Again, a lot of fights tonight went deep. Main card is now live. We'll put that in the Discord as well. Fuck it, we'll just tackle the Undisputed boys. That's fine. There you go. Fellas, we're good to go whenever you are. So, Terence Crawford and Sugar Ray Robinson here. 155 power shots. Spooky Ghost is not happy. Not happy. Might as well play ranked. Hey, it's one of those, man. It's one of those. I thought you played an excellent fight, though. It's just Nigel Benn is just too strong. I think even if it was... I think with the shot selection you were putting in, if you just want someone with a bit more, I don't know, oomph, I mean, you probably would have. I mean, you probably would have got that one done. Because I've had people DM me, a couple people here and there, not a lot. A couple people come to me and be like, "Hey, well, you know, maybe you should put a power shot rule in, a power shot limit." But it's like, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to count power shots per round and then be like, "Whoa, you've exceeded your limit"? I don't really feel the need of doing that when they're doing an update in December. You know, it's one of those, we've got to just grit our teeth and bear it. I think against certain people that power shot spam, I think it's still very easy to be able to kind of formulate a strategy to beat them. But there you go. 155 in 8 rounds though. That's like nearly 20 a round. 20 in 3 minutes accelerated time. Anyway, Sugar Ray Robinson today in the black and white for Slick. Terence Crawford in the black and gold for Poisey. Poisey, of course, another man that really, I think, felt disappointed in his own performance in his opening debut bout. Both of these two, of course, going 0-1. Someone's 0 tonight has to go. Poisey, one of the great American minds in this boxing division. But, of course, when you think about strategy, when you think about focus, it goes out the window against certain styles of fights. And I think when you look at Sugar Ray Robinson, again, lengthy, long, just an annoyance. I think that's the best way to describe Sugar Ray Robinson. Is he is annoying. He is a go-go gadget, extendo arm boxer, as I like to say. It's so difficult to, again, just manage to close the distance, to use Terence Crawford's power. I think tonight that's the key for Slick. You have to absolutely make this fight an annoyance for Poisey. You have to make him want to get up and just put his head through his television. I think if you're Poisey, you got to do exactly what you're doing so far. Close down the distance, march him down, and just effectively knock on the door and ask questions about what can he do in order to defeat you. You have to be the person asking the questions. Do not allow Sugar Ray to dictate where this fight goes, how this fight moves, the speed of this fight. You've got to be the aggressor. And if he does go the aggressor, Sugar Ray Robinson has to be the counter-puncher. Big shot there from Terence Crawford. And that's going to be a good bit of survival from Sugar Ray Robinson. No, it's not. He's down. First knockdown of round number 1. I thought he was going to just about survive it and peel out of there. But there you go. It's like we said, Poisey has to be the aggressor. And he's asking the questions. A good end of round number 1 there for Poisey. And this is what I'm saying. Again, if he's moving towards you, the Sugar Ray Robinson pick has to now be a master of counter shots. When he's walking down, use your pullbacks, use your kind of footwork to get that counter shot activated. You have to use his style against him if you're Sugar Ray Robinson. And that is a great example of how to do it. Pullback body shot, brilliant. And that scares Terence Crawford off to the point where Poisey is now having to reevaluate, when do I go in, when do I make that forward movement. Of course, as well, it's easier said than done. Again, two incredible fighters. Even though they're 0-1, they will not both be 0-1 for too long. I can absolutely see these types of fighters in this division just going for gold at some point. That's how much I rate them. So I was very taken aback by how good Poisey looked last week before he completely sold the fight. I think he would admit that as well. And for Slick as well, it's someone that effectively I've got high hopes for. I've heard a lot about him. You know, he's got friends that came into the league. They told me, you know, he's going to be a fighter that excites, but a fighter that also knows how to pick his moments. Again, you can see it. You can see the qualities in both. You can. Big shot comes in. Sugar Ray Robinson, though, sending Crawford backwards. And definitely now it's a round 2, which Sugar Ray Robinson has come into energized. It seems like that knockdown potential in round 1 definitely woke him up a little bit. Definitely did. What you guys see here with 29 seconds left, is the Sugar Ray Robinson pick happy enough with his round to say that he's won it on points? Always tricky to tell, isn't it? Oh, big right hand, Crawford eating body shots now on Poisey for the first time on the back foot. But is he going to survive it? The answer is yes, he is. Wow. Terence Crawford's durability keeping him upright. Sugar Ray Robinson reminding Poisey that he is not going anywhere. Great round for Sugar Ray. Round 1 to Terence Crawford. Round 2 to Sugar Ray. I've got to think as well, for Crawford now, It's a good test for Poisey. You've just eaten a big stun. You've nearly been knocked down. How do you now respond in round 3? Big right hand comes in.
A lot of fans know how quick these lighter fighters can be, but tonight, don't be surprised if these don't pack a lot of power.
Goes low to the midsection, the belt line.
Timing beats speed, speed beats power.
I've got to think to myself as well, when you just talk about Sugar Ray, how many hits can you really take? This is the thing, because he's doing the correct things, but there's points where the Sugar Ray pick is leaning backwards and just, of course, sitting stationary for 2-3 hits. And although the block is up and it's only landing on the block of Sugar Ray, it all adds up. You have to keep moving. You can't ever sit still. You can't remain static with Sugar Ray against Terence Crawford. You can't. Big body shot comes in there. Great counter. That's a brilliant uppercut there. And Poisey now pushed backwards again. Now trying to get the combinations going. Sugar Robertson just teeing off here. Not able to break through that block of Crawford. I tell you, Crawford's starting to miss more. Robertson's starting to reap the benefits of that. It's almost kind of the first stage, the first sign of potential panic coming in from Poisey. That's what it feels like. Big shot comes in there. Sugar Ray trying to get one more knockdown if he possibly can, but it's not going to happen. Another good round for Sugar Ray. Since Sugar Ray's been knocked down in round 1, he has led this fight, and that's exactly what we said Poisey did not need to happen. Sugar Ray Robinson is now the conductor. He is dictating the speed of this fight, the duration of this fight, and the questions that are being asked. You have to earn his respect back. Swing upstairs as well is good. Sugar Ray Robinson continues just to work the belt line. Swing and a miss again. Right hand comes on in. The uppercut as well being teased. Oh, and Poisey's in trouble again. Big shots once more. Big uppercuts, and that drops Poisey. That's more like it from Sugar Ray. That's a huge, huge moment. And the American Poise is right back up to his feet at a 5 count, but he's not going to be able to take too many more shots like that. He's going to earn back the knockdown that Sugar Ray suffered in round number 1, which therefore puts this fight even more so in Sugar Ray's favour now. Of course, as well, all these fights tonight in the main card, apart from the 2 title fights, are 10 rounds. 2 title fights tonight are 12 rounders. So, again, there's every possible potential tonight. We see a couple of decisions here and there. Big shots coming in. The cricket bat right hand of Crawford continuing to sail on through. Right hand comes forward again. Goes low, big rights. As Crawford continuing just to find his rhythm, just to find his movement in this round. A couple of uppercuts as well, just whiffing for both of them. I think both of them are almost trying to telegraph one another too much. And in the pocket there in the end, I tell you what, Sugar Robinson should be happy that he's come away with his life there, because Terence Crawford in the pocket, are you crazy?
And there's the bell to start the round. His eyes look pretty clear here, Johnny. How do you think he's going to do after being knocked down in the last round?
Well, round 5, and I still feel it was a 10-8 in round 1 to Crawford, and a 10-8 in round 5, or round 4, excuse me, to Sugar Ray, and I think the 2 rounds between it, 2 and 3, with Sugar Ray Robinson 10-9 rounds. So yeah, I do believe Sugar Ray absolutely is in the lead. I think again Poise is one of these that had such an incredibly dominant round 1, but it's just kind of disintegrated each passing round, and now he's getting hit with heavy shots, uppercuts, counter moments, which are leaving us maybe thinking to ourselves, is one more knockdown going to do it? Big shot, wow, Crawford, out of nowhere. For the first time since round 1, a little bit of panic on the face of Sugar Ray Robinson now. Pushes him backwards. Ooh, Sugar Ray. Wow. One shot bomb. Upstairs and then to the body. Drops Crawford to the knee again. And is Poise in trouble? No, he isn't. An 8 count. The American back to his feet. But, dude, where the hell did Sugar Ray Robinson find his power in this fight? I tell you, would not think it was going to take one shot to the ribs to drop him like that. An 8 count as well. He's got to be saying to himself, Sugar Ray Robinson, if he can just get one more, this is game, set, and match. But easier said than done. Of course, took 5 rounds before maybe that damage came close. But round 6, off we go. And I tell you, it's another big round. It's another huge round for Sugar Ray Robinson. That's got to be at least a 10-8 in my books. As Sick Nick, Slick Nick, whatever his name is, Mr. S for Sugar Ray Robinson, very much looks like the real deal here tonight. Oh, well, Crawford saying, hang on a minute. Wow, takes the knee and hits him down. Well, does he get up? He does. An 8 count there. So takes the break, takes the downage there of the knee, and maybe something where you look at that and you're Terence Crawford and you're saying, okay, perfect way to start round number 6. Still with 4 more rounds to go after this one as well. Big right hand comes in. Crawford just spinning round again. Tries to go for that counter punch shot to the midsection as well. Tries to go for the uppercut, whiffs with that one as well. Just, I feel like both of these two have had moments in the last couple of rounds, especially Crawford in round 5, Sugar Ray in round 6, where their game plan has just completely disappeared and they're just being sucked in by the occasion. Have to find a period or a moment of calmness. There's no other way to describe it. Tries to go to the body, absolutely nothing. Again, left and right, overhand comes on in. Midsection shot, should I say, but still nothing there. Goes low to the body. As Crawford again, just on the retreat here. Round number 6 is in the books. Crawford forces Robinson to take a knee. That will be the talking point of the round as Crawford wins that round back. Back and forth. The momentum, the tug of war for who comes out with this fight continues. 56-54. Sugar Ray Robinson. It's the first win for Terence Crawford on that judges' scorecard since round 1. That should tell you everything you need to know. Just think if this obsession with the overhand kill shot from Terence Crawford continues, he may put himself in a really dangerous position of being countered. Continues working off the jab. That right hand is big. Up. Oh, big shot again. Uppercut still there. I tell you, it's a very tense fight. And there's still 3 rounds to go. Potentially big shots to the body. Terence Crawford now sent backwards. Right hand. Ooh! Sugar Ray goes down. Terence Crawford. There's that one-stop power. Wow. Gets up at 6. It's anything far from done, but that there, again, another clear reminder for Sugar Ray Robinson that you cannot play with Crawford in the pocket. He forced Sugar Ray to take the... Sugar Ray Robinson right back, though. What a way to come back from a knockdown with his own knockdown and drops Crawford to a knee. This could be it right here. Poise was feeling good about himself just moments ago. But tonight, his fight is over. Poise loses. What a fight between those two. And what a way to come back from a knockdown with an instant knockout. Courtesy of Sugar Ray Robinson. What a way to end that wait for a win. A round 7 victory tonight. And Sick Nick takes it. I tell you, I feel for Poise, but it was back and forth, man. Love that fight tonight. That was incredible. I mean, some of the statistics as well. 44% of headshots coming off compared to 53. 61% of body shots to 59. 3 knockdowns. A great fight. A great fight. Is it going to take fight of the night for me? I think it is. I think it absolutely has to. So we'll go with that. That was Sugar Ray. Put that there. Again, a couple of great contenders for fight of the night tonight as well. But it's a shame we can only have one. It's probably like 2 or 3 in there. But there you go. Well, on to our next one. As we go over to Hey It's Fran against Liam Kenmure. So Fran, of course, the Mexican sensation fighting for the UFC featherweight belt on Thursday, takes on Scotland's finest in Liam Kenmure. 1-0 is Hey It's Fran tonight. 1-1 for Kenmure. Win today, put yourself into that kind of top 5, top 7 bracket of WBC contenders. Kenmure insists that there is unfinished work at the top of this division against the likes of Jack Hanna. Fran says, I want to be a double champion. VFL UFC featherweight champion and VFL WBC boxing champion. So let's go over and see exactly who gets the job done. Will it be Kenmure or will it be Hey It's Fran? We're here. We're set and we are ready to go. Of course, as well, if Fran is aware he has a fight. Hopefully he does. Hopefully he does. And again, apologies to everyone today for the slight delay on stuff that we've got here. Because again,
One time for the gringos.
it's just been one of those where the fights have gone so long tonight. Thank you as well to Big Slate 3 and Bazlaman as well for the follows as well. All right, we're good to go. Here we are then. So Kenmure and Fran. Kenmure tonight going with Lomachenko, whereas Hey It's Fran going with Julio Cesar Chavez. Again, I'm still not sold by this Vasily Lomachenko pick. I still feel like there's not a lot of substance in the Lomachenko pick. I just don't really overly rate it. I think I love him as a boxer in the highlights I've seen in real life. I feel like he is the type of boxer I could get behind, but I don't know, in Undisputed, I just don't think he's the finished product. I think there's better options. I really do. Here we go, though. We'll see if I'm correct or not. For Fran, he goes with his countryman, Julio Cesar Chavez, in the white for Hey It's Fran tonight. Liam Kenmure, the Scotsman, going in the black and blue with Vasily Lomachenko. A huge statement, a win here for either of these two. It would be as they climb towards that WBC Championship of the World. Again, Jack Hanna will be keeping his eyes peeled on all of the proceedings here. Especially, he very much rates Kenmure as an opponent, but he may well need to be keeping his eyes peeled on Fran as well. There is no easy fight in that division. Absolutely not. Of course, Kenmure is a man that I think he would say he's a fan of the pure breed boxing. He likes to work off the jab and he likes to make sure that his fights almost kind of represent an actual boxing fight. He says, you're never going to catch me power hook spamming. You're never going to catch me, you know, fighting in that kind of dirty way. He believes that he is one of the cleanest boxers that will exist in all of the divisions across all of the consoles. It's a big statement to make. Of course, Julio Cesar Chavez with Fran, I think just marginally taller than Lomachenko, but has so much speed and so much power again that he can maybe trouble Lomachenko if Kenmure maybe starts to get a little bit sloppy. We saw what Kenmure's game plan was in the Jack Hanna fight in the first ever card. It was work the body shots, make him forget about stamina. Is that something that Fran is going to need to be aware of here tonight? Big shot comes in from the Mexican, but the Scotsman replies back with his own huge number there. Goes back low, down to the midsection. The head health of Lomachenko. This is what I'm saying. Oh my goodness me. Big one there from Fran at the end. But That's what I'm saying. It's the headshot power of Chavez, and it's the head health of Lomachenko. I don't like how Kemur, after one round, is already thinking about head health being in red, head health being in a critical situation. I think he's going to be surprised by that. Definitely does feel like Lomachenko's not been given his flowers in terms of maybe his rating in this game. But still a long way to go. Possibility of 8 more rounds after this. For Fran, he's just got to keep himself kind of calm and I think stationary. I think that's the best way to do it. I think you have to bait Kemur in by almost sitting still. Sit in the spot, roll the shoulder, get the Philly shell going if Chavez has that block animation. And if you do, you can very much coax Kemur into walking you down and making a mistake, because he will throw the kitchen sink at you when he starts to feel like the knockout is there. 1-2 down the pipe again. As Chavez just continuing to work off that jab hook. Works low to the midsection. I think as well, if you are Fran, you know, this is a great situation to again claim a scalp of one of the most respected UK-based players in the WBC division. People looked at Kemur as the prodigal son of the boxing ring, just as they looked at him as the prodigal son of the UFC Octagon in VFL 1 2.5 years ago, nearly 3 years ago in the UFC. But there's still something within Kemur that will maybe make him say that he believes he can win the big championships. But if he wants to do that, he's got to get past the Mexican in Fran tonight, and I don't think he has done so far. I personally think Kemur is 2 rounds down going into round number 3. I've loved what Fran's doing with Chavez here. Incredible stuff. Of course, the swelling as well, slightly on the right side and slightly on the left side, but we're talking about very minimal damage. It's not even yellow, red, or orange even danger. So I mean, it's still very much not something to maybe concern yourself about. But as these shots land, as these jabs continue to connect, it could be more and more dangerous. It could be. Continues just to walk forward again, Chavez. Beautiful 3-piece combination there. As again just tries to swing for the body. Goes low, goes high. I think I've got to be honest as well, for Kemur, he does like to take the first couple of rounds off. He did it against Jack Canna, let Jack Canna almost kind of wind himself out in that title fight 3 weeks ago. And then Kemur started enacting his game plan in rounds 4 onwards, I would say. So I'm not going to be completely out of territory for Kemur to basically say, yep, this is all a plan. Let Chavez have the first couple of rounds and then work from there. Body shot comes in again. There's Fran now struggling to maybe get his movement going. Peels around and gets that big jab off the center line. Continues the Chavez to mark up Liam and try and find his rhythm of that sort, but uppercut there, swings on in. Left hand, right hand. The thing is that Kemur right now, from what I'm seeing, just can't get the response shot on Fran. Fran is allowing Kemur to get that first initiation contact in, and then he's getting the response off, and that's why Kemur's head health is so flatlined at the minute. I personally feel if Kemur continues to fight this way, the knockdown could come in the next couple of rounds. You can see the first round Kemur taking, the rounds 2 and 3, Chavez has taken them. And I think, again, round 3 was brilliant. It was the timing, it was the patience of Fran. It really was. Kemio, of course, though, only round 4 of 10. So he knows there's still so much time left to go. Goes upstairs, body shot there. Again, just being thought about coming in. Chavez continues to maybe stalk and think about Kemio. Big shot continues to fly on in, and now Kemio with the first extended bit of pressure on Chavez. I personally think if you're Kemio, I just feel like maybe one of those kind of picks before, when he fought against Jack, kind of Sergio Martinez was his pick. Granted, you know, different weight classes, blah, 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 but I think he needed someone like Sergio Martinez tonight. I think he needed someone a little bit more quicker. I don't think it's necessarily the power. I think Kemio can fight in a way where he doesn't need to get knockdowns to win the fight, but he needed someone with a little bit more. It just feels like they've done Lomachenko dirty with the power. And again, the head health durability is a huge factor as well. The block has really taken a battering, but the head health is, again, in round 4, probably about 70% of the way full, so not exactly ideal there. Fakes going for the body shot there as he continues to march forward in the final 7 seconds of round number 4. As this one reaches the halfway point, and no signs of a throwaway here from Hayat's Fran. He looks very dangerous here this evening. Five rounds down, 5 more to go. Of course, as well, tonight's 2 title fights, the IBF Championship of the World, SB9 and Winter. Oh, Lomachenko down! And there's that head health I said last round. Couple of rounds from now and the knockdown's going to happen. And the man that looks like Nico Bellic in boxing shorts has been put to the sword. I told you they have not done Lomachenko in a lot of glory in this game. I really don't believe they have. I said it before when we saw Lomachenko in recent fights. He doesn't seem like he's the guy. And now Fran has something to really feast on it. He can address this in 2 ways. Go all out supersonic, go for the knockdown again. Or secure the round, walk backwards and effectively escape with points going into round number 6. Body shot there comes in well from Chavez. Continues just to try and find a way. Goes upstairs, big shot comes in, but again, just handled with ease. Off the double jab. And now you can just feel like that head health for Kemio. You can't, I don't know if you can see this down here, but look at this. The head health here is like constantly hovering around about 20% because he just keeps eating hit after hit. Kemio's defense today has just not been able to kind of keep him in a position where the fight's still winnable. I feel like it's only a matter of time now before Kemio hits the canvas once again. Round 5 in the books. That is a Fran round if we've ever seen one. And now Kemio is in a race against time. He needs to get a knockdown. He needs to get something pretty instantly. Even Lomachenko in game looks like he wants to shoot himself in game. He is staring at the floor. He knows he's on the verge of losing this one here. And it may well be that he needs to go back to driving taxis in Ukraine at this point, because Lomachenko looking like he's been plucked out of Kiev and he's just some randy-dandy man in blue and black boxing shorts. It's a shame because, dude, I would love to use Lomachenko in Undisputed, but, like, bro, he's so mid. It's crazy. Chavez again, walking forward. And now you can see that head health is low. Lomachenko just fending off the Mexican in Fran. I know what they say about Mexicans in the sport of boxing. They are unrivaled, unparalleled. Fran fits that criteria. Heart of a lion, skills of an Olympian. Kemio bopped backwards again. Body shots being thought about now here from Chavez. Lomachenko responding with his own body shots though. I think for me, if you're Kemio, I think the other thing that you've got to kind of keep in mind of as well is the time. I think you continue to concede space and continue to concede rounds. Because of that, you are going to put yourself in a position where you have to win by knockout. He may already be in that position. It depends how you lot score this fight, but he may already be in that position. Truthfully, the body shot there comes in again, but that one, not seeing too much. Works off the jab, tries to go low, still absolutely nothing. Lefts and rights coming in. Lomachenko, head health, starting to falter, starting to fall. Big straight down the pipe as well. Lomachenko leaning back. Lefts and rights coming forward as well. Okay. Chavez a little bit in trouble there, but I still like the round for Fran. I do. Slight cut there now on the right brow of Fran as well, but is that significant damage? I don't believe so. He's got Keza in the corner. I don't. Wait for it. Here, wait for it.
Now keep whacking him to the body. Every time he takes a big deep breath, bang one downstairs. Just jab him downstairs, stop him from getting that big deep confidence. He's going to be stretching out his gas tank now. Keep whacking him to fight.
That's Keza. Liam's actually got AI Keza in his fucking corner. That's hilarious. He's literally got Keza in video game format. That's literally the advice that Keza would give someone in boxing. He's absolutely knackered, mate. Just keep going. Chavez, though, as we said, Fran absolutely leading the way. 59-54, not a surprise, those scorecards. Kemio, I think, be totally disappointed with his fight tonight. I think the strategy's been good. I just think his fight pick will be looked back at with disdain, with disappointment. People didn't listen to me when I said that I really felt like Lomachenko was done dirty on the game, but I think now Kemio's going to see that, because I just can't name you anything that he can do exceptionally well in Undisputed. I really, really can't. And people may disagree with me. Some of you may love how Lomachenko feels. Some of you may even think Lomachenko is the guy, but 3 or 4 fights now in a comp setting I've seen with Lomachenko, and I just never really bought into it. Never bought into it. Kemio, of course, needing effectively a win here now. He's going to need to avoid the judges' scorecards. He's going to need at least a couple of knockdowns in order to try and rebalance the scorecards as well. And I don't think Fran is going to be the guy that's going to give you those knockdowns easily. Absolutely not. But right now, Fran enjoying his handiwork in here. The Mexican feeling like he has never been in more control in his life inside the ring tonight. Just got to need to find that jab consistently as well. I think you see Kemio as well. Kemio is picking up the aggressiveness almost, because he knows, man, he knows. He knows he has to push the pace. He knows he's got to control the tempo. And if he doesn't, he will lose this fight tonight. As round 7 turns into round number 8. More and more likely that we're going to see a decision coming forward here again tonight. Crazy. Swelling of Lomachenko is bad on both the right and the left. We're into orange territory here. If Kemio continues to eat shots to his eyes, he will absolutely see the doctor step on in. We're not at critical red level point yet, but we're getting there. Getting good counter shots already from Fran, who is sent backwards by Lomachenko. Defends himself well with the block and then walks back to just let that head health recharge, you'd imagine. Maybe Kemio will believe that in this last kind of 3 rounds, he's got every sort of ability to come back into this fight. Swinging for the fences now as Kemio. Big shot comes in again. Right hand is there. Big one comes through again. Lomachenko just needs to continue with those body shots. Kemio may well have an entry, an opening back into this fight. It's going to take a miracle for Kemio to win this fight. And I guess he can still make this one somewhat competitive and difficult for Fran to get over the line. As it stands though, Fran going to be going to 2-0 in this WBC division. And with a win like Liam Kemio on his books, I mean, sky's the limit. For Kemio as well, how disappointing will he feel? Coming into this one and losing to Jack Hanna and now losing to Fran, will his ego maybe be dented a little bit? We heard so much about Ken Muir and Winter in particularly when it came to the Undisputed kind of murmurs weeks ago. One of them tonight fights for a belt, the other one tonight fights to survive. As we are headed in to round number 9. Again, it has been the longest card in VFL Undisputed history tonight. We are miles behind. Get a sleeping bag. You'll need it. But what can you do? So when the fights are going the distance, you just have to kind of take it in its stead. Well, round number 9 of a potential 10. And for Chavez, you would really need to have one of the biggest chokes of all time to not win this one, and he may well win it with a knockout here. Kemio in trouble, eating shots here from the Mexican. Chavez going low to the body. Kemio is down on his knees here in round number 9. Up at 6 though. Easy as you like from Kemio. Will not go down without a fight here. But it's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. The Scotsman probably down now by 10 points, maybe more, on the scorecards. Tries to go for that right hook upstairs as well, but continues now to let his hands go. Swing and a miss onto the body. Uppercut comes on in. Still swinging forward. I think as well with Kemiur's face starting to look more and more bruised and cut up. Not a pretty sight whatsoever. As Chavez wants to signal his rise to the top with a knockdown, but will he get the knockdown? Will he get a knockout tonight, or will he push so much that he gets flashed? Imagine if Kemio gets a flash KO here. We will never hear the end of it. Swinging with that right hand again, but we're going to be going into round number 10. A decision potentially loading for Julio Cesar Chavez. Round 10 on its way. Final rounds, 88-81 for Julio Cesar Chavez. If you are Liam Kemio in the black and blue, you need a win. You need a knockout. And Kemio may well be knocked out. He takes the knee again. It is a 5-piece blitz of glory from the Mexican sensation. And Kemio may be done here, folks. For Kemio loyalists, are they going to see their man get up? Yes, they will. An 8 count, he refuses to stay down. He says, if I'm losing tonight, I'm losing on decision. I'm not losing by staring up at the bright lights. Right hand sends Lomachenko wobbling. And Lomachenko's injured again. Lomachenko, how much more can he take? Goes to the ground again. It's another big body shot from Julio Cesar Chavez. And Kemyor still staying up. Wow. Incredible get up from Kemyor as well. Don't see that often. Speedy, speedy, speedy bars, but even Fran must be thinking to himself now, what have I got to do to kill this guy? What have I got to do to put this guy in the ground? But 55 seconds. It looks like it's going to be by decision. It looks like Kemyor will continue that kind of protest of, I've never lost. I've had the doctor stop me, and I've had a decision loss against me. Can Fran survive this one, though? Fran goes down to the ground. And it's uncontested shots from Kemyor over and over and over. Referee maybe will think about taking a point there, but again, it's just a consolation knockdown there for Kemyor as Fran gets back to his feet, and this fight will reach its conclusion. It is a round 10 decision, and tonight the Mexican Hayes Fran will walk away with victory. Completely deserved. 97-90 for Hayes Fran here this evening. Do not play with that man. He is a dangerous, dangerous, dangerous fighter in that WBC division. Up next, then we go over to Neve against Ashi. Of course, again, we apologise to these two for being 30 minutes late. What more can we do? Neve, of course, coming into this one tonight with a 2-1 record. Ashi, of course, a 1-0 record. Both of these two, again, vying for the chance to climb up the divisional rankings and reach Jack Hanna. Neve believes tonight a 3-fight win streak may well put him into pole position. We go over and up to it. Neve against Ashi. Let's see exactly who has got the substance between them. I wonder. Yes, we go over and we see. Do we have a link, fellas? I hope people haven't fallen asleep. I wouldn't blame you because we are late, but yes. Craig, ready to go again. You can fit me in next card. I can certainly try, Craig. I can certainly try. Neve and Ashi. Neve. Link. Again, you got to be ready. I don't know where these guys are. Please be ready. Please be ready. And use the stream link section as well. I'm trying to keep on top of this all. But look, Neve's typing. Hallelujah. So we should be good. We should be good. Of course, though, 5 more fights to go, including this one. It's going to be a late finish tonight. I'm telling you. Have your sleeping bag ready, man. Have your sleeping bag ready. Because we have got still so much more action in the ring for you this evening. Steam is down for any PC fights. Well, that could be something. We'll see. We may still have time before the main event happens. Maybe the world of PC not allowing you to become champion. So, who knows? It was a pullout from TreRobertsxn last week. Maybe it's the issues of Steam this week. Well, listen, we're here, and they're both live now. So we'll go with Ashi, because I like that guy. Here we are. There's no mirrors, please, fellas. I can tell you Neve gets priority pick, so Ashi, you will need to respond. If Neve wants Canelo, then you will need to go someone else. I'm not allowing 2 variations of Canelo. Canelo is Canelo, bro, so you would need to go someone else, I'm afraid. Thank you very much. And we'll keep our fingers crossed. The SB and Winter fight may well still happen, since we are delayed in terms of the fights going so long. Again tonight, so many rounds of fights. Decision, round 7, round 8. We had Perp and Haywood freeze twice. 2 round 5s and round 7. The quickest 2 fights tonight have been the opening 2 fights, round 2. We've had a couple of decisions, 3 or 4 decisions. Nuts. Here we go, though. We're here, we're ready for it. 2-1 for Neve, looking for a 3-fight win streak. Ashi tonight looking to announce himself as one of the next up-and-coming contenders in the WBC Xbox division. That is... Todd Grisham needs to turn his microphone down. Holy fuck. Oh, Johnny Nelson as well. Boo.
our tale of the tape.
Well, Roy Jones Jr. from 1993 in his prime, in his heyday.
Here comes
But let's see if he can take on one of the greatest fighters to ever live
pleasure to be in this
in Canelo Alvarez.
There's
Here we
the
go.
bell to start the round.
Canelo in the blue and gold for Neve tonight. Roy Jones Jr. in the gold and black for Ashi. And of course, these two not wasting any time, right into the forefront these two go. And of course, when you think about what Neve can do, he can turn even the most confident fighters into blubbering messes. He knows exactly what his skill set is, and that is the ability to time those power shots to lightning fast precision. Of course, for Ashi, he will need to be aware tonight that Roy Jones Jr. is a great pick to counteract Canelo Alvarez, but you've got to use that slight height advantage to the maximum. If you sit here tonight and want to get involved in a power punch-off with Canelo Alvarez, you may well not live to tell the tale, and already the head health of Roy Jones Jr. is looking in a very, very, very bad way.
They threw the hook. It didn't land.
Of course, as well, with Roy Jones Jr., you've got that incredible kind of Philly shell defense.
The halfway point, and both of these fighters know the round
But,
is-
oh, Roy Jones Jr. also has power. It's 1993 Roy Jones Jr. It's cocaine-fueled Roy Jones Jr. Right hand comes in from Canelo. Canelo, Jesus Christ. The headshots now from both of them. Wow. Fair play to Neve, by the way, for getting that stun, but no knockdown. Even greater defense from Roy Jones Jr. And now the power shots are coming in again from both of these two. Letting the hands fly here in round number one. And Saul Canelo Alvarez now stunned. And Roy Jones Jr. going low to the body. Neve in trouble. Neve still hanging on. Neve is down at the end of round number one. Big, big, big knockdown there. And Saul Canelo Alvarez, can he find a way back to his feet at the end of round one? The answer is yes, he can. Of course, a 5 count there. Nothing out of the ordinary. Both of these two getting stuns. Ashi getting the knockdown. And that is an Ashi round. 10-8. Courtesy of Roy Jones Jr.
We're hoping for an all-action
Round number 2
Let's see if he bounces back here after getting
of a possible 10. Of course, as well, when you think about these two tonight, oh my god, both of the picks complement them so well. I said before when we saw Ashi fight in his debut, I felt like this guy was going to be one of the most devastating pocket boxers that you'll ever find. When he goes against someone like Canelo Alvarez, he just has to be a little bit careful though because of those stat similarities. Big shots again coming in, but he shows no fear. Look at him go! Ashi with a huge knockdown. And Neve is in huge trouble again. The second knockdown in 2 rounds. And he's going to be up here at a count of 6, but Neve cannot continue to sit and trade with Ashi. He's got to flip his game plan here. Ashi is on fire. He is. A minute and 30 left. Canelo Alvarez eating another huge shot. How is he still conscious? Goes low to the body, big pop there from Neve, but again, Roy Jones Jr. now just poking the shoulder up and letting his defense do the talking. Oh, that is smooth avoidance right there. That is incredible. That was beautiful stuff. It really was. Right hand comes on in. Ducks underneath, tries to go for the body. Absolutely nothing there. Oh, Canelo again. And this could be it for Neve. Big shots up top, down low, midsection. Canelo Alvarez. Is he down? Yes, he is. 3 knockdowns inside of 2 rounds. Talk about a statement from Ashi Higa here tonight. And Neve still gets up. An 8 count here. There's still people putting fireworks off, by the way. It's nearly midnight. Calm down. I mean, for Canelo Alvarez, you got to be honest here. If he can survive this fight, this will be one of the greatest comebacks in history. It is all Ashi. It's all Roy Jones Jr. I thought maybe it was going to get a little bit too back and forth in round 1, but
Roy Jones Jr. here is taking the lead. Look at this. Look at this. His head almost like a pinball machine. It's had so much damage. And he goes down again. Oh my God. As Neve will continue to try and find a way to get up. He does a 6 count. He is not being stopped here tonight. He says, knock me down all you like. I'll keep getting up.
At some point, the corner has to stop the
But I mean,
before
4
this fighter because he's not gonna
knockdowns
lay down.
already is ridiculous. It's disgusting. And Neve's block, again, is absolutely fiddled. Joey Diaz is in the crowd. It's a zoo in here, he says, as Canelo Alvarez continues to eat shots, stunned again. Canelo Alvarez, can he survive this? Oh my God, it's 3 stuns in a row. Put the towel in, damn it, he's got a family. He's sprinting towards him. Body shots, head shots. It's a 4th stun. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's been killed. Neve been put on notice. There's a new sheriff in town. But he keeps getting up.
One time for the gringos.
Going on? Oh God, he keeps getting up. Oh my God.
So he's back up, but is he just delaying the inevitable?
And we're only in round 3. There's still 7 rounds to go. Ashy here putting on a clinic. Performance of the night. May have a new home here. It may well do. Right hand stumbles Canelo. And we're going to round 4. I don't know how. I don't know why. But Neve's saying, listen, I may wake up tomorrow paralyzed and be a vegetable, but at least I know that I've stayed on my feet. Sweet God Almighty. What a brutal beatdown that Roy Jones Jr. is giving Canelo Alvarez here. I can't get over that, dude. It's the 4 stuns in a row. It's the 10 or 11 unanswered fucking shots to the head. Forget seeing double. This cunt's seeing 12, man. He doesn't know where he is. Neve taking the entire recovery period, probably fucking getting an ice pack because he can feel the beatdown in his room. 2 10-7 rounds, by the way. 30-22. And Neve now needs a miracle. Neve needs the biggest miracle in boxing history to walk away with a victory here tonight and extend that winning streak to 3. But that is I mean, the way that he has completely tortured him tonight. Ashy Higger has to be one of the greatest up-and-coming boxers in the WBC that Jack Hanna has to be worried about. Looking at the taunts there coming out, he knows how much of a beatdown this has been. Big shot again, the right hand, left hand. Canelo Alvarez almost having a seizure on the feet there. And again, more and more damage. The counters are lightning fast. Tries to work off the jab. Canelo still trying to swipe and swing at him, but still nothing of any sort of conclusion. More and more horrendous hits to the temple. Roy Jones Jr. and Ashy Higger completely unscathed. No damage, no bruise, not even a sweat broken. And Canelo Alvarez is down again. And this has to be it now. This is the 6th or 7th knockdown. There's no way that Neve can find his feet here. And he's not going to find his feet here. Thank God. Because I tell you what. How much more punishment Alvarez could take before dying in the ring was questionable. That was one of the most butchering performances you will see from a boxer, virtually or in reality. A performance of the night bonus is almost guaranteed for him. That was one of the most scary performances that we've seen. 2 10-7 rounds before a round 4 knockout tonight. And that there is the WBC division on notice. That there is a scary, scary, scary man. Roy Jones with the victory. Congratulations to him. And with that, we go up and over to our next one, Rapids and Tomato, as I'm now finally saying it correctly. Of course, as well, George held on to that performance bonus for so long before Ashley took it. Terminator against It's Rapids up next, and for some of these two, or for some of these four tonight, you talk about Terminator, Rapids, you talk about Neve and Ashley's we just saw tonight. Terminator, Rapids will both be saying, I'm the next man up for Jack Hanna. A 3-fight win streak would certainly sway the mood of things. Who wins this one tonight? Of course, when you think about the difficulty of opponents they've faced, Tomato beating Lord Magnum on decision and beating 2 Wavy, it's crazy, in round number 6. For It's Rapids, on the other hand, though, beating that boy CJ in round 5 and beat Neve, who we just saw there in round 9. So I think pretty even. Maybe Tomato a little bit more difficult because of Lord Magnum, how good he looked. But tonight, listen, it's down to what you can do within yourself. Can you find a way tonight to get over the line and take the other man's O? Let's go over and see what we've got set for us here. Will it be some of the kind of meta fighters, or will we see a little bit of magic tonight in the picks? Tomato and Rapids. I think it's going to be Tomato who's streaming. He sent me a link earlier on. We're here, we're set, and we are ready to go. Joe Calzaghe and Roy Jones Jr. once again. Thank you as well to Talent2G for the following, Bailey for the tier 1 for 29 months as well. Still can't get over that. An incredible matchup. Any PC fighters? There are still PC fighters to go. Stoosh fights after this fight as well, for people asking. Stoosh and King Bubba's right after this one. We're just one fight behind because of the fights going so long tonight. A couple of decisions, a couple of round 10s, you know how it goes. And of course the main event tonight, if Steam works, is for that PC Championship of the World. Well, here we go then. Let's see if Joe Calzaghe can get the job done against Roy Jones Jr., who we've already seen tonight look like a serial killer. He is certainly a dangerous fighter for anyone to have. I like these picks for both of them. Rapids in the blue with Roy Jones Jr., Joe Calzaghe in the black for Tomato. He has been begging for consistent chances on the main card. He has those queries rewarded. He gets a second consecutive kind of stint here in the top end of the card, and he'll say tonight, once I beat Rapids, I want the main event against Jack Hanna. Of course, though, he will need to keep his eyes peeled and focused on Rapids tonight, who is a dangerous fighter in his own right. Both of these two have knockout power, but both of these two have incredible patience. Keep that in mind as well. You talk about the ability to make fights feel like they're must-win. Both of these two and their aura in the division will certainly bring that as well tonight. Swing and a miss there with the uppercut on Joe Calzaghe. Of course, with Tomato, we saw Jack Hanna not sign up this week. He said, Jack Hanna's running from me. He knows that he couldn't beat me in the ring, and I will make it so he cannot avoid me when I beat Rapids. Jack Hanna has remained quite quiet and stoic about those statements, about those claims, but he will believe he's able to get the job done. He says, if I can beat Skilled Z and I can beat Kemure, I can probably make easy work of you as well, son. Of course, as well, it's a case of Rapids tonight. What can he do in terms of getting his hands moving? He's not had the greatest starts to fights in recent memory, but he has been in a position where maybe kind of rounds 4, 5, 6, he really starts to turn on. Overhand comes on in. Body shot comes in there as well. Tell you what, my concern for these two is that they're both swaying. They're both moving a lot in terms of that. When one's swaying, I feel like the other one's going to throw an overhand in and catch him on the sway. I think you've got to calm down on the movement just a little bit. I feel like that's so dangerous of how these two are fighting so far. It just takes one power shot off the back of a wrong sway, and you can be in very, very deep waters here. Round 1, though, I like Roy Jones Jr., I've got to be honest. I think Rapids is there or thereabouts, but it's a right hook from Joe Calzaghe, followed by the big straight rocks, the shots to the body now. Oi, the overhand comes in from Rapids now from Roy Jones Jr. again. These two not hanging around. The head health of Calzaghe as well into orange territory. Good head movement again from both of them. Both of them just trying to bait the other. Oh, the overhand again. And another one. Roy Jones Jr. continuing to find the bullseye. And Tomato here is just going to need to kind of find his rhythm, because right now he looks a little bit nervous. He does. Is it the slow start to the round? Is it the pressure of the occasion? Just doesn't seem like he's able to find a match for what Rapids is doing. Ducks underneath brilliantly. Goes back low to the body. Overhand comes on in. 1-2 down the centre. Sways underneath. That's off the jab. But I think for Roy Jones Jr., it's a case of, you know, you have to prove yourself. People have said, well, you know, he's not really had the toughest of opponents in his opening 2 fights. You can have no arguments tonight. Both of these two trying to take the undefeated record of one another. The only thing that could make this division even more interesting tonight is if these two end up going the distance and drawing. Then neither of them would be next. How funny would that be? Overhand comes in. Huge shot there. And Joe Calzaghe's head health continues to be a cause for concern. End of that round. Keep in mind, we're only in round 2 just there. Joe Calzaghe's head health at the end was about 10 to 20%. Those overhands from Roy Jones Jr. have been the significant difference maker. Of course, as well with Calzaghe, he's always got a puncher's chance. The Welshman is lethal in that regard, but he needs to have a lead up. It's the thing with Calzaghe is right now, Tomato is not really doing anything off of trying to get those power shots in. He's not even working off of his jab. He needs to try and get that block down of Roy Jones Jr. He does. Tries to go for the swinging and wild uppercut there. Body shot comes in as Rapids avoids that. Oh, the overhand again. There's that right hand from Calzaghe now comes in, rocks the shot to the body himself. And again, you're talking about fights tonight which could go the distance. I would be shocked to my core if how these two are fighting this even remotely gets close to round 10. Works off the jab once again. Uppercut there, swings on forward. Oi, Joe Calzaghe thought he was going to get wobbly knees there. Head health onto that orange marker, but again, just the I tell you what, the avoidance and the shoulder movement today by Rapids has been the key selling point for me. I think he's looked brilliant in his evasive maneuvers and his defensive mindfulness. Love it, to be honest. Big shot comes on in again. Right hand, left hand. Goes back to the body shot. Tries to find home base again. Pokes to the body, goes right upstairs, and there's that overhand creeping forward once more. Round 3. In the books here as Calzaghe wobbles. And these two swinging for the fences at the end of round 3 again. I'll let you just watch this round. I need to go and get a drink. My voice is really going. I need to get a beverage. If I come back and I see someone's won, I'm going to be furious. You know what? I'll wait until next round. I don't want to... I'm going to have to sprint. I'm going to fly down those stairs to get a beverage, but I do not want to go as a round is beginning. If these two can hear me, if this goes to round 4, don't skip the recovery, so I'm going to get a drink. As you hear, my voice is completely finito at this point. A lot of commentary tonight. That's alright. Love of the game, boys. We do it. Big shot down the middle there. This continues to get that straight fired off, and right back to the midsection. Goes low. There's Calzaghe. Ooh, overhand to the right hand. Could have been really, really bad. Still, it's a big shot forward. Calzaghe just needs to maybe find the round in which he earns the respect back. Because right now, I can't lie to you, I feel like it's been a clear, straight 4-round victory, 3-round victory for Roy Jones Jr. I don't think Calzaghe's won a singular round. I really don't. I think there's definitely a fear from Tomato about the overhand. I think he's definitely aware of it and scared of it. Rapids tonight looking like he's fighting and boxing with zero fear. He's fighting with a conviction and a vindication about him that screams to me he is ready for that championship opportunity against Jack Hanna. Goes low to the body, but absolutely nothing there again. 30 seconds left of round 4. Joe Calzaghe continuing just to sponge those shots, though. Goes forward again, continues. Oh, body shot comes in from Calzaghe, but round 4 done and in the books.
Let's talk about Calzaghe in that last round. Well, we know they've got the advantage so far, but how does this match get turned around?
Dominance, without a doubt, made it look so easy.
Okay, how do you feel? How do you feel? All right, breathe. Focus and stoop. Right? Don't worry about the knockdown. Don't worry about the tough round. You can relax. Breathe and relax. Right, this next round, I just want you to keep moving. Don't take any clean shots. Every time he gets close, tie him up, grab a hold. Right, in this next round, when you get to the round, just get
Oh, there we go. We went to the concession stand and back. There's no queue, boys. Everyone's in their seats. Oh, yeah. All right, we're good. Well, round 5. No score update yet, but realistically, if it's not a Rapids 4-0, I just don't know what we're scoring on anymore. You know what I mean? If Calzaghe's even winning this fight, I would be in quite a bit of disarray. Of course, round 5 of 10, so still so much boxing to go. Don't forget our PlayStation #1 contendership fight up next right after this one. 2 polarizing figures in King Boobas and VFL Stoosh, who will be the next man up for Coxie 96 in future cards. Calzaghe fighting with a bit more of an aggressiveness in round 5. I think he knows. If he's got a corner, they've probably told him, hey, dickhead, it's time to box. What are you doing? He's not been present in this fight whatsoever. He really hasn't. Right hand, ooh, wobbles the legs of Calzaghe. Oh, right hander gets that right overhand every single time. Still though, not a single stun or knockdown in this fight. Can you imagine this goes the distance? Ooh. Good avoidance, you can see now. It's Calzaghe. Tomato, who is anticipating that right overhand and just avoiding it with that kind of pullback, that sway. Goes back low to the midsection again. Right hand comes in, rocks the body with a lightning bolt indeed. Goes back low, uppercut comes in. Overhand swings forward again, left and right once more. I don't know if Calzaghe's just that damn tough, or if this version of Roy Jones Jr. is just this much of a pussy where he can't get a stun, let alone a knockdown. How many more shots can Calzaghe take before he starts to tremble? And imagine if Calzaghe gets the first knockdown. Imagine that's going to rattle Rapid. Goes back low to the midsection. Trying to make that liver scream, isn't he? Right hands and left hands coming in. Calzaghe eats a 4-piece combo. That's probably Rapids' finest bit of boxing here tonight so far, combination-wise. Avoids that one. Body shot again comes on in. Rib shot. Now look at this. The counter shots from Calzaghe coming right back his direction. Oh, sends the knees of Roy Jones Jr. trembling now. Here comes Calzaghe. Round 6 of 10. And it seems that maybe Tomato has finally woken up here. He's taking charge, or at least attempting to take charge in this bout. Big shot. He continues to circle and cycle around.
That jab misses.
Jab there comes off for Calzaghe. Good evasive maneuvers once more. But Tomato right back at him. Right hand again. And that head health now of Calzaghe is again screaming for a bit of recovery. There's not going to be much more that the Calzaghe pick can take. Throws a lightning rod again towards him, but the block's surviving. Big one again, goes low. Oh, well, there's the first stun. Roy Jones Jr. is the man on the end of it. Huge, huge moment. That has got to give you, if you're Joe Calzaghe, if you're Tomato, the biggest motivational boost possible. 58-56 in favour of Rapids and Roy Jones Jr. at the minute. He's 2 points up with this round and 3 more still to go. Winnable position for Joe Calzaghe. It is. Big shots to the midsection now. Seems like Roy Jones Jr. absolutely deciding that, well, the body shots could be the key here to open up the durability of the head health, make him forget about the head and protect the body, and then the head will present itself. Tries to go low again, just works off that jab, does Calzaghe. Swings on round, still right hand, still going forward. Minute and 40 left of round number 7. So many long fights here tonight. The most rounds in boxing we've ever seen on a VFL card. Goes low, uppercut there, swings on in. And again, Calzaghe just trusting his block really nicely. Great trio of body shots there as well from Roy Jones Jr. Head health is still in tatters as well. The block is really, really feeling it. Swings and misses on that one. Ooh, right hand. Back low to the body as well. Uppercut there, swings into nothing. Back round he goes. Oh, low shot there to the incredible midsection of Joe Calzaghe. Big shot now towards the right of Calzaghe, and it's almost like a tug of war again in this round number 7 for who can end it on top. It's a very intriguing fight, it really is, because the main concern here is for Rapids and just not having the power or not having the cleanness of the striking to get that stun back from Calzaghe, to even get a knockdown on Calzaghe. And when you have that situation, that problem, you allow Calzaghe to get right back into the fight, because it just takes one knockdown for Calzaghe to be in front of this fight. And then you're in panic stations. 100%. Slow to the body again, right hand side. Just needs to be protected. Calzaghe. Oh, there you go. Down goes Calzaghe. And that's what he needed. Rapids with the first knockdown of this fight in round number 8. And that now puts an element of urgency on the Joe Calzaghe pick of Tomato. A round 8 knockdown for Rapids.
Well, he's back up, but now what, Johnny?
That is what he needed. And now what will the strategy of Tomato be? Will he be even more aggressive, or will he believe in his ability to get the fight done still over the next 2.5 rounds? Left hand starting to be worked into the affair by Calzaghe as well. Right hand now coming forward. It's the right hook into the left uppercut that he's looking for Roy Jones Jr. Big right hand, and there's the uppercut again. He's looking for it, and it's the 2 vicious counter punches from Roy Jones Jr. that creeps on through. Body shot there comes open again. Head health is still in a compromised position for Joe Calzaghe. Does Roy Jones Jr. feel like he can maybe get one more flurry in here in the final 10 seconds of round number 8? I would never have believed in my life that this fight would have gone 9 rounds or 10 rounds, but that's just been the story of proceedings here tonight. Fights are tight, And fights are torrid. Not a good round if you're a Joe Calzaghe, man. And now it means that Roy Jones Jr. probably going to be 4 points ahead rather than 2. Body there. Starting to be rocks. Tries to go forward again. The uppercut just whiffing again. Still swinging forward. One to the rib cage once more. Sways underneath. Beautiful upper. Overhand again coming from Calzaghe. Overhand again onto Calzaghe. Just needs to find one more knockdown to absolutely secure it. And I feel like, realistically, if you're talking about Roy Jones Jr., I think that knockdown doesn't even come from a headshot anymore. I think the knockdown comes from a body shot. I think it absolutely does. I think if I'm Roy Jones Jr. right now, I'm focusing on body hooks galore. I really am. Left hand comes forward again. Ooh. Minute and 15 seconds. Calzaghe at this point has got to be saying to himself, I don't need just a knockdown, I need a knockout. He's going to need to try and finish Rapids here tonight. Oh! Well. Hang your bloody horses. We may have a fight on our hands. Can he get up? He's going to get up at 5. Dude, the scorecard's going to be mad interesting. Well, round 9 resulting in a knockdown for Tomato. If you're Rapids, I think you just got to coast to round 10. You don't want to push the boat out too much here and suffer the consequences. We're going to round 10. 10th and final round in this WBC #1 contendership matchup. 85-84 to Roy Jones Jr. going into the final round. The mission is clear for Calzaghe. You must get a knockdown and you will win this fight. If you're Rapids, you've just got to land your punches and ensure that you win this one. Imagine if this goes to a draw tonight. It very much could. If Calzaghe wins this round 10-9, that would make it 94-94 on the scorecards. And it would mean that neither of these two would be next for Jack Hanna. How funny would that be? If you concede the knockdown in this round, if you are knocked down in this round, you are going to lose your contendership position. That's how dangerous of a tightrope we are walking here. Do you coast towards a decision? Do you risk it all for a biscuit? What do you do? How do you approach this one? Calzaghe's stamina is absolutely cooked, and Calzaghe has been downed, and that's got to be it. That has to be it. It's Rapids has got to be the new #1 contender. If you're Tomato, you now need to win that knockdown back. You've got to do what's just happened to you in effectively 45 seconds. Not even that, 30 seconds. Swing for the fences, young man. There's no other choice. And he's thrown so many power strikes as Calzaghe, he can't do anything. He can't even catch Roy Jones Jr. because he's out of breath. Rapids there, bows, little bow of respect there. And it will be a Roy Jones Jr. decision victory here this evening. A big moment for him as Rapids and Jack Hanna will now meet for that WBC Championship. 95-92, 96-91, 95-92. One of the judges' scorecards there. All 3 judges giving Joe Calzaghe 4, 5, 7, and 9. And of course for Rapids, 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, and 10. 3-0 now for Rapids. Who can stop him? The champion will say, it's me. I'm the one that can stop him. But another decision tonight on a card which has been extremely long And I feel terrible because people got work tomorrow, man, but it's not my fault. Up next, then, this will be going over to that PlayStation #1 contendership matchup. Stoosh tonight comes in similar circumstance against King Boobus. Both of these two 2-0. Coxie, of course, the champion, will be looking on with great delight here. Who will it be? Stoosh or King Boobus? Who goes to 3-0? And who gets themselves in that contendership position for this one? Let's go over and see exactly what goes on here. We are here, we are set, and we are ready to go. Stoosh is the man that is live for us here this evening before our 2 title fights tonight between Lucky and Stanex, and SB and Winter get up and underway. Again, apologies to those 4 as well tonight for how long this has taken, but the fights have been just quite insane, haven't they? And it's going to be Alexander Usyk tonight against Rocky Marciano. Love that. King Boobus, don't be fooled by this online record. 7 wins, 21 losses. Yes, but holy smokes, he has looked like one of the most entertaining fighters in this PlayStation division. Always a joy to see Boobus and Stoosh on the stream card, and tonight one of these two will be next for that PlayStation Gold. The stakes have never been higher. It's categorically for them their biggest fights of their career thus far. Let's go and see exactly who gets it done. Hey, don't need to apologise for caps as well, Wuggy. You type in caps to your heart's content, mate. Don't you worry. Here we go then. The #1 contendership. Who will Coxie 96 face next? His Tyson Fury runs the streets here in the PlayStation division, in the WBO. Here we go.
You are looking live at the WBC arena. My name is Todd Grisham. Next to Alexander Usyk, the former.
Again, for Rocky Marciano, I think we saw once on the previous card. Didn't really get to see too much of him. But again, just like I said earlier on about Lomachenko, mate, I'm telling you, the jury's out for me on Usyk. I am not a fan of Usyk. Maybe tonight it will be a different story because he's actually the taller man. It almost feels like it's Rocky Marciano. Maybe I didn't like Usyk because of just the difference between him and Fury, but when I saw Usyk fight before and in previous fights, I looked at it and I went again, I'm not sure why they've done him so dirty. Maybe I'll be incorrect. But of course, Usyk tonight in the white and blue for Stoosh. Rocky Marciano in the black and white for King Boobus. And King Boobus has done a great job of already selling that fight. He has told Coxie 96 that he will be hunting him down until the day he leaves his PlayStation division. He has not been impressed by Coxie's reign. He says that the people that he's faced have been nothing more than tin cans, and that he's the real test for Coxie's championship run. Of course, with the Stoosh, he's been someone that has conducted his business quite quietly. You know, an incredible record online, but a undefeated record as well inside the VFL boxing ring, and he's already stunned King Boobus here as Alexander Usyk is raining down punches now on Rocky Marciano. And can he survive it? King Boobus says, of course I can. Of course I can. Trying to rip a shot there to the body is Usyk. A left hand there gives Marciano something to think about. Continues though to almost moonwalk does Marciano, and again Usyk just working a shot to the body, working a shot to the head, trying to maybe create a little bit of confusion, a little bit of dynamism in his strikes, because that's what you need to do in these big contendership matchups. You have to make sure that your opponents can't read what you're going to throw in. Make sure that their pattern is unseeable, unreadable, unlocatable. Left hand again coming in from Usyk, but just handled well, and it's a great round from Usyk. That's round 1, Stoosh for me. I think again, if he likes Usyk, it's great as well, because it's always likely that Coxie in the PlayStation kind of sense of things, who again the champion decides the weight class the belt is defended at. If you can use Usyk, then you're going to be absolutely in great stead for when he uses Tyson Fury. If that's your guy, if that's like your main guy online, then you are built for that moment. Of course, I wonder what the thought process was for Rocky Marciano from Boobus. I wonder if it's the speed. I wonder if it's maybe the underrated power. I wonder
if it's just again what he's been practicing with. It's an out there pick, it's a niche pick. But again, watch that right hand again, big right hand as well. Lefts and rights from Usyk. Again, another one just peppers on through. Bubas has just got to be careful though, because he is eating a lot of heavy hits here from Usyk. He really is. So it's not just a smidge. Continues just to kind of wayward and wander towards that left-hand side. Again, just Marciano now going with a right hand that sends Usyk a little bit of a message that he's not going anywhere. Usyk now, a little wobble there in the legs. Got to be careful. Ricky Marciano, an icon of the game, an icon of the sport of boxing. So he continues just to throw in that left hand again. Swing and a miss there though from Bubas. Good three-piece combination there. Swing and a miss on that one again. Tell you this much, Bubas at the minute is doing a bit of a comeback. I'm not going to say that it's the complete comeback yet, but I do think he's had a great recovery round there. For the round that he got, listen, let's not mince our words. He got fucked up in round 1, did Bubas. He really did. Round 2, he's come back. He's taken that kind of disappointing round 1 and he's converted it into fuel for a much improved round number 2. Absolutely has. Right hand comes on in, swings and misses there, down the middle of the pipe again, goes low, but again for Usyk here, just has to try and find consistency. Right hand, left hand again. Not too much more from Usyk. Oh, the right hand is continuing to be a concern as Rocky Marciano is now cracking that head health down into orange when he's getting that power hook off. But again, it's the same thing from Bubas, is that you've got to try and mix in the jab from that power strike. I think, again, you can only get so far from power hooking before a great player like Stoosh is going to make the read. But the thing is, Stoosh is also being a little bit naive. He's almost walking into the power shot saying, yeah, I'm Alexander Usyk and I have a chin made out of fucking granite. That's not going to be the case for the entire fight. You've got to be a little bit more aware of those power shots. Have to be. Especially when he's relying so much on them. Big lefts and rights now from Bubas. Huge, huge shots. And Usyk's head health there was at a critical level, maybe less than 5%. Right hand again. Comes on in. Lefts and rights. Right hand, oh, sends the knees wobbling. Just continues again to just move forwards. Onto the block. Tell you what a round again for Bubas. Continues to show that he is not going anywhere. I mean, I think we're at a position where it's similar to some of those fights in the prelims early on. It was such a dominant round for Usyk in round 1. Where has he gone in the following 2 rounds? I mean, the judges are giving that one to Usyk in round 3. I think that's a 50-50 round. I think you could give that either way. It could be 2-1 either way. Again, that one judge is not the concrete confirmation of who's winning the fight. They just show you one judge's scorecards out of a potential 3. So keep that in mind. But that felt very close, that round 3. It did. Bubas, again, is just relying on the fact that Usyk's going to continue to walk into those power shots. And right now, Usyk's got a great strategy here. If Usyk is fearing of that power shot, don't walk towards him. Like I said, just fire off the jab. Whenever you see that animation for the power shot coming, just work off the jab. It stumbles him backwards. That's exactly how you cope with it. You don't fight fire with fire, you fight it with the jab. Big right hand comes in.
think for Bubas as well, you know, he's finding it difficult because, again, he has to get so close to Usyk, so he knows he's going to take a hit to give a hit.
Nice exchanges from both men in this round.
Skill for skill.
Right hand again coming in, and again, with that thought process is maybe the Rocky Marciano pick and Bubas is thinking that he's suffered so much damage in round one, he can't really absorb or allowed to absorb too much more. A little bit of wobble in the legs, though, as the head health of Usyk again becomes a concern. Oh, and there's Usyk wobbled for the first time. This is what we're talking about. Stoosh is walking into those heavy, heavy shots of Rocky Marciano. He's got to be a little bit more smart here. He is walking into fire and getting burnt and then being surprised that he's got burns. He can't keep doing this. Oh, he's been stunned again. Rocky Marciano not getting the knockdown, but getting a severe amount of damage. Usyk again in huge, huge trouble at the end of that round. And the left swelling as well. Look at this. He can't keep doing it. It's the right power hook that is going onto the left side of the face, which is causing this to build. If this gets high enough, the doctor's going to come in and stop the fight. He has got to avoid walking into that shot repeatedly over and over again. And again, just seeing that there now, that's what he's... There you go. He's avoiding it. He's countering it. Avoid it with a lean back. If you're not going to lean back in time, avoid it with the jab. Swing and a miss again. Bubas, I think, is kind of completely collapsed into the kind of the desperation of the power hooks. Sends him backwards there. And then again, a big right hand comes on in. And it's smart as well, because you know if you're Stoosh, and your opponent is power shot, and you know that you can get that pull back in. This is what I'm saying about Bubas. He has to vary his fight style. If he's just going to go for power hooks now, he's become readable. He's become easy to beat. And you need to show that you can be difficult to beat when you wanted to face the champion of the world and Coxey. So, you know, it's one of them. You have to be able to kind of get your bearings here. Big right hand comes in again. Continues once more as... Again, Usyk not going to be able to get himself fully in the conversation with 30 seconds to go. Another fight again tonight where I did not think would be maybe going to a decision, but with the way that this fight is kind of descended, it could honestly happen. Swing and a miss on the hook there, works the body shots again. 10 seconds to go here in round number 5. And so far, Alexander Usyk is on the back foot since those earlier rounds. It wouldn't surprise me if Usyk is down on the scorecards. I won't lie to you. We're going to probably get that first scorecard update in round 6 or 7, I imagine. Here we go. Round number 6. No score update yet, so it's going to be round 7 that we get it in. For now, you know what your game plan is for each respective fighter. Usyk continuing to just walk forward and just tell Rocky Marciano, listen, I'm not afraid of your power shots, but you'll be afraid of mine by the end of the night. Look at this, big shots there to the body again. And I like that from Usyk as well, because you've got to try and switch up where the power shots are. Power shot to the body, power shot to the head. Try and get Rocky Marciano to guess. And when he's guessing, that's when you execute a 1-2 hook. That's when you can knock him down. Big shots again, the left hand, sorry, the right hand of Marciano onto the left hand, or the left hand side, shall I say, of Usyk. And again, that's where the swelling is. And it's smart from Bubas now. Load up on that right hand side to get onto Usyk's left hand side, which can cause the doctor to come in and potentially stop this fight. That's what he's looking to do. Sends him towering backwards over the left hand. Now Usyk effectively just trying to find his bearings and kind of take out the annoying style of Bubas. Right hand goes back to the body. Good counter shots there, or double up shots, should I say, from Rocky Marciano. maybe it seems that Rocky Marciano's kind of reason for a pick here tonight was because of maybe the durability. Oh, Usyk's down out of nowhere. Stoosh has been dropped. Lethal body shots onto Alexander Usyk, and Stoosh for the first time has tasted the canvas. Big moment. And now absolutely guaranteed Stoosh is down on the scorecards. I said don't be looking at his record online of 7 wins, 21 losses and feeling like he's some sort of bum. He's going to get you with some good shots here. 57-56 to Usyk. He is just barely ahead by 1 point. Only rounds that Marciano won is round 2 and round 6. So there you go. But he's only 1 point off with this round and 3 more to go. So we're going to miss there with Rocky Marciano again. Oh, the right hand from Usyk. Downs Rocky Marciano. Gets the knockdown right back. That is huge from the Alexander Usyk pick. And Bubas here is going to get up at a count of 5. But just as he thought he had the advantage, Bubas concedes the advantage. A huge knockdown there for Usyk. A huge knockdown there for Stoosh. Now it's about who can calm themselves down the quickest, who can get themselves going the fastest. Usyk, oh, goes low to the body there. That could have been dangerous in itself. The right hand up there as well. Bops him and sends him backwards. Goes low to the midsection, then goes upstairs with the left and right. Indeed. Swing and a miss again from both of these two. Have to think as well with, you're talking about maybe experience. I do like Stoosh in these later rounds. I know Bubas has been in a couple of kind of longer fights in general, but I think Stoosh always shows his mettle towards the end of fights when decisions are potentially looming. But again, both of these two have done so well to just tear heaps and heaps and heaps and heaps of health stat out of one another. And again, realistically, just as when you think if you're Rocky Marciano, you've got the lead, Usyk comes in round 7, gets the knockdown, completely cancels out that last knockdown. So Usyk is back in front by that one AI judge that we saw earlier on, and now it's Bubas who's going to need to chase the knockdown once again, but easier said than done because Stoosh is now very aware of what's waiting for him. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left of round 8 of a potential 10. 2 title fights, of course, still to go after this. Lucky versus Stanex. SB9 versus WinterxJ. Still some great bouts in the boxing ring to see here tonight. And don't forget as well, sign-ups for the next boxing event will be up while you're asleep here tonight. You'll have... Oh! Usyk's down! Again, it's that sharpshooter hit of Rocky Marciano completely against the run of play again. Up at 6 though is Usyk, and just like that, the pendulum of momentum swings back again. A huge moment for Bubas, who will again move within touching distance of Alexander Usyk. And I tell you what, these last 2 rounds, rounds 9 and 10, maybe 2 of the most intriguing rounds of boxing we may well see tonight. Oh, Usyk has got to be careful though. Look at that head health there, bottom left. Look at this. It's going. It's nearly gone. Look at this. Oh my God, he's not going to survive it. If you're Bubas, you just walk towards him and you swing for the fences here, I tell you. You can see Usyk needs to stall. Avoids it though. We're going to go into round 9 with more questions than answers, but who the fucking hell is going to win this fight here tonight? Incredible, man.
Let's see how the game
Usyk no doubt losing that one because of the knockdown. As we go over into our second to last round here, round 9 of a probable and potential 10. Rocky Marciano sent towering backwards there already as well. Blood on his shorts. Look at it, it looks like he's soiled himself. Pissed blood all over those rich black shorts of his. Continues just to walk forward though, does Usyk. He's not afraid of the power shots that await him. Only he knows, does Bubas, how much stamina he's got left to continue throwing these. But it can't be much, can it? It can't be much. Moonwalking around the ring again as these two just getting their themselves acquainted with one another. But the left hand comes forward. Oh, swing and a miss there. Well, Rocky Marciano continues to just stalk Usyk. Usyk again, just within a whisker of getting clipped by that dangerous Marciano hook. Marciano has probably been the more aggressive of the two in this round, but again, the more connective of the two has been Usyk. You talk about accuracy and landed shots, it's probably an Usyk round, and I think going into round number 10, if you're Rocky Marciano, if you're Bubas, you have to get a knockdown, you've got to get a knockout. Oh, and he may get it! Usyk's in trouble! King Bubas! Can he do it? If I could scream because it's 12 o'clock at night, I would. This would be huge. Bubas against the corner. Usyk's in trouble. Usyk, though, survives it. Wow. Great defense there from Stoosh. Right hand on Marciano. Oh, right hand onto Usyk. Round 10 on its way. 10th and final rounds. Jesus Christ. Look at the swelling though. Look at this. The doctor could come in. He could win this by doctor stoppage. He could. Round 10, 85-83 to Usyk. If you're Bubas, you can still win this fight. You can. But you've got to be so clinically accurate at this point now. You know that is the swelling on the left side of Usyk's face. You know that the head health of Usyk is a concern, is a problem. You need a knockdown. You need to see if you can force him to be knocked out here in the final round. If you're Usyk, you probably just think to yourself, I'm going to avoid all the damage possible and maybe just coast to see if the judges agree that I've won this one tonight. But it's been so difficult to call. So difficult to call. Right hand swinging forward again, and you can just see that Usyk continuing just to maneuver around into the middle of the ring. Swing and a miss there for Mariano. Great counter shot here with 1:25 to go. Oh, Usyk's in trouble. Rocky Marciano with 1:14 left. Bubas is swinging for the fences again. He is looking at this like a road to Coxie 96, but he's going to survive it here. Stoosh on the back foot, reverses and defends himself well. Bubas hit with 40 accelerated seconds remaining. He needs to push the boat out one more time. Does he believe he's done enough? Maybe he does. As this one is going to go the distance here tonight. As Stoosh, who has barely thrown a punch in the last 60 seconds, will believe that he's got it done by decision. Has he though? Has he? Our winner tonight, Rocky Marciano, wins it on a split decision. King Bubas is next. Stoosh made the risk that he thought he had won it on decision, and it's Rocky Marciano. It is King Bubas who will be up next for Coxie 96, 94-93, 94-93 in favour of Bubas, 94-93 from Kurt Long, judge free, who gave it to Stoosh. Judges 1 and 2 giving King Boobus rounds 2, 6, 8, 9, and 10. How will Stoosh feel about that one? He's lost on split decision. It will be King Boobus and Coxie next. Wow. Never ever let it go to the judges' scorecards, boys and girls. Never let it happen. And for me, that's going to take fight of the night. I think it has to. Sick Nick and Poisey put on one hell of a show, but that had so much drama in it. Oh. King Boobus, the next rightful contender. I feel so bad for Stoosh because he was in such control in the early rounds as well, man. But what can you do? What can you do, man? Nuts. Nuts. Well, listen, up next, though, we're going to go to our 2 title fights. We're going to get a ping one more time as well to let the guys know that we're going into our final 2 fights of the evening. Title fights are now live. Again, apologies to the final 4 of you as well. They've had to stay up all night for this because of how long the fights have been. I mean, it's the most rounds of boxing we have ever seen inside of the boxing ring. So listen, we're going over and up to it then. Tonight's first title fight of 2 here, set to be a banger. Lucky, of course, defends the WBA Championship of the World for the first time. He is 2-0 in this division. His opponent tonight, Stanix, who is also on a 2-fight winning streak. 2 wins, 1 loss. Don't forget as well, Stanix does have a professional loss, which Lucky does not have. That loss, though, for Stanix took against Dan F. 2-6-1-8, not a bad loss to take whatsoever. Has beaten PB Tricks in round 2 and Vexy in round 2 to get here. He is a round 2 hitman. Will he be able to get that victory against Lucky today in round 2 is the big question. The champion going with Terence Crawford. Stanix tonight, the challenger coming in with Sugar Ray Robinson. Seen that already tonight. His length and his longevity. Definitely 2 factors that he will be hoping pays the bills. For Lucky, a chance to defend the belt successfully for the first time and really set himself apart from the rest in this incredibly talented and richly stacked WBA division. So let's see if he can do it. For Stanix and Lucky, both of them have held championship gold inside of the UFC octagon. Stanix, of course, I think, middleweight champion that was back in UFC 4 a couple of years ago. Lucky, of course, has been in and around that heavyweight, light heavyweight division or title talk in the UFC, but this is a whole different kettle of fish in the boxing ring. Of course, tonight, the champion, Lucky 13 in the black and gold with Terence Crawford, the challenger tonight, looking to add his first ever boxing strap to his cabinet. Stanix with Sugar Ray Robinson in the white. Again, the last 2 victories in a row for Stanix have been round 2 devastating knockouts. Will he make it a hat-trick here tonight? Or will Lucky aim to just outlast his opponent? That's the big question. Of course, as well, with Sugar Ray Robinson, it's about the speed compared to the power. We've seen this exact matchup once tonight already, and we saw how Terence Crawford had to enact it. Stay inside the pocket, work those big shots, and you can crack the jaw of Sugar Ray Robinson quite quickly. If you're Sugar Ray Robinson, though, you have to use that length. You've got to use that distance to effectively get that jab executed. I think if you're Stanix tonight, you've got to go for the long game. 12 rounds are these title fights. You have the opportunity to make this one go long and to make this one feel drawn out. You can frustrate Lucky in that regard. Lucky, I think, we need to just kind of close the distance now. He does not want to allow Sugar Ray Robinson to walk backwards and control the tempo of this fight. That's what those longer, kind of lengthier fighters can do. If you allow them to control the direction, they can control how this fight can be bought. And then, of course, when that fight is dictated in that way, and then you, as Terence Crawford, have got to kind of be patient, you completely lose all of Terence Crawford's kind of main characteristics, I would say. He's aggressive, he's dangerous, he's a heavy hitter. He can crack open Sugar Ray Robinson in a couple of hits if you can time them correctly, you can get that correct angle kind of executed. So far, though, round 1, a feeling out round for both of them, it would feel like. But I would still say that Sugar Ray Robinson has probably taken that one 10-9. But again, very minimal stuff to kind of go off of there. Todd Grisham saying in-game commentary, he's down massively on the scores. We're 1 round in, Todd. We're 1 round in. Crazy, eh? Here we go, though. Round number 2 of a potential 12 here in this WBA title fight. For Lucky 13, who's been patiently waiting here tonight since probably around about 11:30, 11:40. He knows that whether it's late or not, 30 minutes late or not, he has to do the business here tonight if he wants to keep that belt for another week or 2. Oh, there you go. There's that Terence Crawford power. That's what Sugar Ray and Stanix have to worry about and keep on their toes about. Big shot there from Crawford. Goes low to the body again. Upstairs, Terence Crawford goes. Goes back to the midsection. Huge, huge, heavy hands. Again, as well, thank you to everyone tonight who's been here since the start of the card. 7 p.m. we started tonight, so over 5 hours of boxing hijinks tonight. We'll be back with combat sports on Thursday. VFL 161 inside the cage, inside the UFC octagon. Some great fights there on that one on Thursday as well. As Awesome Maxi defends his bantamweight championship of the world against Bully of MMA for the 2nd time. Can he find revenge from his first loss against Maxi, or against Bully of MMA a couple of weeks ago? Big shots. They're coming in again. Is Terence Crawford just on the outside. Sugar Ray Robinson as well, though, getting off a counter shot in that sequence. I think if you are Terence Crawford, oh, you've got to just get moving here. Lucky, I don't know what he's doing. What is he doing? He was blocking up correctly, but he didn't move backwards. He just stood still and just blocked. You've got to get moving. Sugar Ray Robinson may not have super dynamite in his hands, but he's still got power. You have to move backwards. Completely sold the knockdown there, did Lucky. Just got bopped and beeped there. I mean, he didn't really need to. He could have taken the stun, yes, but walked backwards. That's a 10-8 round now to Sugar Ray Robinson. That's huge for the challenger. Round number 3. Stanix, with the first knockdown of this title fight, will now feel like it's only a matter of time before Lucky starts to feel even more pressure. And this is the thing. We saw it in the UFC octagon. Lucky is a fighter, whether it's boxing, whether it's UFC, that thrives on confidence, that thrives on moments. If he has those moments and that confidence taken away, he is not going to be able to last in there. He really isn't. Got to try and find a moment of magic, though. Does Lucky, of course, in the black and gold, the champion, not really in this fight yet. Again, you can maybe say it's not too bad because it's only round 3 of a potential 12, but again, you have to at some point kind of make the challenger respect you, because right now, Stanix is probably sat there in the darkness of his room, smiling, saying to himself, I'm about to be the WBA champion of the world here. That's how much of a coast this is looking like. Big right hand comes in from Terence Crawford, though. Sugar Ray Robinson just continuing to try and strike with the champion, and again, it's more timing rather than power. You have to just get the timing of the counter, the timing of the pull correct, the timing of the jab coming off correct. It's just so monotonous in terms of how much has to be right. It's almost sickening. You just see there that the head health of Terence Crawford not great for a fight that's only about a quarter of the way in, but this one is going to go over into round number 4, and I've got to be brutally honest, I think Stanix has won every single round. I think Stanix has won every single round. There are slow starts, and then there is this from Lucky 13. But I mean, again, the only good news is that he needs to start winning rounds at around about round 6. He can lose all the rounds up to round 6, but again, 30-26, I'm not surprised. 10-9, 10-8, 10-9. Lucky 13 has got to get himself into this fight. He is right now sleepwalking into losing his belt. Absolutely is.
One time for the gringos.
Thank you so much for the follow. Continues though just to work off that double jab. Lucky 13 again. Just getting that kind of stiff jab forward. But again, Terence Crawford, the champion in the black and gold, just continuing to stomach and eat it. Again, no one will know, other than Lucky, as to why he just stood still at the end of round 2, blocking and just not moving backwards. It was just so wild, so bizarre. Sugar Ray Robinson taking control, taking charge of this once again, though. In tonight's co-main event of the evening, Winter and SB will be hoping that the Steam servers will be recovered soon enough so we can get that main event going. If not, then SB's going to be feeling like his fate is cursed by whether it be his opponents or by Steam in regards to that IBF Championship of the world on the PC side of things, PC division of things. Terence Crawford's head health there was in tatters. It was in the trenches. And again, you can see it here, bottom left of your screen. Lucky 13's got to be careful. And he's been stunned again. And this one could be a second knockdown. Yes, it is. Sugar Ray Robinson, Stanex, with another big knockdown here. And can Lucky answer the count? The champion does. An 8 count. There is not much left for Lucky to hang on to. Stanex is cooking here in this championship fight tonight. Round number 5 on its way. Not what Lucky wanted to hear nor see. And again, thank you so much to, who was that? Iaztec. I think that's how you pronounce it, for the follow. And also Nap Giver earlier on for the sub. And also Rangers_RF earlier on for the follow also. So, yeah, as well. Nice to meet you as well. Yaztec, that's how you pronounce it, Laztec. Again, terrible in names. You just follow what Law Balls tells you to do. You can get signed up to fights, bro. We're going to be doing it every Tuesday. So, we do Undisputed boxing every Tuesday. We do regular UFC 5 cards every Thursday as well. So, you get involved whatever you want to get involved with, man. There's room for everyone. PS, PC, Xbox, we've got divisions for all. Big shots there coming in again as the champion will be feeling like he's one knockdown away from losing his strap. The challenger today in white for Sugar Ray Robinson for Stanex is very much in a position now where if he gets one more knockdown, that belt's coming home with him. He will sleep like a baby knowing he'll be the WBA champion of the world. So we're going to mess on that one. Avoids the left hand and right hand. As again, Terence Crawford just being picked apart. It's like a serial killer in the sense of just dissecting his prey. He's chopping off the arms, chopping off the legs. He's a sick, demented bastard in the ring tonight, is Stanex. But by God, is his boxing off the charts. Left hand comes in and sends Sugar Ray wobbling a little bit though. Once again, just overhand starting to maybe be coming in again. It's the swelling as well. The left side swelling of Terence Crawford is the concern. The block is absolutely shot to pieces. And the head health now is also starting to come down. And you can just see Lucky is effectively maneuvering. He's blocking and he's rotating. He's not even throwing a strike anymore. He doesn't know when to throw. He's not confident enough to get any sort of combination in. And that could maybe spell the end for the champion here. 17 seconds left of round number 5. And Lucky 13 is completely in a position where he may well need a miracle tonight. Big round for Stanex. And a big round indeed for his title aspirations. For Lucky, even Terence Crawford looks like he wants to cry. Round number 6 of a possible 12. Of course, as well, when you think about Terence Crawford, he's going to use that speed now. That's more like it. That start there from Lucky was probably the best start to a round he's had the entire night so far. This is more like it. Where was this in the opening 2 or 3 rounds? That's going to be what maybe annoys Lucky if he watches this fight backwards. Is that it's taken him until round 6 to start aggressively. And now Sugar Ray Robinson drops Lucky to the canvas. And is that going to be the homecoming moment for Stanex? This could be it. Lucky, I think, is mentally maybe given up here because... Has he? He gets up at 9. I didn't think he was going to get up. I thought maybe because he started so late he was going to be counted down. Stanex, though, not able to lift the belt high above his head yet. Lucky 13 is hanging on with everything, and he is now in round 6. Head health gone, block gone, swelling high as a motherfucker. It may not be long here now until Sugar Ray Robinson walks out with this strap. Lucky is going to need to be perfect and undetectable for the next 6 rounds if he wants to win this belt here tonight. It'd be one of the greatest boxing feats in the world of Undisputed if he does. Continues just to throw strikes into the block there. As look at that. Just look at this block down here, fellas. Look at this. Look at this. His block is halfway cooked. We're already 6 rounds in. Swing and a miss there from Stanex. Continues, though, to pressure Lucky forward. As we're going to go into round number 7. Lucky will say the recovery will do him great justice. But how much justice can it give? Stanex steamrolling through this fight right now. It would be one of the biggest chokes in history if he lost this fight. 60 to 51. The challenger has won every single round, and I can't disagree with anything there. It has been a wonderful, wonderful performance tonight from Stanex. Oh, but hang on, because here comes Terence Crawford, and he sends him clattering to the ground. Big, big moment for Lucky. Reminds Stanex that it's not going to be too easy. Terence Crawford has some serious bazookas in those gloves. And it may have taken into the 7th round, but finally the champion has arrived and let us know that he's here and ready to fight. He couldn't do it, could he? There's no way that Lucky 13, the grave digger, the war machine, could come out of this one tonight as a winner with the first 6 rounds being so one-dimensional. Tries to lend that strike forward. Big one again, knocks him down. It's got to be it. Lucky there. It's a flash knockdown. And this is going to be impossible to come up from. Look at the size of those bars. And tonight, Stanex 7 will leave as the new WBA champion of the world. Lucky 13 will have to sadly sit back and evaluate that performance. It was one of the slowest starts that Lucky's had to a fight in Undisputed. The first 5 rounds was almost like he was on holiday mode. He only really turned it on in round 6 and 7. Sugar Ray Robinson with the walk-off knockout on the champion. And for Stanex, that there is a fitting way to bring home your first Undisputed VFL strap. The new WBA champion, Sugar Ray Robinson, and Stanex 7. Congratulations to him. A huge, huge moment indeed, as he has the belt now, and he's got to be the man that now protects that belt. There is so many top contenders at the seams waiting for that opportunity. Again, the likes of someone like Liam Lopez, 2 wins in a row. He will be itching for it. The likes of potentially maybe even someone like a Wilkie, a Displiffer, if I pronounce it. I think again, if Displiffer can beat someone high up in the rankings, it could be magical for him. It really could. So Ragelot looked good in his debut unstreamed. So many good names in this division, but it's a tough one to keep the belt in, as Lucky showed tonight. Won the belt last week, failed to defend it this week. Will Stanex have the same fate, I wonder? Up next, though, it's our final fight of the evening. If Steam is working, of course, it is the IBF Championship of the world. We'll see tonight if SB9 can finally walk away with gold wrapped around his waist. And I've been sent a picture. How's he managed this? Let's have a look at this. 28-21 to the Broncos. Hey, you won. What do you mean? How has he managed this? You won. You got 21 unanswered points in the second. It's nice. I don't know why you sent me that, Kiz, but fair enough. A little bit confused. Winter, I'm streaming. All right, so we do have a main event this evening. I'm not going to pin the Undisputed Discord again because, again, it's 12:30 at night. Again, it's been a fantastic night of fights. It's been the longest card in VFL history with some of the rounds that we've had. But tonight, of course, the IBF Championship will be decided. SB9 2-0, Winter 2-1. Of course, tonight, Wilkie will be keeping an eye on this as well. He'll say that I'm the next rightful contender to this championship gold. But again, is he? Is the question. I think he probably will be. Tonight, Josh Taylor for SB9 comes in with an online record of 51 wins, 29 losses. Winter comes in with a 4-win, 1-loss record. Winter, a boxing purist. You know that you can piss Winter off by power hook spamming to your heart's content. Tonight, 2, 4, 8, 16, 24, 28, 36, 43, 48, 53, 61, 68, 78, 82, 92, 102, 109 rounds of boxing we have seen here tonight. That there is exactly the this is what I'm talking about when I talk about the most longest and drawn out kind of 109 rounds of boxing tonight. So there you go. That's what it is. There you go. There you go. Oh, dude, I'm fucking... There are people in VFL that couldn't even fucking tell you what 4 times 4 is, Wilkie. I feel like Stephen Hawking's at times when I'm doing maths in VFL. Trust me. Hey, there you go. Here we go, here we go. Of course, the IBF Championship of the World, fellas, is the PC divisional belt. So the WBC is like the top-end Xbox belt. The WBA is the kind of middle of the line Xbox belt. The WBO is the PlayStation belt, and the IBF is the PC belt. So tonight, the PC champion, the IBF champion of the world, will be crowned. Of course, Winter had an opportunity back on the very first card, lost to none other than TreRobertsxn. TreRobertsxn then retired from Undisputed, says that his FIFA commitments were more pressing and more important. He wanted to focus on those and those only. That opened up the door for the guys like Winter and SB to step in and step throughout. So what will happen here tonight in regards to the belt coming home? Winter believes it is his destiny to become champion. But however, you know who else said that? Liam Kemure. What happened to Liam Kemure on the card tonight? He lost to Hayit's Fran. So there very much could be similarities in these two tonight. For Winter, he will hope that it will finally be the case that he lifts his arm up and has that belt wrapped around him. Here we go. Sugar Ray Robertson in the white for Winter. Josh Taylor in the black for SB9. And it seems like they're both frozen to the spot. So it could well be that we restart this fight. Oh, yes. There you go. We go again. Incredible from Undisputed. Hopefully Boobus wins the title and I'll be back for my rematch, says Stoosh. Well, hey, listen, Stoosh. It's unfortunate, man. Like, tonight, I just think you learn a... I think you just learned a lesson, bro. You just can't let it go to a decision. I think the judges are so... You know what I mean? The judges are so unpredictable, unreliable, that, yeah, you know, I don't know. You just can't. It's the same with UFC, bro. You can never ever let anybody in in any sort of combat kind of sports arena, like, or sport, whatever, ever allow a decision to come. You just can't. You just can't. If you do, you're in trouble, bro. You are. But 2 seconds, boys. You can go in whenever, by the way. I can hear you in the background, so it's fine. I'm just looking at this. Yeah, and here you go, 59 wants to be a sarcastic dickhead in my DMs. We love that. Anyway, sorry, we're there. Dude, my voice is completely fried as well. Jesus Christ, man. At least tomorrow's not going to be too bad. So tomorrow is going to be a bit of a short stream as well. Tomorrow, if you're interested, we've got the VFL Community Shield night on the FIFA pitches. So I'm going to be streaming tomorrow from like 7:45 till 9:15. So it'll be a kind of shortish one. And then a 6-hour mega stream again on Thursday inside the UFC Octagon. Here we go. Sugar Ray Robinson in the white and black for Winter. Josh Taylor in the black for SB9. The PC Championship of the World very much on the line here tonight. Who comes out on top? Winter told us when Undisputed was announced that he was going to be one of the very, very best to do it in this division. He said that no one would touch him. He said he's got dreams of not only holding the IBF belt, but also the WBC. He says he wants to be a double, if not a triple champion. However, he's got to find a way through SB9. He says tonight, I will do it through purebred boxing. He won't rely on power shots. He will rely on his pure boxing IQ. If SB9 wants to be the villain, wants to be the mastermind behind getting a victory tonight, maybe he'll tap on TreRobertsxn's shoulder, who he does spar with from time to time, and say, hey, what's the tips and tricks to beat Winter? Or he could try and absolutely make his head roll off of his shoulders by becoming a power spamming gypsy. If he does do that, he could very much easily win this fight as well, because Winter does get frustrated and does get aggravated quite easily. If he allows that to happen tonight, it could very well be curtains for his title hopes. It's all about the patience and the calmness. This is the type of fight tonight where if you ask me what round do you think this ends in, Gringo, I'm saying I think this goes to decision. I don't know who takes it by decision, but I think the IQ of both of these two, and I think the ability to box so well, and as well the picks, can I just add, so perfectly crafted in terms of what each are good at. I think, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me tonight if this was a split decision. It wouldn't surprise me tonight if this ended up being a draw. We've seen a couple of close calls on potential draws here tonight, but again, this one really felt like it was a deserving main event for that exact reason. But round number 1 in the books. How do you score that one? Round 1 is always so difficult to really get your finger on, because it just feels like, especially these high-level fights between these two guys, almost just taking the round off to try and understand, what do they throw? How do they move? What kind of position of the ring is their favorite? There are certain people that prefer maybe like a far outside kind of maneuver. I think you see guys that are much much kind of lower down in quality, that will kind of just sit in the middle of the ring and just both try and power strike each other. You've got other guys here like Sugar Ray Robinson and Winter, who will kind of, again, enter the pocket, get a couple of strikes off, and then will maneuver on the outside towards maybe like the corner, in terms of like kind of just slipping out. And I think that's something that SB has to keep his eyes peeled on, and I think is why you're doing a great job in terms of mixing in the body strikes as well. Take away that gas tank, take away that energy, make it so that if you are Sugar Ray Robinson, you have to get a little bit more involved in the fight. I think if you're Winter, with how you play, it is quality over volume. I think that's the way Winter will be looking at things. I think Winter's absolutely prepared tonight to go to a decision, whereas SB, on the other hand, I think he's going to want to try and cut the angle and going to want to try and go for big power shots onto the dome and try and predict the way that Winter's moving. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest tonight if one of the Josh Taylor knockdowns that we will eventually see is because he predicts the movement of Winter and he hooks him as he's about to sway or move one out or disconnect from the pocket. Of course, as well, for SB, needs to just make sure that his connectivity actually is there, because right now he is swinging on shadows. He certainly is. Round 2 in the books, and again, I couldn't for the life of me tell you who's taken that one. I feel like this so far, the opening 2 rounds have been the most difficult to score tonight, and that's why it's the main event, I suppose, but insane. As I was saying earlier on as well, don't forget the sign-ups for the next Undisputed card will be out pretty much 30 minutes after I get off stream. You'll have from tonight all the way until Saturday night, I'll say, to get your or maybe Friday night, probably Friday actually, to get your sign-ups in. We'll release the card done on Saturday morning, and of course the card will be back next Tuesday. Well, we'll finally have the Undisputed boxing graphics. Again, they were supposed to be ready today, but they were slightly delayed, so they're actually supposed to be ready on Thursday. So again, you'll have UFC themed graphics on the stream for Thursdays and boxing themed graphics on the stream for Tuesdays. So excited to see what those look like when they get done. Body shot comes in again, of course, for Sugar Ray Robinson, just looking to get himself moving and kind of angled in a way which would be beneficial. But look at this though, Josh Taylor sending him backwards once again. I think if you make your opponent aware that you are effectively setting the traps, it becomes even more dangerous, because then your opponent has to kind of then change his game style as well. I think what SB's definitely done well in this round as well is that he's closed the distance a lot more. He's making that progressive front step towards Sugar Ray Robinson that is effectively making SB the more prominent figure in the round. So he's kind of asserting his dominance in this round when he moves towards Winter, and he's taking that first step forward each time. I like that. Of course, as well for Winter, he won't mind too much about the opening 3 rounds, but he will need to start slowly getting into work soon. Again, I don't know what the score would be, but it is starting to become a little bit more clear in terms of judges scoring as to who or what you could go with. Big shot comes in there brilliantly from Josh Taylor and Sugar Ray, but a lot of Sugar Ray love on the card tonight as well. Great to see.
Okay, now look at him. Look across at him there. He's absolutely gone. Just keep on top of him.
The corners are great. Just look across from him. He's absolutely gone. Corner, it's round 3. Round 4. So far, Sugar Ray winning round 1. SB and Josh Taylor winning rounds 2 and 3 according to those judges' scorecards. So 29-28 in favour of SB9, who's won rounds 2 and 3. Can Winter find a way now to start slowly getting those points back? Big shot there from Winter. Right hand comes forward. There you go. There's the Winter classic. It's a good 3 or 4 piece combination, but then SB responds right back. Lefts and rights, so there's that killer blow to the kidney again. The liver screaming out for a little bit of help. Right hand comes in again as Sugar Ray Robinson just continues to be stumbling backwards. Oh my good God. And whenever SB is teeing up this power shot with, I think, the right hand of Josh Taylor, it is scary business. It is scary hours. It certainly is. Ducks underneath. As again, got to say for Sugar Ray, goes for that shot to the ribs. There's Josh Taylor. I think for Sugar Ray, though, it's becoming a bit of a a bit of a mission for Winter. How do you cope? How do you find the consistent answers against someone like SB, who is just looking like he's free-flowing in there tonight? He's just freestyling with his movement, freestyling with his shot selection. Doesn't seem to be able to be pinned down by Winter. It's a confident performance from the challenger in black, and so far he's dialing it up here. End of the round. Oh, he's maybe gone too aggressive. Winter takes advantage of the over-aggressiveness from SB, and SB here nearly out on his feet, but is going to survive the first stun of this championship fight tonight, and it comes from Sugar Ray Robinson and Winter. Big moment, and I just feel that comes from maybe SB in the final 5 or 10 seconds there, just getting a little bit too aggressive. Should have just walked backwards and probably just secured the round. I think that stun probably gives it a 10-9 to Sugar Ray Robinson now. I think there was a round in which SB was going to, again, take the points home for, but then concedes the points in the last kind of sequence, in the last 10 seconds. That's the danger of boxing. You have to keep your head consistently, don't you? That right hand there comes in forward again, but swing and a miss there on the huge power shot. That one there as well, whiffing from Josh Taylor. Continues again, now goes down low, not able to answer back with too much venom though, as Josh Taylor just starts to go back to basics. You can see they're trying to just reach out of his jab and establish that rangefinder again. And as we said, Winter, no doubt tonight, would have been prepared for a 12-round affair. And he's certainly coming alive now in these kind of middle rounds. Oh, body shots there were huge. Sugar Ray Robinson was wincing. I thought maybe he was about to go down through that animation, but no flash knockdown as of yet. Big shot there from Winter onto SB. Still continues to walk forward. For Sugar Ray Robinson as well, Winter, I think, kind of said to himself, probably in his own mind, listen, the first 2 rounds, 3 rounds were just not damn good enough. Got to try and maybe correct this if I possibly can. Continues just to work off the jab. Sends Josh Taylor backwards. Uppercut there comes in as well. I think what I want to see from SB a little bit more is just get to the end of this round and then just keep going as you are. I feel like you did well at the beginning of this round to establish the jab and establish that range, but I still feel like there's a potential here that you can get that power shot off. I mean, look at this right swelling on Winter as well. There is signs of that swelling already. Work off the jab, bait Winter into expecting a kind of clean boxing affair. And I think you got to go a little bit dirty here. I think it's time to get that right hand moving and get that swelling activated. Look at that great little drop of the shoulder and a great power shot there onto the left-hand side. A big shot there sends Winter tumbling backwards. Winter there just on the outside, just avoiding any sort of significant damage, which is fair, you know. Don't want to start the round with a complete slugfest. Uppercut there, slightly coming forward. Oh, the neck code there. He was nowhere near him. Undisputed helping out Winter a little bit there. Oh, and there you go. Right back though, the left hand. Oh, and Sugar Ray Robinson's in trouble. That's a huge hit. Josh Taylor. Right hand comes in again. Uppercut there, pops forward again. That head health of Sugar Ray is starting to disappear. SB9, oh, eats one right back. And now Sugar Ray going forward again. SB9 could be in big trouble. And SB9 has gone down. Round 5. And this here could be the first sign of trouble for the Scotsman SB9, a former VFL UFC welterweight champion, a former VFL UFC PlayStation contender. And tonight now, on the PC side of things, wants to put his name in history as well. Round 6 coming to an end, and that's going to be a clear as day Winter round because of the knockdown. He is growing in confidence and he is growing in nature, is Winter. We said when it gets to rounds 4, 5, 6, 7. That's when he was going to come alive. And we have absolutely called that to perfection. Winter, 57-56, up on the scorecards, round 5 and 6. Going his way after 3 straight rounds from SB in 2, 3, and 4. Winter, of course, though, does note that this is far from over. Only round 7 right now of a possible 12. And when you think of it that way, SB is going to say, well, you know what? There's still plenty of time. Just make sure that the swelling and the damage doesn't get too obscene. And we'll still be in a position where we can win this fight, whether it be by a knockout or even a judge's decision. And again, though, after what we saw earlier on tonight, do you really want to go for a judge's decision? That controversial split with Bubis and co. Good shots there coming in again. Sugar Ray Robinson starting to tee away now, starting to just swing those dangerous, dangerous bombs in Josh Taylor's direction as the Tartan Tornado is starting to look like the Tartan Tosser. I don't know. It seems like he's kind of maybe run out of ideas here. Right hand comes in once more again. Slam shots to the body, but again, midsection just being handled at this minute in time. Swing and a miss there. Josh Taylor once again goes upstairs. Big shots from Sugar Ray Robinson. Ducks underneath. Oh, he's swinging a miss on the body as well. Pulls backwards. Still nothing. Josh Taylor. I think it's a smart decision. You suffer that knockdown in round 6. Just get back into a rhythm in round 7. There's no rush as of yet. A good round 7. Some great boxing. As we're heading into the final embers of this matchup. That IBF belt is getting even closer towards a new home. Again, before tonight, well, before this fight, before this bout, we saw 109 live rounds of boxing tonight. 109 live rounds of boxing. We're into round 8 here, so should this round conclude, it's 117 rounds of boxing we've seen tonight. We've seen the ring more than enough for the next week, I think, fellas. Of course, though, these two will still be feeling like there is work to be done here in round 8. There's 4 rounds plus this round included before we get that conclusion. I still feel like a decision is going to be the case here. I really do. Right hand continues to fly on in. The lefts and rights again from Sugar Ray Robinson. Just trying to find his rhythm. Just trying to find his gauge here. Uppercut into that straight once more. Right hand comes off. Lovely lefts and rights again. Fantastic. Oh, Josh Taylor. Wow. It's like a hurricane out of nowhere. 4 hits or 3 hits and Josh Taylor. SB's going to be rubbing his eyes. He won't know what just hit him. Sugar Ray Robinson knocks him down, and that's a 5 count that he answers, but it's just the speed, the ferociousness of it that he landed with. Huge moments for Winter. SB9 in trouble once again. And will SB9 now have the opportunity to spend round 9 just calming himself down? Big thing for Winter, though, is that the block health is looking increasingly more and more drained. Right hand goes forward again. Big shots coming in. Taunt. Wow, a little taunt there at the end from SB, almost like saying, "Is that all of you? Is that all you've got?" Again, the right swelling is a concern, and also the left-hand side cut. So Winter, although winning the fight, is bruised, is battered, is swelling, is cut. There's got to be at least some sort of motivation for SB to keep this going. Only round 9 of 12. SB got a lot left in the tank as well. Doesn't feel like he's going to be going down and not beating the count anytime soon. So the type of guy, SB, I think, which could probably get up maybe 5 or 6 times if he really got it precise enough. Of course, as well, for SB, the last time he suffered a knockdown in round number 6, we then saw him in round 7. Kind of just coast a little bit. Coast and get his bearings back. Well, we see him coast and maybe get those bearings back again here in round 9 before we go into double-digit rounds. It's a big right hand that comes in from Sugar Ray. Once again, Winter just continuing to get his feet moving and get those power shots landing. One to the body as well this time will keep SB noble in that regard. Right hand comes in forward again. Oi, big shot there upstairs. Lefts and rights more. Look at this in the corner. This is where SB wants him. SB can't let him out. I tell you what, that's exactly the case in point position where you want to have him at. And Winter was nearly in really big trouble there. And again, Winter now keeping himself very much away from that corner. SB is trying to take command position to put him back in the corner. Big shot again. Definitely feel like SB maybe abandoned that slight plan of recovery in this round to chase that victory, but not able to get fully connected onto it. A little taunt at the end there as well from SB. Look how tight it is, man. 85-84. Josh Taylor winning that round as well. 1 point within it. And 3 rounds, including this one, left to go. Left hand comes in again. Needs to see what Sugar Ray can produce. Oh, Sugar Ray now in trouble. This could be big for SB. Who is he going to be able to drop him? Yes, he is. Drops him with the body shot. And now, in this final 3 rounds, the pendulum of momentum begins to swing. It was a 1-point fight before this round. It's now going to be a 1-point fight in favour of SB after this round. So Winter not completely out of the woodwork in terms of SB and his pressure and resilience yet. Big shot comes in there. Maybe, just maybe, Winter will need one more, but Josh Taylor now forcing Winter back into the corner again. Winter is completely cut off here, right in the corner, and Winter can't get out. That's where SB needed him. What great movement from SB. Forces Winter into the corner, and Winter there struggled to get out. He had nowhere to go. It's a 6 count, but more importantly, this round now is a 10-7 to Josh Taylor. That could be the round that we look back at and say that's where SB won the IBF Championship of the World. Winter allowed himself to get trapped, allowed himself to get cornered, and that is the difference. We said that SB's movement tonight and his pressure was going to be a key factor. It has been there in round number 10. And just like that, when you're leading the fight so confidently, it swings back round the other way. The eye there of Josh Taylor, the left eye completely swollen shut. Round 11 of 12. This is the second to last round of the evening, and it means right now we've run 120 rounds of live boxing here this evening. Big shot here. This is what he needs. Josh Taylor's down. It's a big shot to the ribs, and maybe, just maybe, Winter's now back in control. Huge. Is he going to beat the count? Wow, he does. 7 count. I thought maybe he wasn't going to beat that there. A 7 count there. As Josh Taylor is back up to his feet, and now all of a sudden he gets tense. He gets nervous again. Of course, though, from that 10-7 round that we just saw, you'd probably say to yourself, though, SB is quite happy with the situation at the minute. A little bit scary with that knockdown. And maybe, just maybe, Winter now looking at that 7 count and going, one more knockdown, and I've got you. And if that's the case, SB's got to be careful. SB's just got to kind of coast here. I mean, just get to the end of the round and take this into round 12. See what maybe those judges' scorecards, that prediction looks like before making a game plan of what you want to do. But big shots here coming into the midsection again from Sugar Ray Robinson. Swing and a miss there on the headshot. 40 seconds left of round number 11 of 12. Big shot comes in again. Huge one. More and more damage, and now you can see Winter teeing off here. This is, you cannot allow yourself with your SB to get knocked down again. You will not maybe win this fight if you take a 10-7 round here. Can't do it. Winter not able to get a second knockdown, but we are going to round number 12. The 12th and final round. The judges' scorecards will be needed potentially. But what way will this fight lean? I feel like SB is still in front. I feel like if SB wins this round, he'll win the title here tonight. I think absolutely if you're Sugar Ray Robinson and Winter, you're kind of saying to yourself, one more knockdown would secure it for me. And I think one more knockdown would probably mean that SB won't get up. SB got up at a 7 count last time. It only gets more difficult. SB there ducking and weaving. Big shot into the jaw again. Josh Taylor bobbing and weaving here. Sugar Ray continues to let those hands go. Winter being popped backwards ever so slightly. Right hands and left hands now coming from Josh Taylor. Oh, and SB's down. SB's knocked down Winter. That could be it. Winter could be out if we're in round 12. SB9, is he going to hold the belt? Oh my goodness me, it's a 9 count. And Winter beats the count. Wow, SB was probably prematurely celebrating there. It's 60 seconds of boxing left. Oh, Winter gets it right back. Oh my God. It's got to be. In the final 60 seconds of round 12, can SB beat the count? Yes, he can. Oh my God. The instant equalizer. 20 seconds remaining. It's gonna go to decision. Unless there's one more roll of the dice here. Will these two just swing? It seems like they will. Big shot. Oh! Winter. Has it gone to decision? Yes, it has, but who's won it? And Winter gets it done on unanimous decision. Oh, it's got to have been close. If SB got that knockdown in the final second, would he have won the belt? Winter has got the IBF Championship of the World in a 12-round decision. 112 to 111. If SB got the knockout or the knockdown in the final second in which he stunned Winter, he would have won the belt. It is fine margins indeed. SB effectively 2 seconds away from stealing that one. 112 to 111. Fight of the night for the final time has a new home due to the drama of that final moment. But Jesus Christ, it's a double Sugar Ray Robinson victory in terms of title fights tonight. And I don't think anyone can complain with that. What a main event that was. And I tell you what, you got to feel a little bit for SB, because like I said, if he just got that final knockdown where he stunned Winter in the final couple of seconds, he would have won the belt tonight. And that's got to be what's the most difficult and gut-wrenching part to accept. He was just so close. Unreal.
That was a crazy.
I just said he's so bad.
Oh, there you go. Well, they're going to be celebrating. I don't want to get my Twitch banned, so we'll let that one go off. But that is crazy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'll tell you this much, though. What a great night of fights. Effectively, then it went the distance. We saw 121 rounds of boxing tonight. This fight card was supposed to end at probably 12:15. We've ran over by an hour. This has been going on for 6 hours and 12 minutes. What a fucking night of fights, boys, I tell you. For now, though, listen, a recap of the 2 winners tonight and new IBF Champion of the World, WinterxJ, and new WBA Champion of the World, StanX. The fight of the night, WinterxJ against SB9. Performance of the night, Ashi Higa against Neve. Number 1 contenders set. King Boobus will be next for the PlayStation belt. Rapids will be next for Jack Canner. Who's going to be next for the PlayStation, or for the PC belt? Will it be Wilkie? Who knows? For now, though, it is very late. I have kept you here for far too long. I've got nothing else for you tonight. Please remember that we do have VFL UFC on Thursday. We've got VFL FIFA as well tomorrow. Also, Community Shield night there. For now, though, if you've enjoyed this, get involved. The VFL Undisputed League is there for absolutely everyone. PlayStation, PS, Xbox. If you want to get involved, all levels, get involved in the Discord. Just ask for your Undisputed tags. We're back on Thursday night, though, for a bit more fighting action inside the cage for VFL 161 on UFC 5. Bully of MMA rematching against Awesome Maxi for the Bantamweight Championship of the World. Should be some great fights there as well. Hope you've enjoyed it tonight, and hopefully I'll see you again next Tuesday for the next Undisputed Boxing card. Have a wonderful evening. I'm out. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you to all the subs as well and followers. Until next Tuesday, we're all done. Good evening.